This is the Erebus Ascent 39. This example features the mother of pearl dial. It is a strong offering in the dress side of the Gadasphere, with only one large issue. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This particular watch was purchased by a subscriber through Erebus Watches' Second Life scheme, where returned watches are relisted with a fresh warranty and a meaningful discount. It's a sensible and commendable approach, and one that aligns well with the broader values the brand appears to be building itself around: transparency and long-term ownership. I did reach out for some more information on the scheme, but I haven't yet been able to clarify the finer details. Having spent some time on the website though, there is a lot of good information about the brand itself on there, but I do think a dedicated page explaining Second Life in more depth and detail would be a worthwhile addition to that website. It's a strong idea, and it's one that deserves to be properly framed, like a good date window should be. Now, when a watch with an organically formed dial material, whether that's mother of pearl, stone or meteorite, is returned, it's often for a subjective reason rather than any technical fault. This dial has a couple of darker areas. In my experience, these are caused by trace environmental elements within the shell itself. When I worked at Lochfine Oyster Company, this was something aquaculture teams assessed constantly. It's a genuine characteristic of the material used, and I like this particular dial. That said, I can understand how some buyers might expect visual uniformity, and organic materials simply don't behave like lacquer or galvanic finishes. Whether that natural variation is the appeal or the deal breaker is highly subjective and depends entirely on the wearer. It would actually be interesting to hear Jodie or Stephen's experience with returns on watches like this compared to more conventional dial materials. In the hand, the Ascent feels genuinely premium. This is very much a Gada watch, but one that leans more towards the dress side than the sports side of that spectrum. And that distinction matters. Not every Gada watch needs to project toughness. Some are about versatility through restraint. The transitional chamfers in this watch are excellent. Light play here isn't wishful thinking, it's a certainty. Every small movement of the wrist produces subtle changes in reflection, and that's where the watch quietly does its best work. There's also an anodyne quality to the design. It's meant to blend in, not provoke, to sit comfortably in almost any setting without offence or visual noise. That makes it a stark contrast to the Erebus Titan I covered previously. Seen together, the range is beginning to show real breadth and real depth. There are some riskier design choices being explored, but they're always anchored by safer, more classical options. That's a healthy balance for a young brand. Dimensionally, the watch is very safe, and I mean that in a positive manner. It should suit both larger and smaller wrists with ease. The lug-to-lug is relatively short, which keeps the watch balanced and planted. Jodie's years of handling, reviewing and wearing watches really does shine through in these proportions. The case back is screwed down and is a quiet manufacturing tour de force, stamped, CNC machined, turned, engraved, polished and then wet pressed into place. It's often overlooked, but the fact the main caseback gasket is silicone greased on initial installation is pure class at this level. Water resistance is rated at 100 metres. Gada present, Gada correct. Let's have a look at this watch's spec slide. So the case diameter is 39mm, the thickness is 11mm, lug width is 20mm, the lug to lug is 44.5mm, the movement is a Miyota 9015 4Hz, power reserve is 42 hours, the crystal is double domed sapphire with clear AR on the underside, water resistance is 100 metres, and the weight is 120 grams on the J-style bracelet. This example comes in what Erebus cheekily calls the J-style bracelet, though it's also available on the O-style bracelet, a safe but transparent naming strategy there, Team Erebus. Importantly, there's no price difference between the two options. Choice without financial penalty is always welcome. Bracelet finishing matches the case well. All the links articulate consistently and feel properly finished, which is not always a given in the micro-brand space. Solid end links are present and correct, and they also integrate cleanly with the case profile. Seiko, I'm looking at you here. The clasp is a double pusher deployment with a milled scissor mechanism and a discreet micro adjust. The Jubilee bracelet on this watch, it feels solid with no excess play or rattle. Screw links combined with polished centre links reinforce the quality on offer here. The dial is where this particular Erebus Ascent really distinguishes itself. The mother of pearl pushes this watch further into dress territory than the other dial options, in my opinion. It suits this design really, really well. Applied indices, a frame date window, which I really like at the 6 o'clock position, and a steeply angled chapter ring draw your eye directly into the dial. The two-part applied logo is a subtle but confident design touch, and it speaks to a level of technical assurance and finishing technique. The handset is sharp and precise and expensive according to Erebus, and honestly wouldn't look out of place on a Grand Seiko Heritage range piece. Dial typography is kept to just 2 fonts, which maintains a clean, minimalist feel. Every raised element has light play built in, though I do wish we had more sun here in Scotland to fully appreciate that light play. The loom is BGW9 and comfortably exceeds typical GADA expectations. The loom in the second hand counterbalance is a particularly nice touch, and it gives you quiet reassurance in the middle of the night that the watch is still running. Running the show is the Miyota 9015 movement, which is something of a sleeper choice here. It allows the watch to maintain a slim case profile, and while some people refer to it as a high beat movement, I tend to think of 4 Hz as more of a solid mid-range frequency. Either way, the smoother sweep and higher resolution bring real practical benefits to this watch. I clocked this example at -1 seconds per day. That suggests time and budget have been allocated for proper regulation. It also suggests it was regulated in a slightly warmer climate than here, but I digress again. Not always a given with micro brands for a watch to be regulated so well. Automatic winding, hand winding and hacking, they're all present and correct. It's a refined and sensible movement choice. On the wrist, the Ascent wears smaller than the specifications suggest, closer to 38mm than 40, which only reinforces this watch's versatility. The name Ascent does make me wonder if there's a quiet nod towards the Smith's Everest or the Explorer, sans Arabic numerals. That would align neatly with the bracelet naming convention. The addition of the Ascent GMT to the Erebus range strengthens that impression for me, with subtle echoes of Christopher Ward, Grand Seiko, and the classic Explorer formula from the big coronet. The Erebus Ascent is a compelling proposition. It's a watch that doesn't demand attention, but it does earn it through proportion, finishing and calculated restraint. And the issue I mentioned at the very start of this video, it's the clasp. I have already criticised this clasp when I get hands-on with the Erebus Titan as having a saturation-capable diver without a double fold-over security clasp. Just doesn't make sense to me. Here the clasp has been deployed, see what I did there, on a dress-leaning GADA with fantastic proportions, but the clasp is just too big. The effect is magnified by the restraint and design ethos of the rest of the watch, and what we have here is an overall systems mismatch. A watch that wears small and a clasp that wears big. Clearly work was put into the bracelets along with a clever naming convention, and yet the clasp, although technically well executed, it's a well executed milled scissor double pusher to point with on the fly micro adjust. It just doesn't suit the usage case. One clasp to rule them all, and in the micro brand bind them. The Greek version of Erebus did inspire J.R.R. Tolkien after all. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. The complete calendar isn't misunderstood because it's complicated. It's misunderstood because we keep judging it by the wrong standards. This is a Blancpain Bathyscaphe Quantum Complete Phase de Lune. On paper it shouldn't exist. A dive watch with a full calendar and a moon phase. But that contradiction isn't a mistake, it's the entire point. And once you understand that, the complete calendar stops looking inferior and starts to look intentional. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This is the Blancpain Bathyscaphe Complete Calendar, or to give it its full proper name, the Blancpain Bathyscaphe Quantum Complete Phase de Lune. And on paper, it's an odd thing. A dive watch with a complete calendar and a moon phase. That combination alone is enough to confuse people, because somewhere along the way we decided that complications have strict job descriptions. Dive watches are supposed to be tough, simple and utilitarian. Calendars are supposed to live under cuffs, far away from water, impact or spontaneity, and yet here this watch is, quietly ignoring all of that. The misunderstanding of the complete calendar begins right there. Not with mechanics, not with cost, but with expectation. Most people encounter the complete calendar only in comparison to the perpetual calendar. And in that comparison, it always seems to come off worse. It doesn't know the length of the months. It needs adjustment at the end of the shorter ones. It requires interaction. And in a modern world that equates progress with automation, that's framed as a weakness. But that framing misses the point entirely, because the complete calendar, it isn't trying to be a perpetual calendar. It never was. The complete calendar belongs to a different philosophy of timekeeping, one where interaction is not a flaw, but a feature. When you live with a complete calendar, you participate in it. You advance the date when the month turns. You notice February ending. You engage with the passage of time rather than outsourcing it to the movement. That interaction isn't accidental, it's fundamental, and this is where the Bathyscaphe Quantum Complete becomes genuinely interesting, because Blancpain didn't place a complete calendar inside a dive watch by mistake. They did it because both objects, the diver and the complete calendar, they share the same underlying assumption that the wearer is present. A dive watch assumes you'll wind it, set it and rely on it in changing conditions. A complete calendar assumes you'll observe time passing and occasionally intervene. Both reject the idea that the watch should disappear into the background entirely, and that's an increasingly unfashionable idea. Modern watch culture often celebrates complications as autonomy. The less the wearer has to do, the more advanced the watch is perceived to be. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case diameter is 43.6mm. The thickness is 13.4mm. The lug width 23mm. The lug to lug 49.5mm. The movement is the 6654.P4 automatic complete calendar secured movement moon phase. The crystal, sapphire with AR. Water resistance is 300 metres and the weight is 100 grams on the OE strap. Just a quick note on the secured movement. That doesn't mean Blancpain secured the movement tightly into the case. It means that you can change any of the settings on this calendar watch at any time without any risk to damaging the movement. Perpetual calendars, annual calendars, multi-decade memory mechanisms, they are marvels of engineering, no doubt, but they also change the relationship between the wearer and the watch, because with a perpetual calendar, control is conditional. You're allowed to interact, but only in specific windows and conditions, only in certain directions, only if the mechanism agrees. Set it wrong, and suddenly the watch, it's not yours anymore. It becomes something you must send away, something you mustn't touch, something that punishes curiosity. That isn't a technical failing, it's a philosophical choice. A perpetual calendar treats time as something to be managed for you. A complete calendar treats time as something you are trusted to manage with it. And that distinction matters more often than we care to admit. The Bathyscaphe Quantième Complete, it doesn't ask you to tiptoe around it. It doesn't threaten you with catastrophic consequences if you interact incorrectly. If something is off, you correct it. If the month ends, you advance it. If it's been off the wrist, you reset it. There is no fear, only familiarity. That sense of control is deeply satisfying if you enjoy watches not as objects of status, but as instruments you live with on a daily basis. It's the difference between owning a tool and being entrusted with an artefact. And this is where the dive watch context becomes essential rather than contradictory. A dive watch is about reliability, legibility, and confidence under imperfect conditions. You don't wear a diver because it's delicate, you wear it because it's dependable. The Bathyscaphe carries that mindset into the calendar complication. This isn't a calendar you're scared to use, it's one that assumes competence. It trusts the wearer implicitly, and that trust fundamentally changes the emotional relationship. Instead of anxiety, you get engagement. Instead of reverence, you get familiarity. Instead of custodianship, you get ownership. The moon face reinforces this beautifully. The moon face is often dismissed as romantic fluff, decorative, poetic, unnecessary. But in the context of a complete calendar, it serves a different role. It anchors the watch to natural cycles rather than artificial precision. You don't constantly correct the moon face, you observe it. It reminds you that time isn't just measured, it's experienced. That contrast between what you adjust and what you observe is where the complete calendar finds its balance. You intervene when necessary, you let the rest unfold. That's a very human way of relating to time, and it's something the perpetual calendar, for all its brilliance, often abstracts away. There's also something important about where the complete calendar sits historically. It was never meant to be the ultimate complication. It was meant to be practical, legible, and robust enough for daily use. It offered meaningful information, day, date, month, sometimes moon, without demanding reverence. Calendars became viable in wristwatches. It wasn't a compromise. It was a solution. And in many ways it still is, because most people don't live the kind of life that benefits from a watch that tracks leap years autonomously. They live lives where watches are worn, set down, picked up, reset, worn again. In that reality, the complete calendar often makes more sense than the perpetual. It tolerates interruption. It forgives mistakes. It resumes without drama. It doesn't need to live in a watchwinder. In the Bathyscaphe Quantum Complete, it leans into that reality rather than denying it. It doesn't pretend to be a museum piece. It isn't asking to be handled with kid gloves. It's asking to be worn. And that's a subtle but important distinction. There's a broader idea here about how we talk about progress in watchmaking. We often assume that more complexity equals improvement. But sometimes complexity just shifts responsibility away from the wearer, like all the safety systems in modern cars. And not everyone wants that. Some of us enjoy assuming full control, winding a watch, setting a date, advancing a calendar at the end of the month, actually driving a performance car. Those actions don't feel like chores, they feel like connection. They remind you that the mechanical watches are not about convenience. If they were, we'd all already be wearing devices that update themselves perfectly. We'd all be wearing smartwatches. Mechanical watches exist precisely because we don't want that. They exist because we value involvement. And the complete calendar is one of the clearest expressions of that philosophy. It gives you information, but it doesn't absolve you of responsibility. It invites you into the process. The Bathyscaphe Quantum Complete is compelling because it doesn't apologise for that. It doesn't try to disguise interaction as flaw. It embraces it, and doing so it becomes something more interesting than either a simple diver or a hyper-complex calendar watch. It becomes a statement about what kind of relationship you want with time. Do you want time managed invisibly in the background, or do you want to participate in it? Neither answer is wrong, but pretending they're the same is where the confusion begins. The complete calendar isn't misunderstood because it's inadequate. It's misunderstood because it refuses to conform to modern ideas of frictionless perfection. It assumes a thinking wearer and the Bathyscaphe Quantum Complete makes that assumption confidently. It doesn't shout about it. It doesn't justify itself. It simply exists, quietly competent, robust, and honest about what it is. A watch that trusts you. There's also a reason the moon face here feels so familiar. Blancpain's moon, like Breguet's, isn't trying to be novel. It's drawing from a very specific European visual tradition. The calm, anthropomorphic moon we recognise today was fixed in the cultural imagination in the 19th century, most famously through artists and writers like Edward Lear. A moon with a face that isn't comic or exaggerated or ironic, but watchful, neutral and quietly human. Once that image settled, it became the correct moon. So when Blancpain and Breguet depict the moon this way, they're not copying each other. They're both preserving the same idea, just as the complete calendar resists automation. For its own sake, the moon face resists reinvention. It trusts memory over novelty. The result isn't expression, it's continuity, and in horology, that kind of restraint is rarely accidental. In a world increasingly designed to remove agency, the user-level trust this watch offers may be its most underrated complication of all. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. My personal watch collection was missing two things. It was missing a San Martin and it was missing a saturation capable dive watch. So I decided to kill both birds with one stone. This is the San Martin SN0147. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Why San Martin? Why now? Over the last couple of years, I'd quietly noticed something interesting. More than a few serious collectors in my social circle, people with genuinely deep watch collections had added a San Martin or two. Not because they were cheap, not because they were trendy, but because the finishing was good enough that curiosity eventually turned into ownership. I always knew I'd own one at some point. The question was, which one? Why this watch specifically? Well, I chose this watch for two main reasons. The first is obvious. Just look at it. This is a visually striking, technically aggressive watch with features that directly appeal to me. But the second reason is more interesting. At a time when watch trends are clearly sizing down, this does the opposite, deliberately, unapologetically, and in a very engineering-led way. The inner contrarian in me absolutely loves that. So let's take a closer look and get a little deeper on San Martin, no pun intended. Dial and first impressions. San Martin described the dial as a blue enamel wave effect dial. There is a gradient here, but it's subtle, nothing loud, nothing artificial. Technically, it's very well executed, and in the hand, it looks far more expensive than you'd expect to see at this level. This is also a heavy watch. Sized for my very average 7-inch wrist, it comes in at 225 grams. Yes, you heard that correct, 225 grams. That weight immediately reinforces the claim of 1,000 metres of water resistance. This does not feel theoretical, it feels plausible, highly plausible. The design language and character, this is one of the most industrial, brutalist leaning watches that I have had in hand, and yet the transitions are well finished. Edges are controlled, light play is excellent. There's even a slight whiff of Cybertruck style finishing here. Be warned, wearing this watch will provoke questions. People will notice it, people will ask about it. This is a heavy, industrial, tough as nails tool watch, no debate. In my wider watch collection, it sits at the extreme end of design intent and technical capability. Risk and brand direction. This is a risky design for San Martin. I don't imagine it selling in massive numbers. And for me, that's perfect. For bigger wrists, for collectors who enjoy variety of size and intent, it's genuinely refreshing to have an option available like this. I am on the record many times now decrying collections that are full of 20mm lug width 40mm case divers. You know exactly what I mean here. But more importantly, this watch signals something else. San Martin are clearly moving further into original design, and this watch confirms that trajectory. It's a gutsy move. There are comparisons which we'll go on to, but there's also direction and confidence here that many other Chinese brands simply do not show. The case back features an embossed shark logo, and I genuinely love it. At a time when some major brands have moved towards laser engraved casebacks, often to the disappointment of their core fans, this feels like a quiet win. It's confident, it's tactile, and it's executed properly. This watch uses Vuitton fluoroelastomer gaskets. It has an automatic helium escape valve and over-engineered casework to fully support that 1,000 metre saturation diver rating. From a technical design standpoint, it has what it needs to do the job it claims. The helium escape valve is essentially a pre-calibrated pressure release system, allowing helium molecules to escape safely during decompression after saturation diving. Do most owners need it? No. Does it add technical credibility? Absolutely. Does the inner watch nerd in us all absolutely love this? 100%. So let's now look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 43mm. Thickness 15.9mm. Lug width 22mm. The lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35 3Hz. Power reserve 41 hours. The crystal is sapphire double domed with clear anti-reflective coating. Water resistance 1000 metres, and sized for my 7-inch wrist it's 225 grams. The bracelet here is specific to this watch. Solid female end links fit the case perfectly, allowing the bracelet to drop straight down, working with that shorter lug to lug to suit a range of wrists. Each link articulates smoothly, screw pins reinforce quality, finishing is excellent. The clasp is a fully milled double pusher deployant dive clasp, and the metal finishing here is as good as anything I've seen in my horological journey to date. Gap tolerances are tight, light play is consistent and genuinely impressive. The micro adjust gives about 10mm of travel, not massive, but adequate and absolutely necessary on a watch like this. The first major weakness, however, there's a glaring omission. There is no fold-over double security mechanism on the clasp. On a saturation-capable dive watch, that should be there. This is a well-executed clasp, but it's been deployed in the wrong usage case. The dial features applied indices, a high-quality handset and no date. More on that shortly. Everything stands up extremely well under macro. The chapter ring is straight-sided, highly polished, and works beautifully with the blue and silver colour scheme. Visual coherence here is genuinely impressive, and I also have a theory why that is, but I'm going to save that for a future video. If that sounds like your kind of thing, subscribe, leave a comment and give the video a like. It genuinely helps the channel. Thank you. The bezel action is outstanding. Crisp, accurate, no backplay, none, zero, zilch. The engraved polished numerals against the media blasted background look high end, even from across the room. The loom performance is competent rather than spectacular. BGW9 is used, but applied a little sparingly here. That said, legibility day and night is very good, and the yellow accent on the seconds hand, it adds a pleasing touch of colour theory compliant contrast against the deep blue dial. Inside is the Seiko NH35. There's no date in this watch, which means you do get a ghost date position on the crown. I know how off-putting that is for some collectors. The reality of this is it was a cost-driven compromise. The NH38 movement would solve it, but availability and pricing make that difficult. Where the budget has gone instead is into the enamel dial, the embossed caseback, the Vuitton gaskets, and the overall construction. It uses a metal movement holder that no one will ever see, but these design decisions are all quality led. And in terms of regulation, this example is running plus 4 seconds per day. This is excellent for a Seiko NH35 and well beyond factory expectations. This watch wears large, unapologetically so, but you don't buy a watch like this without knowing exactly what you're getting into. It will provide years of reliable service, and it will start conversations. If anyone doubts the build quality, just let them try the bezel. That answers everything in a tactile way. In a world of shrinking watches, this stands apart, but it isn't perfect. The two main weaknesses are clear: the ghost date position and a technically excellent clasp that simply isn't correct for this usage case. And yet, this is a big, bold, confident original watch, and a strong signal of where San Martin are heading. That makes it far more interesting than playing it safe tactics. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. The Rolex Yacht Master. It's one of those watches that people think they understand immediately, and exactly because of that, it's often misunderstood. It's usually framed as a softer Submariner, a luxury variant, a compromise. That's not quite right. I think the Yacht Master exists because Rolex were exploring something different long before the wider watch world had the language to describe it. And the reference I'm making here, the 16622, is perhaps the clearest expression of that idea. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This watch isn't trying to be a tool, and it isn't trying to prove anything. The problem is that we keep judging it as if it should. The Submariner dominates the conversation around Rolex sports watches. It's the benchmark, it's the reference point, and it's so embedded in a cultural sense that almost every other Rolex is judged in relation to it. This watch is more rugged than a Datejust, less capable than a Sub, more luxurious than a Sea Dweller, not as purposeful as an Explorer, less Hyper-Daytona. The Yacht Master sits awkwardly if you insist on that hierarchy. But what if that hierarchy is the wrong lens? The Yacht Master wasn't designed to replace the Submariner, improve it or soften it. It was designed to explore a different idea of sports luxury altogether. And the 16622 is where that becomes obvious. On paper it sounds simple enough. Steel case, platinum bezel, platinum dial. But the effect on the wrist is anything but simple. Platinum doesn't behave like steel, and it certainly doesn't behave like lacquer, ceramic or enamel. It doesn't shout, it absorbs light, it softens contrast. Under macro, the dial reveals a grain that's almost organic. It isn't flat, it isn't glossy, it doesn't jump out at you in photographs. In fact, this is a dial that photographs badly, yet it wears beautifully. And that's important because this watch wasn't designed for photographs, it was designed to be worn and lived with. As light moves across the dial, the surface changes character. Sometimes it looks pale, sometimes darker, sometimes almost matte. There's no single hero angle here, no moment where it suddenly announces itself. It rewards attention, but it doesn't demand it. On the wrist, the proportions are deceptively good. The case wears flatter than you expect. A short cuff glides over it effortlessly in a way that doesn't happen with a Submariner or a GMT. The bezel catches light differently to the case. The watch never feels heavy, but it always feels substantial. It's comfortable, but in a way that's hard to quantify unless you've worn one for a while. This is not a watch that constantly reminds you it's there. It doesn't tug at your sleeve, it doesn't sit proud. It doesn't try to dominate the wrist or the conversation. It just exists on it and with it, unassuming but present and correct. And it's worth pausing in the bezel here, because this is another area where the Yacht Master is often misunderstood. The bezel in the 16622 is bidirectional with 120 precise clicks, and that isn't a compromise, it's a clue. A dive bezel is an analogue safety device. It's designed to protect life. It only turns one way because the consequences of getting it wrong matter. They really matter. A nautical timing bezel, however, serves a different purpose. When you're moving on a boat, timing is about convenience and flexibility, not survival. If you overshoot by a click while setting the bezel, you don't want to start again, you just correct it. Bidirectional rotation makes that process effortless. It's quick, it's intuitive, and it reflects real world use. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 904L stainless steel, oyster steel. The case diameter is 40mm. The thickness is 11.7mm. Lug width 20mm. Lug to lug 47mm. The movement is the Rolex caliber 31, 35, 4Hz. Power reserve 48 hours. The crystal is sapphire with some anti-reflective treatment on the cyclops. The bezel is bidirectional platinum or Rhodium. Water resistance is 100 meters and the weight is 143 grams, sized for a 7-inch wrist. The Yacht Master's bezel, it isn't about maximum grip or emergency timing, it's about the ease of use in motion, subtle, practical and considered. Once you see that, this design decision makes complete sense. This isn't a watch designed for timing dives or climbing mountains, it's a watch designed to exist comfortably in motion, on a deck, at a table, at ease. That doesn't make it less serious, it makes it more specific, more specialised, less generic. There's a tendency in watch collecting to equate seriousness with austerity, to assume that a watch must look visibly tough to be legitimate. The Yacht Master quietly rejects that idea. It isn't borrowing credibility from another model. It isn't pretending to be something it's not. It occupies a strange but tangible space between utility and refinement, and that space wasn't well understood when this watch was created. In many ways, the Yacht Master arrived too early. Today we talk openly about luxury sports watches that prioritise comfort, tactility and materials contrast over outright capability. But when the Yacht Master arrived, that conversation hadn't fully formed yet, so it was easier to dismiss it. Too shiny, too soft, too expensive for what it is. But all of those early criticisms rely on the assumption that it was trying to be something else it wasn't. The platinum bezel isn't there to improve grip or legibility. It's there because platinum ages differently. It develops character. It dulls ever so slightly. It records time in a way that ceramic never will. This is a watch that becomes more itself the longer you own it. And that isn't theoretical. A good friend owns this watch and his experience with it is worth mentioning. He's a high-end marine engineer and he's worn this Yacht Master to his factory every single day for the last 25 years. That environment involves milling, CNC machining, block steel, heavy infrastructure, real industrial work, not deskwear. This watch has been in for service a couple of times now, as you'd expect, and it's had a new clasp fitted, but considering the conditions it's lived in, it's in remarkable condition. Out of curiosity, I did some simple watch nerd maths. I mean, who doesn't? But taking the original purchase price and the cumulative service costs over the years, this watch has effectively cost less than $1 per day over 2.5 decades of daily wear. That reframes things rather quickly, does it not? What's also interesting is where this reference sits technically. The press clasp combined with solid end links, a solid polished centre oyster bracelet and the Rolex caliber 31-35, it places the 16622 in a very particular position. It's a true crossover product. It links modern Rolex thinking with the neo-vintage era, not just aesthetically, but mechanically and philosophically. You get modern reliability and tolerances, paired with materials, construction choices and restraint that we often associate with an earlier period of Rolex history. And that, I think, is why this watch ages so well, both physically and conceptually. The Yacht Master isn't for everyone, but that's the point. If you want a pure tool watch, there are better choices. If you want maximum wrist presence, there are louder options. If you want instant recognition, there are easier routes to achieve that. But if you're a collector who already understands watches, who values material behaviour, respects restraint and long-term wearability, this reference starts to make a lot of sense. It's a watch that doesn't argue its case, it waits for you to notice, and once you do, it's very hard to unsee what Rolex has achieved here. The Yacht Master wasn't a compromise, it was a deliberate set of choices, and like many good choices in watch collecting, it only reveals itself once you stop trying to justify it. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. Let's talk today about the Omega Seamaster 300M Professional, specifically this blue 2019 model with the laser aberrated ceramic wave cut dial, date window at 6 o'clock, arguably the most vanilla Seamaster currently available. This watch has a major flaw, that due to the Generation 4 Planet Ocean release, it now looks like Omega will not be addressing this flaw. It is not the helium escape valve. Subjectively, I like that feature. It has been the asymmetric signature of this iconic, reasonably accessible dive watch for several generations now. If you want to understand this watch at a slightly deeper level before the imminent arrival of its successor, welcome back to HoroLogical. This particular version came into being in 2018, announced at Baselworld and then widely available of Q4 that year. It has had a good long production run, probably prolonged due to the Bond franchise still deliberating over choosing a new Bond after Daniel Craig's effective retirement from the films. Although he is playing an active role in Omega marketing and product placement campaigns, he has had a good production run too. The Planet Ocean Generation 4 is out, and we can safely assume the updated 300M Professional will soon follow. This is an excellent daily luxury Swiss watch. It does not attract the wrong kind of attention and has all the bells and whistles you would ever require of a daily worn luxury dive watch. The dial is unique in this product line, being a zirconia ceramic laser aberrated wave cut technical masterpiece. It is polarising, no doubt about that. It has had its equal share of detractors and fans alike. I consider myself a bit of a fan. When this dial catches the light in a certain way, it comes alive. It can then quickly fade back to relative obscurity, all in the blink of an eye. This visual effect acts as a if you know nod to other owners of this watch. The older, tighter wave pattern dials from earlier references continue to have their own hardcore fan base, and the debates and forums are never ending about which dial occupies the top spot for design intent and materials implementation. An observation I have made is the traditional Omega fan base does not approve of laser engraving, the new Planet Ocean caseback being a prime example of this in action. From a pure materials implementation and design standpoint, this dial, it is a technical tour de force, especially at this price point. In hand, this watch impresses immediately. The wire lugs are well known and respected. The heft of the watch head is tangible. General fit and finish is excellent. It is a tough, well-built watch, no doubt whatsoever. It leans into luxury well without falling into whimsy like some of the Blancpain references do. A guilty pleasure, but guilty nonetheless. Transitional chamfers are sublime. Polishing and brushing techniques are industry leading. Even after all these years, this stands up well. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material is 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 42mm. Thickness 13.6mm. Lug width 20mm. Lug to lug 49.9mm. The movement is the Omega 8800 coaxial automatic caliber. Power reserve 55 hours. Crystal domed sapphire with AR applied to both sides. Water resistance 300 metres. And on the OEM bracelet, sized for a 7-inch wrist, it weighs 168 grams. Omega have such a large range of watches, and that allows them to individually align well-built tool-forward intent to a high degree in this watch, but still offer choice to the buyer looking for something a little more gada or conservative, if you like, elsewhere in the range. Within the wider collection, this is one of the most popular references alongside the Speedmaster Professional, and the stability of these two product lines over a long time, that allows Omega to carry a massive product catalogue and not completely implode or suffer from product dilution. But without those two key references pulling so hard, the brand would be sinking quicker than a plow-prof into the Mariana Trench. The main purpose of this watch is to offer the archetypal desk diver a luxury tool-forward option while leaving the more brutalist industrial technical divers to the plow-profs and Planet Oceans of this world. The caseback in this watch is a sapphire exhibition caseback. It allows a view of the British George Daniels designed coaxial escapement movement. Finishing quality at this price point is high, with Geneva striping, decorated bridges, and an overall feel that this movement was designed to be seen. The tank track bracelet this watch came with is heavy, perhaps a little bit too heavy for daily wear aspirations, the full system being noticeably heavier than a Submariner. The bracelet also doesn't taper. It is not as aligned with the head of the watch as it could be. The clasp and dive extension, however, they are spot on, solid, secure feeling and well constructed. I have struggled to narrow my strap bracelet choices down for this watch, and even after all this time, I am still rotating it between rubber, silicone and mesh, enjoying it in all those configurations, but not committed to one option enough to head to the Omega Boutique, wallet in hand, and finally nail down an expensive Omega OEM option. Yet, the straps I rotate are all in my affiliates pages and have been an excellent, inexpensive way to experience this watch without needlessly spending money. The indices, dial printing and the handset all stand up to macro well. There has been continued uproar about the skeletonized handset, which although executed well from a technical standpoint, they do not stand up to the high legibility requirements of diving, effectively moving the watch away from true diver and into the desk diver luxury, but with capability category. It is a well-respected reference nonetheless. The dial is a little bit font heavy, but the touch of red on the settings hand linking to the red Seamaster text is a nice touch, and plays colour theory in a nice but subtly sophisticated way. Lume is good. It doesn't participate in the extreme lume arms race that we're seeing from some micro brands and the likes of Christopher Ward, but it is evenly applied and completely sufficient. It neither exceeds expectations nor disappoints. That balance, it's harder to achieve than it initially sounds. The movement itself has been excellent, rock solid in this watch. This one runs consistently at +4 seconds per day across various usage scenarios and temperature variations. Recently, while in Glencoe, I logged a temperature of -13.5 while I retreated back to the heated car seats mid-take at the waterfall scene. The watch didn't miss a beat. The 3.5 Hz beat rate of this watch is a rare thing these days. It offers a rare balance of robustness and resolution while allowing a healthier power reserve without resorting to complex sequential multi-barrel systems or the real-world power reserve drift that often goes unmentioned when increasing barrel size. On the wrist, the Seamaster wears big, not excessively so. On my 7-inch wrist, it stays on the right side of respectable presence, but discreet enough for daily wear. This watch is a true convergence of many clever but restrained design decisions, none pushed too far. That balance is rare. The Seamaster line is one of Omega's most historically significant, and this reference will stand out in hindsight as the closing chapter of the visible helium escape valve era. And now the real issue, the one thing that Omega still hasn't addressed, the anti-reflective coating applied to both sides of the domed sapphire crystal. Almost every real-world worn example of this watch I have handled, including my own, they show marks on the outer AR coating. And while this watch crystal looks spectacular under boutique lighting conditions, it simply just doesn't stand up to the rigours of daily life. For a watch positioned as a daily luxury tool watch, that's not good enough. What makes this harder to ignore is that Omega has continued this approach with the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, while removing the characterful helium escape valve. In my opinion, Omega fixed the wrong problem. But then again, watch collecting, it isn't logical, but it is horological. The HoroLogical Seamaster 300M professional video is out, and the feedback tells me something important. Not that people wanted just another review, but that people are trying to understand what comes next. Omega doesn't move randomly, and when something changes on the planet Ocean, it very rarely stays isolated. If you want to understand where the next Seamaster 300M professional is heading, you don't look at rumours, you look at engineering decisions that have already been made. I've got my spec slide of the new Seamaster to share. Let's figure this out together. Welcome back to HoroLogical. On the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, Omega didn't soften it, redesign it or hide it, they removed it entirely, the helium escape valve. That matters far more than most people realise. The helium escape valve was never just a functional component, it became a visual shorthand, a piece of identity that told you instantly this was an Omega dive watch. So when Omega removes it from their most capable professional dive watch, it isn't nostalgia being abandoned. It's a problem that's been engineered out of existence. While I was in the boutique, I asked the obvious question, why now? The answer wasn't aesthetic, it was engineering-led. I was told Omega had developed a titanium crystal retaining ring system, a structural solution that reinforces the crystal assembly itself, effectively negating the pressure differential issue the helium escape valve was originally designed to manage. In simple terms, Omega hasn't deleted the valve, they've brute forced it into retirement through materials science and mechanical architecture. Instead of venting pressure after the fact, the system maintains structural integrity at the crystal interface itself. Water resistance is preserved, pressure tolerance is maintained, and the need for an external escape route simply disappears. That reframes the entire decision. This isn't Omega chasing minimalism, it's Omega solving the underlying problem permanently. And now I look at a quick spec slide of the current Generation 4 Planet Ocean. The case diameter 42mm, thickness 13.8mm, lug width 21mm, the lug to lug 47.5mm. The movement is Omega's 8912 self-winding coaxial automatic caliber. Power reserve 60 hours. The sapphire crystal has AR on both sides. Water resistance 600 metres, and the weight on the rubber strap is 124 grams. And once that engineering solution exists, once it's proven on the Planet Ocean, it then becomes extremely difficult to justify keeping the valve on the Seamaster 300M. At that point, the valve stops being functional, it becomes styling. Let's look at a spec slide of the current Omega Seamaster 300M Professional. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter is 42mm, the thickness 13.6mm, the lug width 20mm, the lug to lug 49.9mm. The movement is the Omega 8800 coaxial automatic caliber. Power reserve 55 hours. The crystal is a domed sapphire with AR coating in both sides. Water resistance 300 metres. And on the OEM bracelet sized for a 7-inch wrist, it's 168 grams. Which brings us directly to the next Seamaster. I don't believe the wave dial is going anywhere. We've already seen it evolve. Early Seamaster references used a tight graphic wave pattern, decorative, almost illustrative. The current generation moved to a laser ablated ceramic dial with a looser, more organic execution. Polarising, yes, but undeniably technical. Both versions divided opinion, both are now accepted. The important thing is this, the wave dial is no longer nostalgic, it's become a manufacturing statement. Laser ablation on zirconia ceramic isn't decoration, it's process-driven design. So if the Seamaster changes, it won't abandon the wave, it will reinterpret it again, possibly with more restraint, more depth, or a hybrid execution that sits somewhere between graphic and technical evolution, not erasure. Where things really start to get interesting is the case design. The Generation 4 Planet Ocean doesn't just look different, it is different. The lyre lugs have sharpened, the geometry is more angular, more architectural, more industrial. Chamfer transitions are tighter, more deliberate. The whole watch feels less romantic and more engineered. It's a shift in design language, not brutalism for its own sake, but confidence-led implementation. A watch that no longer feels like it's borrowing visual cues from elsewhere in the catalogue. And if that's the direction Omega is taking at the top of the professional dive range, the Seamaster 300M will almost certainly echo it, but softened for the wider market, thinner, more wearable, less confrontational. Think Planet Ocean confidence filtered through Seamaster's Restraint. That's where I expect it to land. Now there is one long-standing design decision on the Seamaster that I would be genuinely surprised to see carried forward unchanged. the skeletonized handset. From a design perspective, it's clever. It reduces visual mass, it adds lightness, and it gives the dial room to breathe. From a legibility perspective though, particularly in low light, it has always been a bit of a compromise. Executed well, but compromised nonetheless. And this is where things get really interesting, because Omega has an opportunity here to solve two problems with a single engineering decision. The skeletonized handset could remain, the shape, that is, the identity, the recognisability, but the hollowed out sections could be filled with lume. That one change would materially improve legibility, especially at a glance and underwater. It would also dramatically increase the available lume surface area, which matters more than ever now. We're in the middle of a genuine lume arms race. Micro brands are pushing harder and harder with thicker applications, multiple layers, and more exotic, brighter compounds, longer persistence. In some cases, solid lume blocks are being used purely to maximise energy storage and nighttime performance. Omega doesn't need to outshout them, but it does need to remind people that it can out-engineer them. Filling the skeletonized hands with lume would do exactly that. It would preserve the Seamaster's identity, fix a well-known legibility criticism, and quietly neutralise the growing perception that micro brands are winning on nighttime performance. Two birds, one stone. That would be a very Omega solution. Where things become a little bit more complex is the bezel. I've now gone out of my way to handle enough Planet Ocean Generation 4 examples to say this clearly. Omega can make an excellent bezel. When it's right, it's genuinely world class. I've handled Planet Oceans with zero backplay, beautifully judged resistance, and crisp, confident indexing. Exactly what you want at this level. But I've also handled others that weren't quite there. Some were tighter, some were loose, some exhibited small but noticeable backplay. Not enough to ruin the watch, but enough to change the feel. The issue here isn't quality, it's consistency. And this is where my own buying behaviour starts to shift slightly. Not because the watches aren't good, but because my tolerance for variation is very specific. This situation has quietly put Omega, for me personally, into a category I already understand very well. Seiko collectors will know exactly what I mean. Seiko produces some extraordinary watches, outstanding dials, strong cases, real character, but they are also well known for occasional alignment issues, bezel inserts that are a fraction off, chapter rings that don't quite line up perfectly. Because of that, I would never buy a Seiko sight unseen, not because they're poor watches, but because I want to choose my example. That's now how I feel about Omega's dive watches. Not as a downgrade, not as a criticism, but as a practical adjustment in buying behaviour. After handling enough Planet Ocean Generation 4 examples, I've reached the point where I would only ever buy one in person. I want to turn that bezel myself. I want to feel the resistance, check for play, and make sure the tactile experience matches my own expectations. Because this isn't about right or wrong, it's about subjectivity. Some collectors like a lighter bezel, some prefer something firmer, some won't notice a fraction of backplay at all. I do, and at this level, that's a perfectly reasonable position to take. What this really does is quietly restore the boutique, not just as a place to transact, but as a place to select. At £7,000 or £8,000, $10,000, you're not simply buying a watch, you're procuring a watch, you're choosing the example that feels right for you. That used to be the norm in luxury watchmaking. And in a strange way, Omega's bezel variability has brought that discipline back into strong focus. It's also worth talking briefly about servicing, because this is part of that same conversation. Current Omega service times are running at around 18 weeks. You heard that right, yes, 18 weeks. And that's not unique to Omega, it's an industry-wide issue, but it does tell us something important. There is a genuine shortage of skilled watchmakers. I joked with the boutique manager that perhaps this was the strongest argument he could make yet for someone buying two watches rather than one to wear and one to cover service downtime. But behind that humour, there is a serious point. The same manager spoke openly about Omega's continual investment in watchmaking apprenticeships and training programmes. This isn't something to dismiss. Omega and the wider Swatch Group are actively investing in the continuation of the craft, funding apprenticeships, sponsoring long-term training, and building infrastructure that ensures mechanical watchmaking doesn't hollow out over the next generation. For someone to work in that Planet Ocean Gen 4 watch, it takes 7 years to train to that level. It's also visible in the UK, this investment they're making. Omega now operates a large modern service centre as part of the wider Swatch Group facility in Southampton, a significant investment designed to bring servicing, refurbishment and technical support closer to the market. That facility isn't about marketing, it's about capacity, longevity and control over quality. When you buy into Omega, you're not just buying a watch, you're buying into a brand that is actively investing in the future of the hobby. And that matters more than it used to. Which brings me to the one issue that still hasn't been addressed. The external anti-reflective coating. I'm going to be honest here, I was so surprised when I get early access to the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, and when I asked the question, the answer was Omega is going to continue the practice of AR on the outside of the crystals. That threw me enough in that first impressions video that the removal of the helium escape valve completely escaped me. I was still processing the implications of Omega choosing to continue to do something that collectors have continually raised concerns about for years now. As Omega owners, we know this issue well. The crystal looks spectacular under boutique lighting. In real world wear, the external AR, it marks easily. It doesn't age gracefully. For a watch positioned as a daily luxury tool, that's difficult to ignore. What makes it harder to accept is the contrast, the juxtaposition. Omega has engineered away the helium escape valve through advanced materials science, but continues to apply an external AR coating that struggles long term. In my view, Omega's fixed the wrong problem. That doesn't mean the watches aren't excellent. They are. It means that they're still just short of being truly untouchable in their class. The important takeaway is this: the next Seamaster 300M Professional is coming, and the Planet Ocean Generation 4, that has already told us almost everything we need to know about it. The valve is gone, the wave dial will evolve, not disappear, and the case will become sharper, more architectural. They're going to keep those lyre lugs, but I suspect they're going to chop them flat at the ends. Not as severe as the Planet Ocean, but cut down nonetheless. And now a spec slide of what I think the new 300M Professional will be. Case material, 316L stainless steel. Case diameter, 40mm. Thickness, 15.5mm. Lug width, 20mm. Lug to lug, 48mm. The movement, the Omega automatic coaxial caliber, 8800. Power reserve, 55 hours. The crystal, sapphire domed AR both sides, water resistance 300 metres, and it would weigh 118 grams on an OEM rubber strap. And the handset, leave the hour hand skeletonized and fully fill in the minute hand with lume. Controversial. The overall design will be tempered more towards daily wear usage. The hands may finally become as legible as the rest of the watch deserves. Finishing will remain a strength, and some long-standing questions will remain unanswered. Omega is closer than it ever has been before, and if they tighten tolerances when it matters the most, the next Seamaster could be genuinely exceptional. Because watch collecting, it isn't logical, but it is horological. Something important has happened in the world of watches, and most people haven't even noticed it yet. The noise is gone, the shouting has stopped, the frenzy has moved on. The investor class stood up and they left the room, and for the first time in years, the hobby can finally breathe again. Welcome back to HoroLogical. For the last 5 or 6 years, watches weren't really about watches. They were about allocation, they were about flipping, they were about screenshots, waiting lists, artificial urgency, worn once for an Instagram post, then squirreled away as investment fodder. Watches became financial instruments wearing bracelets. But that era is finally now over. Not because people stopped liking watches, but because the people who weren't here for the watches found faster, cleaner, higher return places to put their money. Crypto, AI, short-term speculation elsewhere. They moved on, and when they left, something else left with them. The toxicity. If you've ever walked into a room just after someone unpleasant has left, you know the feeling. At first you don't clock it, then suddenly clarity. That's where we are right now. The stench has left the room, the air has cleared. What's left is the hobby as it always should have been. Everything I'm talking about here comes from being in the boutiques, in the arcades and inside the hobby, not watching it through a screen. Something else needs to be said because it explains why watches were dragged so far away from the hobby in the first place. Anything that can be easily carried across borders will always attract a certain type of buyer. Compact, durable, high value, liquidity, quietly portable. Watches tick every single one of those boxes. For a while, mechanical watches weren't just objects of interest, they became bearer bond assets, relocating value, parking money, something you could wear through an airport that had nothing to do with horology whatsoever. And the moment better bearer instruments appeared elsewhere, the pressure vanished. This isn't a crash, it's a black hole closing. I've seen this firsthand. I once travelled in and out of Spain wearing a Rolex Hulk. Quick wrist check just outside Ferrari land. I've got on the Rolex 116610LV, aka the Hulk. Bought properly, box, papers, full taxes paid. That's not the point. The point is how frictionless portability had become and what that attracted. When watches stopped functioning as bearer assets, they stopped being interesting to bearer asset buyers. There's a moment from that trip that sticks with me. I was being photographed driving a Ferrari Portofino. The window glass scratched an oyster link on my Rolex. The photographer was worried the watch would scratch the car, not the other way round. I kept that scratched link as a souvenir after swapping it out. Moving on. There's no garage queens in my watch collection. That's what watches are meant for. They're worn objects, not preserved instruments of anxiety. That scratch didn't reduce the value of that watch. In my eyes, it increased it. Time for a quick wrist check. It's that very same watch. And here is the link that got damaged. What a souvenir of that holiday to have. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material 904L stainless steel. Case diameter 40mm. The thickness 12.5mm. Lug width 20mm. The lug to lug 48mm. The movement is the Rolex self-winding caliber 3135. Power reserve is 48 hours. The crystal is a flat sapphire with AR coating only under the Cyclops. Water resistance 300 metres and sized for a 7-inch wrist. It weighs 153 grams. Now let's talk Rolex, because this is where people lose their heads. You can walk into an authorised dealer today and depending on location, you'll often find real-time availability again. Air Kings, Explorers, that kind of thing. Not everywhere, not everything, but the temperature has changed. The obvious exception is the Pepsi GMT. That isn't just demand-driven shortage. The bezel has never been a fully resolved manufacturing engineering problem. The red to blue transition is chemically driven after firing. Small variations under extreme heat create unpredictable outcomes. That means attrition rate is high and costly. And Rolex doesn't compromise. If a batch doesn't land exactly where it should, visually, dimensionally, chromatically, it doesn't progress. It doesn't become part of a finished watch. When tolerances are that tight, scarcity doesn't need to be manufactured. It emerges naturally. A classic case of design intent stressing manufacturing reality to its limits. Now layer marketing strategy on top of that, highly desirable pieces, they become bargaining chips, grease for the wheels if you like. You want this watch, then you take that one as well, sometimes that too or that free. Every single time that happens, fewer genuinely scarce pieces reach the open market and reach the hands of genuine watch collectors, and that's a shame. Let's have a quick look at a spec slide of this watch. The case material 904L stainless steel. Case diameter 40mm. Thickness 12.1mm. Lug width 20mm. The lug to lug 48mm. The movement is the self-winding Rolex caliber 3285 with GMT function. The power reserve 70 hours. The crystal, it's flat sapphire with AR only under the Cyclops. Water resistance 100 metres. And the weight, sized for a 7-inch wrist, on the OEM Jubilee bracelet is 142 grams. Scarcity wasn't just created at the factory, it was amplified at the point of sale. When supply is tight and demand is curated, scarcity becomes a sales tool. Now walk down Buchanan Street in Glasgow to Omega and the mood completely changes. Immediately, no theatre, no games, availability is broadly normal again. You can walk in, then walk out 10 minutes later with a seaweed or a classic blue Seamaster on your wrist. Let's have a quick look at a spec slide of this watch. The case material 316L stainless steel. The case diameter 42mm. The thickness 13.6mm. The lug width 20mm. The lug to lug 49.9mm. The movement is the Omega 8800 coaxial automatic caliber. Power reserve 55 hours. The crystal is domed sapphire with AR coating on both sides. The water resistance is 300 metres. and sized for a 7-inch wrist on the OEM bracelet. It weighs 168 grams. Even the latest Speedmaster Reverse Panda available today as a walk-in. And when you move into precious metal, flexibility then appears again. Quiet sweeteners, extra straps, normal commercial conversations, a completely different greasing of the wheels if you like. When a market is healthy, watches are sold, not rationed. There are exceptions, of course. The new Seamaster 37mm Moonshine Gold Milano Cortina 2026, the Winter Olympics watch. There's 3 coming to Glasgow. Let's have a quick look at a spec slide of this watch. The case material is Omega's proprietary Moonshine Gold. Case diameter 37mm. The thickness 11.4mm. The lug width 19mm. The lug to lug 45mm. The movement is Omega's 8807 self-winding calibre at 3.5 Hz. Power reserve 55 hours. The crystal is sapphire domed with AR on the inside only. Water resistance 100 metres, and it weighs 77 grams on the OEM leather strap. They're all allocated. That's not hype, that's declared finite commemorative production and a transparent AD. When scarcity has a calendar and a context, it feels honest. Then you walk across into the Argyle Arcade, something catches your eye in a window, a member of staff makes the quiet approach. Can I help you with anything today? No pressure, no script. If you've got time, you talk watches, you grab a coffee together, discuss incoming stock, what's good value, what's been sitting a while, what to avoid. Advice, not theatre. When the noise leaves the room, the people who actually know watches are still standing there. Recently, I set myself a budget of £100, about $130, just to fill a couple of emissions in my long-term Casio collection. Of course I broke the budget, not by much, but what watch collector doesn't? Come on. For not much over, I picked up a Casio Duro and a DW6900, and just like that, my Casio journey felt complete. Let's look at a spec slide of my new Casio Duro. The case material 316L stainless steel. The case diameter 44mm. The thickness 12mm. The lug width 22mm. The lug to lug 49mm. The movement is a Casio quartz module 2784. Power reserve, it's got a 3-year battery life. The crystal is flat mineral with no AR. The water resistance 100 metres, and sized for a 7-inch wrist on the OEM bracelet, it's 130 grams. That journey started in childhood, runs through affordability, obsession, learning, and it lands right back here. No hype, no pressure, just enjoyment of the hobby in its purest form. I can trace that entire Casio journey coherently, and I'll be doing exactly that in a future video. So if you care about watches at every level of the market, get subscribed. This isn't doom, it isn't collapse, it's a rational reset. Your money has leverage again, your taste matters again, and sometimes the best time to collect is when nobody's waving and shouting anymore. If you've let your watch hobby lapse in the chaos that's just ensued, now is the time to re-engage. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This is a Casio Duro MDV 107 to be precise. On paper it looks like a cheap, oversized quartz dive watch, but don't let that fool you. This thing is ISO certified, built like a tool, and quietly benefits from decades of Casio engineering know-how. much of it borrowed straight from the G-Shock ecosystem. At this price, it has no right to be this good, and yet it absolutely is. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This is the all-black international market version of the Duro. Black sunray dial, stainless steel case, quartz movement, a large presence, budget dive watch. Now there is another version of this watch, the earlier reference with the Marlin on the dial and caseback, primarily sold in the US market. That version appears to be getting phased out, which frankly is a bit of a shame because it's become genuinely iconic. But Marlin or no Marlin, what matters here is this: the fact that Casio can bring this watch to market with these specifications at this price point is nothing short of a miracle. Seriously. This is a tough as nails grab and go quartz tool watch. It fits into a rotation effortlessly as a beater, a travel watch, or I don't think about it daily. And crucially, this isn't just styled like a dive watch. It's ISO 6425 certified, 200 metres of water resistance, a unidirectional bezel, a screw down crown. This is a bona fide dive watch, fully compliant, no caveats, no asterisks. And yes, it uses a mineral crystal, not sapphire. But that's deliberate. Casio has decades of experience fitting mineral crystals across its G-Shock range. Mineral offers better shatter resistance than sapphire, and it's commonly used in budget ISO compliant dive watches for exactly that reason. This is not corner cutting, it's engineering judgment. The dial is a simple radiant black sunburst, applied indices, a sword style minute hand, a harpoon shaped hour hand. And yes, maybe that explains why the Marlin eventually swam off. The red seconds hand provides just enough colour relief on an otherwise monochrome layout. There's a framed date window at 3 o'clock. Casio has been extremely disciplined here. 2 lines of text, that's it. And that Casio font, for me, is pure nostalgia. Under close scrutiny, the dial holds up remarkably well. Indices are accurately placed. The chapter ring is slim and angled into the dial. Everything is legible. Everything is intentional. In hand, this watch punches hard above its price point. Stainless steel case, brushed on top, high polished sides, and a single deep transitional chamfer running the length of the case. It's unapologetically tool forward. The case diameter is 44mm, which will put some people off, but lug to lug is a very manageable 49mm. Despite the size on paper, it sits well on a lot of wrists. On the OEM bracelet, it weighs around 130 grams, enough to feel solid but not burdensome. This is a watch with presence, not excessive bulk. Now, we need to talk about the bracelet because it's a weak point, hollow end links and a strange Casio sizing system. And frankly, I never even sized it. Years of dealing with Seiko have psychologically harmed me to the point that I now remove bracelets like this immediately. For some buyers, this will be part of the charm. For me, it's not. But here's the interesting thing. Casio expected this bracelet to be swapped out. How do I know that? Because the case finishing between the lugs is done to the exact same standard as the rest of the watch. Anyone who's handled dive watches for decades will know that that's not always the case. No pun intended. Even with Swiss luxury brands. Top marks to Casio here. That's a collector level detail they've chose to put into this watch. I fitted this watch on a silicone strap from my tested affiliate list, one I've enjoyed in several dive watches already. Subscribers have come back with positive feedback on this strap too. This reinforces to me what the Duro really is. It's a platform watch. If you want a metal bracelet, Mark over at Long Island will sort you out with an excellent option for this model. If you want rubber, NATO or sailcloth, those options are available too, and this watch welcomes it. Casio built the foundation correctly. Now the Lume performance, it's not great, but let's be honest about Lume. Its purpose is legibility in low light conditions, not dazzling YouTube watch reviewers after a UV torch assault. And in real world use, it does its job just fine. Some watches are so bright now, you need to close one eye to preserve your night vision. In a military situation, being tracked from outer space by your wristwatch certainly isn't a positive feature. The movement is a robust Casio in-house quartz module, completely adequate for the job in hand. Accuracy on this particular watch has been insane. It's been running side by side with my Bulova Marine Star. That's rated at plus or minus 10 seconds per year, and so far it's keeping up. I'm in the middle of a long-term experiment for a future video, and when the results are in, I promise that one will be worth the wait. One more thing, the seconds hand, it hits every single marker absolutely dead on. That's not an accident. Industry rumours about Casio's advanced automated module installation systems are well founded. When you design the module, the interfaces and the machinery to install it in-house, this is the result. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter 44mm, the thickness 12mm, the lug width 22mm, the lug to lug 49mm, and the movement, it's a Casio Quartz Module 2784. The power reserve, it's got a 3-year battery life. The crystal is flat mineral with no AR. Water resistance is 100 metres and sized for a 7-inch wrist. On the OEM bracelet, it's 130 grams. On wrist it wears big, but not obnoxiously so. I wear an Arnie occasionally, and it's broadly comparable in surface area, minus the shroud. But because it's monochrome, it dresses up or down easily, it's versatile, it's confident, and the name tells you everything you need to know. Duro, endurance, durability, tick tick. This is a rare situation for me where I'm not going to hold the bracelet against the watch, partly because of the case finishing underneath it, and partly because of the price point. I was happy to finish the system to my own tastes. I bought this watch with an open mind. It has already earned its place in my Casio box alongside some genuine icons, and at this stage in my collection journey, that's no small thing. Affiliate links will be in the description below, and I'll update my tested and proven buy me a coffee list appropriately. And if you've noticed restricted Casio stock in your region, let me know in the comments. I'd genuinely like to hear your insights on that. And if you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing. It costs you nothing and it helps me bring more content like this directly to you. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This is a Casio G-Shock DW6900. This is one of the most important cultural icons in modern watchmaking. Born in the 1990s, worn by rappers, skaters, special forces operators, and yes, movie stars. This watch never chased approval, it didn't care about elegance, it didn't care about taste, and it certainly didn't care about trends. Its only job was to survive and keep time no matter what. And somehow, 30 years later, that single-minded refusal to evolve has made it more relevant than ever. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This is a Casio G-Shock DW6900U1V, specifically the modern U module version, and crucially the closest that you can still buy today to the original DW6900 that first came to market in 1995. This is not a Gada watch, it's not versatile, it's not refined, it's not pretending to be anything other than what it actually is. This is a pure tool watch, designed stripped down to a single uncompromising objective: protect the module and keep it functioning under all conditions. And that's the tension this watch creates even today. What happens when design refuses to soften? The DW6900 became iconic, not because Casio marketed it brilliantly, but because it kept appearing in places where watches weren't meant to survive. It turned up on the wrists of action heroes in 1990 cinema, not as a styling exercise, but because it made sense. At the same time, it was being worn by skaters, by hip-hop artists, by military personnel, people who needed a watch that would not fail, and people who understood the power of objects that refused to compromise. That overlap between fashion awareness and functional necessity is the real legacy of the DW6900. I bought this watch quite recently, and what's remarkable isn't the nostalgia, it's the fact that you can still buy it today at all. Casio has made updates quietly and responsibly over the years. The module has been refined, efficiency has been improved, battery life extended, but visually, materially, philosophically, this remains a 1995 watch. It's an era obsessed with constant revision. Casio chose continuity, and I respect that enormously. This particular references the DW6900U. The U really matters. Older versions used electroluminescent backlighting. This one uses an LED backlight, which immediately improves efficiency and battery longevity. It runs on a CR2016 lithium coin cell battery, and thanks to incremental module refinements, the real-world battery life is noticeably better than earlier iterations. Casio rates the accuracy at plus or minus 15 seconds per month. That's not a promise, that's a worst case scenario. In a temperature stable environment, these routinely perform better than specifications would ever suggest. That's classic Casio engineering: under promise, over deliver, and never advertise the margins. The dial is instantly recognisable to G-Shock enthusiasts. The so-called triple eye layout, 3 sub-displays, 2 smaller secondary indicators, 1 dominant right-hand eye, accented with light blue and red details that feel unapologetically mid-1990s. There's no attempt here to modernise or sanitise the look. This isn't faux patina retro, it's confidence, the real deal. The case architecture tells you everything you need to know about the intent of this watch. The bezel and mid-case are urethane resin. The inner module is housed in a resin cradle. The case back is stainless steel, secured with 4 screws. Every surface exists to absorb shock, not to impress you. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material, Casio urethane resin and stainless steel. Case diameter 45mm. Thickness 16mm. The lug width 16mm. Lug to lug 52mm. The movement, it's a Casio quartz module 3230. Power reserve 5 years with a lithium battery. The crystal is mineral glass. Water resistance 200 metres. And on the OEM strap it weighs 67 grams. This is survivability engineering, not styling. The bulk is intentional. The softness is functional. The proportions are unapologetic. On paper, the dimensions, they are aggressive. 45mm across, 50 including the button guards, 52mm lug to lug, 16mm thick. That should wear terribly, and yet it doesn't. Casio understands something that many brands never quite grasp. Geometry beats diameter. The case floats on the wrist. The strap shoulders prevent collapse. The weight disappears. It's 67 grams on the OEM strap. It's shockingly light for its size. On my 7-inch wrist, it sits exactly where it should. The case back construction is simple but brutally effective. A recessed rubber gasket is compressed by the 4-screw stainless steel back, achieving a headline water resistance rating of 200 metres. In real world testing, these watches have survived pressures far beyond that. The biggest risk to water resistance isn't depth, it's careless battery changes. Seat the gasket properly and this watch will outlast you. The strap is not an afterthought, it's part of the shock protection system. When the watch is dropped, the strap flexes first, absorbing energy before impact reaches the case or the module. It functions like a suspension spring. Once again, everything exists to protect that precious module. There's an aftermarket modding community around these watches, it's huge, and if that's your thing, it's all there for you, readily accessible. For me, this watch stays OEM. This is how Casio intended it to be worn. Even the polycarbonate buckle and tying are completely deliberate. Some reviewers complain about the lack of metal. They have completely missed the point. Polycarbonate doesn't reflect light. It's lighter, it's quieter, it doesn't corrode. Top tier operators, they know one glint gives their position away. This watch has carried an official NATO issue number in the past and has been sold aggressively and extensively through military PX systems. For deep infiltration teams, small details really matter. No Bluetooth, no radio emissions, no connectivity of any kind, just time and silence. The dial colours are classic Casio, grey, black, light blue and red. Nostalgic without being cartoonish, just enough visual interest to give this watch its individual character without breaking the functional contract. Legibility is excellent in all conditions. The LCD remains sharp and in focus, something that hasn't always been a given of more recent Casio references. Here it's never been an issue. The typography is exactly what it should be on a vanilla reference G-Shock model, unchanged, unapologetic. The backlight is excellent. A single press will give you 3 seconds of illumination, or you can hold the button as long as you like. That control is important to me. I prefer watches that allow the user to govern function rather than impose it. The module itself is relatively simple, and that's its greatest asset. You get an auto calendar program through the year 2100, accounting for leap years, a 100th of a second stopwatch with split second timing and placement measurement, a countdown timer from 1 second to 24 hours with repeat functionality built in, genuinely useful for real world interval training, a full suite of alarms, daily, date, monthly, 1 month, and an hourly time signal, a digital sonnerie au passage, if you like. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Casio today is a mature brand. It can afford the experimentation. The high-end MRG models, mechanical edifice lines coming out now, designer collaborations, but watches like the DW6900 and the Square 5610, they are the foundation. Without these references, the modern G-Shock range could not and would not exist in its current form. These watches earned Casio the right to experiment. They gained the respect of casual wearers and serious collectors alike. This is a big, unapologetic watch, and yet it escapes size scrutiny entirely because its intent overwhelms any cosmetic concern. You don't wear this to dress up, you wear it as a pure distilled digital tool, and that's exactly why it turns up in unexpected places, not just gyms or military settings, but on the wrists of some of the most fashion aware people on the face of this planet. This is a contrarian's dream. People who wear Patek know this watch. People who collect Rolex know this watch. People who commission Piece Unique from Jacques Droz know this watch, and many of them own one, usually alongside a square G-Shock. I can't meaningfully criticise this watch, not because it's perfect, but because criticism misunderstands the brief. This watch doesn't negotiate, it doesn't soften, it doesn't ask to be liked. Its design is so perfectly aligned with its single purpose to survive and protect the module that attempting to criticise it, it simply signals a failure to understand what this watch actually is. This watch, it takes me straight back to the mid-1990s, and somehow it still feels completely current and relevant. In a world of constant connection, constant updates and constant optimisation, there is something deeply assuring about a watch that exists for one purpose only: to survive and to keep time. It's valueless in theory, but priceless in reality, and for that, this isn't just a G-Shock, it's a small, indestructible piece of horological history. When something this pure of intent exists, it never goes out of fashion, because it was never in fashion in the first place. Next we will look at something a bit more experimental, a watch that could not exist without this reference model. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This is a Casio GM2110D, the metal G-Shock affectionately known as the Casio Oak. This isn't the budget metal Casio Oak like some people have labelled it. I prefer to think of it as the stripped out purist version, and it might be one of the most conflicted watches Casio has ever made. Born from one of the most successful G-Shock form factors of all time, elevated into steel, polished, brushed, and given real wrist presence, yet still carrying the DNA of a tool watch designed to be abused. The question is not whether this watch is good, it clearly is. The question is whether somewhere along that journey from resin to steel, it lost its clarity of purpose. Welcome back to HoroLogical. I waited a long time before buying one of these watches. Earlier Casio references, particularly the negative display models, they never made sense to me. A tool watch that sacrifices legibility for fashion. This version, however, returns to a high contrast positive digital display. Less fashionable perhaps, but exponentially more usable. That decision alone tells you it's not just a styling exercise, it's an attempt to reconcile two worlds. Casio has earned the right to attempt that conciliation. For decades, they defined the digital tool watch category not by chasing luxury, but by solving problems. Watches like the F91W, they didn't just sell well, they became infrastructure. They worked everywhere for everyone, under almost any condition. That history gives Casio permission to explore a more premium space, even one that flirts with luxury aesthetics. The GM2110D, it sits exactly in that space. This is still a G-Shock at heart, but it's no longer pretending to be disposable, invisible or anonymous. In hand, the watch feels immediately solid. The steel bezel, it adds real mass and presence, while the resin core underneath is a clear reminder that shock protection remains the priority. Yes, a resin core. Despite that metal exterior, this is still a resin G-Shock at heart. Effectively a full metal jacket over a shock-absorbing chassis. Earlier full metal references struggled to meet G-Shock's shock resistance standards, and this construction is Casio's evolved solution. This finishing, it isn't luxury grade, but that's deliberate. The brushing is competent, the edges are purposeful, nothing is softened unnecessarily. This isn't about refinement, it's about industrial confidence. The dial is where this version really works for me, a radiant blue sunburst surface, anchors the whole design, playing beautifully with the silver case and bracelet, applied indices and broad confident hands. They give the watch an assertive analogue identity, while the digital display feeds information without apology. It is busy, but it's meant to be. Anadigi watches, they always are busy, but what matters is balance. And here Casio gets it right. The chapter ring is steeply sloped and textured with small square markers, a subtle nod to integrated bracelet sports watches without ever tipping it into parody. It's a wink, not a copy, enough to reward informed viewers restrained enough to avoid cosplay. This is not faux luxury, it's confident reinterpretation of luxury. On the wrist, the watch has presence. It does not disappear under a cuff, and it doesn't want to. This is not a Gada watch, and it never pretends to be. It sits firmly on the toughness side of versatility, bold, angular, unapologetic. Despite the steel, it wears better than expected. On my 7-inch wrist, balance is slightly top heavy. The steel bezel does that. But the integrated bracelet and Casio's characteristic shoulder geometry, they keep it secure. This is a watch that you want sized properly. You don't want this loose, someone could get hurt. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material, Casio resin core and stainless steel. The case diameter, 44.5mm. Thickness, 12mm. Lug width, 22mm. Lug to lug, 49.5mm. The movement, it's a Casio quartz module 5611 Anadigi. Power reserve is 3 years with a lithium battery. The crystal is mineral glass. Water resistance 200 metres. And on the OEM metal bracelet, it weighs 145 grams. Case back construction is classic modern G-Shock, a 4-screw steel back compressing a recessed gasket to achieve a 200 metres water resistance rating. In real terms, this construction easily exceeds that headline figure. The only real danger, as I've said before, is a careless gasket reseating during a battery change. But with widely available parts and a 3-year battery interval, that's manageable. The power comes from twin SR726W lithium cells driving a quartz Anadigi module. It's rated at plus or minus 15 seconds per month. In practice, mine runs closer to plus 2 seconds per month. Casio, understatement as usual. The module itself is comprehensive without feeling bloated. You get full analogue and digital timekeeping with the hand slave to the digital display. A perpetual calendar programmed through the year 2100, world time with easy home world switching, effectively a digital GMT, 5 independent alarms, a 100th of a second stopwatch, a countdown timer from 1 second to 24 hours, daylight saving switching, a mute function, and a clever hand shift feature that moves the hands out of the way when you need the digital readout unobstructed. Nighttime legibility is excellent, aided by an integrated light that creates an unexpected glow across the whole dial, a small Easter egg that rewards low light usage. The lume is present on the hands only. It is adequate, but ultimately secondary anyway. This is a watch designed to be readable in all conditions. The built-in double LED backlight does the heavy lifting here and can actually charge a Neo Bright lume on the hands. The bracelet deserves special mention. It's solid, well finished, and it integrates cleanly into the case. Casio's proprietary sizing system, it looks odd at first, but it's genuinely excellent in practice. Even reinserting links is painless. This is a system Casio should use more widely. The end link to bracelet transition, it actually reminds me of vintage Omega Lobster bracelets. The clasp is pressed, not milled, but that's fine, it's well executed, secure and honest. I'd argue that a little extra weight might improve the balance, but Casio solves that elsewhere with the geometry and those clever little G-Shock lug liners rather than adding mass. This is where the central tension of the watch starts to become unavoidable. Technically, this is a tough G-Shock, shock resistance, water resistance, engineering integrity, all present and correct, but psychologically it doesn't invite the same treatment as a resin G-Shock. Scratches in resin are badges of honour. scratches and steel, they feel different. The price point, the finish, the visual presence, they all quietly ask you to be more careful with this watch. That's not a flaw, but it is a bit of a mismatch. The watch promises G-Shock toughness while presenting itself as something more precious, and that juxtaposition is deliberate. Casio has pushed the idea even further with the MRG line of watches, and they have earned the right to do that, but here in the GM2110D, that balance, it's more delicate. For me, it stays on the right side. This is not the pure expression of Kiko Ibe's original vision for G-Shock, the rubber encased module bouncing inside a protective shell. Although that idea still lives elsewhere in the range, what this is instead is a confident, if slightly provocative reinterpretation of that. A desk diver perhaps, your weekend G-Shock, a capable luxury tool watch that looks toughest when it isn't being tested. And that's okay. Next we're going to bring the G-Shock collection back together again with the one model that defines the whole category, the one G-Shock to rule them all. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This is a Casio G-Shock GWM 5610U, the modern square, solar powered, radio controlled and quietly one of the most complete watches that Casio has ever made. Black resin case, positive digital display, classic square proportions that trace directly back to Kiko Ibe's original G-Shock of 1983. This is not the brute force of the DW6900, and it's not the expressive confidence of the full metal Casio. It sits exactly between them, and that's where the tension begins. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Because on paper this should be the safest, most sensible G-Shock that you can buy, and yet that very perfection, that raises an uncomfortable question. What happens when a watch solves the problem too well? Over the last few videos I've looked at three very different Casios. A Duro that represents tool watch integrity at its most honest, a DW6900 that refuses to soften even after 30 years, and a GM2110D that explores what happens when toughness is dressed in steel. The GW5610U, it sits quietly at the centre of that arc. Not louder, not tougher, not more impressive, just resolved. This watch didn't arrive here as a review unit. I bought it deliberately after living with both ends of the G-Shock spectrum. And what struck me immediately, it wasn't excitement, it was calm. Casio doesn't shout about this model. There's no collaboration, there's no lifestyle narrative, no attempt to turn it into an object of desire. It exists because it works. That's Casio at its most confident. What Casio could be clearer about is that it isn't an entry-level square, it's a mature expression of the idea. This is what happens when 40 years of feedback are quietly folded into one object. The display tells you everything about the philosophy. This is an industrial dial in the purest of sense. Liquid crystal, mineral glass, no texture, no decoration, no apology. The positive display matters. Earlier displays looked sharper in photos, but sometimes suffered in real light. This one doesn't. In harsh sunlight, fatigue conditions, or low contrast environments, it stays legible. Some people want character, others want certainty. This watch chooses certainty. In hand, the 5610U, it feels almost weightless. Just over 50 grams including the strap, it disappears immediately. But unlike the DW6900, which feels overtly tough, this feels restrained, not fragile, not soft, just efficient. This is toughness that doesn't need to announce itself. The case architecture is pure square G-Shock. Resin bezel, resin mid-case, Inner shock absorbing cradle, 4-screw stainless steel caseback, edges are rounded because shock doesn't respect sharp lines, surfaces are soft because that's how energy is dispersed, light doesn't play here, it slides off. Compared to the 2110D's steel presence, it feels deliberately invisible. That's not compromise, that's discipline. Within the G-Shock range, the 5610U is foundational, not inspirational, not nostalgic. It's the baseline truth. Casio earns the right to experiment with MRG and metal hybrids because this watch exists. This is the watch that keeps the brand honest. On paper, the dimensions are modest, just over 43mm wide, under 13mm thick, a compact lug-to-lug, but none of that really matters. Geometry wins the day. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is Casio urethane resin and stainless steel. Case diameter 43.2mm, thickness 12.7mm, lug width 16mm, lug to lug 46.7mm. The movement is the Casio quartz module 3495. Power reserve, it's solar, you get 10 months from a full charge. The crystal is mineral glass, water resistance 200 metres, and it weighs 52 grams on the OEM strap. The square distributes weight evenly, the strap integrates immediately, the watch sits flat, centred and stable. On my 7-inch wrist, this is the most comfortable G-Shock that I own, no contest. The case back is stainless steel, secured with 4 screws compressing a recessed gasket to deliver 200 metres of water resistance. As always, depth isn't the limitation, human error is. Seat the gasket properly during service, and this watch is functionally amphibious. The strap is resin and it should stay that way. There are steel conversions, titanium mods, aftermarket experiments. All of them misunderstand the whole system. The strap is part of the shock protection. It flexes, it absorbs energy, it protects the module before impact reaches the case. Casio know this, that's why they don't upsell alternatives here. The dial layout, it's pure function. Day, date, month, seconds, battery status, signal reception, everything is where your brain expects it to be after about 10 minutes of ownership. This isn't decorative design, it's cognitive ergonomics. Typography is disciplined. Dominant font language, clear hierarchy through spacing, not decoration. Nothing competes for attention. Restraint here is an active choice. There's no loom, it's not needed. Instead you get a clean, controlled LED backlight with adjustable duration. One press, clear illumination, no theatrics. You can set it to auto light in the dark gyroscopically. An absolute killer detail. It only activates when you want it to. User agency matters. Inside is Casio's quartz module 3495, and this is where the 5610U quietly embarrasses most watches. Tough solar charging, multiband 6 radio control, atomic time synchronization, perpetual calendar to the year 2100, world time stopwatch countdown timer, 5 alarms, power save mode built right in. The U in the reference stands for updated module, and in this case, no pun intended, it means you can cycle through and use the modes while the date still remains on the screen. Also, the ability to reverse month and day order has been baked right in. Not possible before, but this makes the watch adaptable to the United States and European standards. Another update is the backlight is now a brighter, lower energy draw LED, a change from previous electroluminescence. The world time function has also had additional cities added to its roster, Casio continuing to carefully integrate its best features into its most important G-Shock reference model. Accuracy is rated at plus or minus 15 seconds per month without sync. With radio control, it's effectively perfect. The most you can really lose is 0.5 seconds per day, but I digress. It's effectively perfect. This is a watch rotation control watch. A modern day railway clock, if you like. This movement isn't romantic, it's chosen because nothing else does the job better. On the wrist, the watch feels smaller than the numbers would suggest. It disappears under cuffs. It never demands attention. It never interrupts your day. This is versatility through humility. The square shape traces directly back to 1983. This isn't retro, it's continuous. The 5610U isn't styled like the original G-Shock. It is the original G-Shock, refined. And that brings us back to the tension. The 5610U is so complete, so resolved, so efficient, that it risks becoming completely invisible. Not boring, just finished. It doesn't provoke like the DW6900. It doesn't challenge you like the Casio does. It just simply works. Always, quietly, endlessly. There is a cultural risk there. When something solves the problem so perfectly, we stop asking it questions. And maybe that's why this watch sits at the very centre of the G-Shock universe. Not as a hero, as a constant. There is, however, one unexpected kryptonite for resin G-Shocks: issued mosquito repellent. A US military veteran, thank you for your service sir, reached out after the DW6900 video to explain that prolonged exposure to DEET can degrade resin cases and straps in high heat environments where sweat, repellent and constant wear combine. The damage is essentially unavoidable. His solution, it was pragmatic: accept the hit, wear the watch hard and replace the strap, bezel and outer case when he returned home. He's now a police officer and he's wearing a G-Shock square as I film this video. That tells you everything you need to know. Nothing is completely impervious, and it does make you wonder whether, instead of moving straight to metal G-Shocks, a fluoroelastomer variant might have been an interesting path for Casio to explore. Watch collecting isn't a sensible hobby. If it were, we'd all wear a square, and probably nothing else. And horology at its best is about understanding why some objects endure while others fade into obscurity. The 5610U, it doesn't ask to be loved, it just keeps trucking, and sometimes that's the most powerful mode of all. If you threw the 5610U into the cracks of Mount Doom, it would probably still be keeping time. The one watch to rule them all, and in the Casio catalogue bind them. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. The automotive and watch enthusiast worlds are often described as close cousins. Same obsessions, same language of engineering, same reverence for heritage, but there's a difference that nobody likes to admit. In automotive culture, the most advanced manufacturers openly celebrate Homage, and they are praised for it.
Which moves with the steering wheel. This is static and it's beautiful.
This is a homage to the first CC8. This is a homage.
In watch culture, that same impulse is treated as failure. Homage is dismissed as laziness, as theft, as a lack of originality. The same behaviour with a radically different reaction. And that difference, it isn't about ethics, it's about confidence. Take the Patek Philippe 5270p, a platinum perpetual calendar chronograph, one of the defining watches of haute horology. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material, 950 platinum. Case diameter, 41mm. Thickness, 12.4mm. The lug width, 21mm. The lug to lug is 50.5mm. And the movement is the Patek Philippe caliber CH29-535 PSQ that runs at 4 Hz. The power reserve is 65 hours. The crystal is box dome sapphire with anti-reflective coating inside only. Water resistance is 30 metres and it weighs 145 grams on the OEM leather strap. Well north of $200,000. Now place that beside the Breitling Premier B25 Datora. The resemblance is obvious. Dial architecture, calendar layout, wrist presence. Breitling has clearly drawn from a design language that Patek has refined for decades, and nobody panics. In fact, it's often described as flattering. The Datura costs roughly 1/18 of the Patek. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material, 316L stainless steel. Case diameter, 42mm. Thickness, 15.8mm. The lug width, 22mm. The lug to lug, 50mm. The movement is the Breitling caliber B25. It is an ETA 2892-A2 plus the Dubois Depraz annual calendar. It's a 4Hz movement. Power reserve is 48 hours. The crystal is domed sapphire with AR both sides. Water resistance 100 metres, and it weighs 150 grams on an OEM leather strap. That's what most people would calmly call a homage. No outrage, no accusation, no moral panic. And here's the uncomfortable part. In a few practical areas, the Breitling actually exceeds the Patek. More water resistance, a vertical clutch chronograph. That's got smoother engagement than Patek's traditional lateral clutch. The Patek is still the more complex watch, but complexity cuts both ways. Set a perpetual calendar wrong and it may need to go back to the atelier. None of this is controversial. The lineage is acknowledged, the inspiration is understood, no foul recorded. Now let's make people uncomfortable. For roughly 50 times less than the Breitling and 800 times less than the Patek Philippe, you can buy this. The Suggest Moonphase Master Chronograph, column wheel, hand wound, mechanical. No, it isn't a perpetual calendar, but visually the lineage is unmistakable. Same language, same cues, the same presence, and suddenly the reaction flips. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter, 40mm. Thickness, 14mm. The lug width is 20mm. The lug to lug is 48mm. The movement is the Seagull ST1901 3Hz movement. It's also got a triple calendar moonphase module attached to it. It's all based in the Swiss Venus 175 architecture. The power reserve is 45 hours. The crystal, it's domed sapphire with anti-reflective coating on the inside only. The water resistance is 50 metres and it weighs 85 grams on the OEM leather strap. Now it's theft, now it's shameless, now it's unacceptable. Same behaviour, different origin. Breitling homages Patek, no problem. Suggests homages Breitling, outrage.
This is a homage.
Imagine a watch meet, a Patek 5720 on one wrist, a salmon dial Datura on the other, and then someone rocks up wearing a Suggest Moonphase Master.
This is a homage.
That's when the real conversation starts.
This is a homage.
Now contrast that with Christian von Koenigsegg.
This is a homage.
Gordon Murray or Mismatch turning up at a racetrack with one of their homage cars.
This is a homage.
In one world it's confidence, in the other it's controversy. Several comparison videos between the Breitling Top Time Deus and the Suggest Heritage Timer were quietly taken down. This isn't ethics, it's selective outrage. I actually own a Suggest Heritage Timer, not because it's better than a Breitling, it isn't, but because the reaction to it was so revealing at the time that I wanted to understand the object being discussed. It's been in my watch box for years now, it's been worn, it's been loaned out, it's been lived with. Sapphire crystal, reasonably reliable Seagull ST1901 architecture, it runs within 10 seconds a day, and visually, there are very few better looking chronograph movements for the money, so the watch didn't fail the test, the argument did. Now let's go back to cars. Gordon Murray builds homage cars and is treated with reverence. Mismatch began by electrifying old BMWs and now supplies electric and hybrid systems to the industry itself. BMW didn't shut him down, they benefited, and now Rimac runs Bugatti. Bugatti's latest hypercar is called Tourbillon, a name borrowed directly from watchmaking, a complication that solves a problem that no longer matters, but it's revered anyway. Imagine if Abraham Louis Breguet had forbidden anyone from building in his original ideas. Modern horology wouldn't exist in its current form. The automotive world understands something that watch culture often forgets. When engineering is confident, it doesn't fear homage, it welcomes it. Homage watches don't threaten great design, they test whether we ever truly believed in it. Watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This Omega chapter didn't start with rumours, it started with access. Time spent early with the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, not as a launch spectacle but as an engineering object, and the realisation that Omega was quietly changing direction. Then came a pause, a Seamaster 300M Professional on the wrist, driven north to Glencoe, not to test it, not to photograph it, but to stand at the famous waterfall and think, to consider what this watch has been and what it can't continue to be forever, because some designs don't end with failure. They end with a design pivot guided by engineering innovation. That led to a fully resolved retrospective review, not a retcon, of the current Baselworld 2018 Seamaster 300M, to acknowledge that its production run is reaching a natural conclusion, an era finishing cleanly, and from there the next step to take was speculation, not based on rumours but on implemented evidence, using the engineering decisions already visible in that Generation 4 Planet Ocean to understand what Omega is likely preparing next for the Seamaster 300M Professional. This isn't about leaks, it's about reading intent. Welcome to the Omega montage. Welcome back to HoroLogical. There's a brand new Omega Planet Ocean, and I got to spend 30 minutes with it in the boutique last night. I handled it, I wore it, I photographed it, but I noticed something about it that nobody else seems to be talking about. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This watch is absolutely stunning, bold, modern, sculpted, brutalist and robust, almost perfect. But we'll talk about the only issue I found with it later on in the video. Despite the new case, the integrated strap system, those brutalist end links and some of the best case finishing Omega has produced in years, there's just one thing holding it back from being Omega's new Rolex Submariner competitor. It could also reflect in the soon to be released Seamaster 300M Professional 2026. So let's talk about this new Q4 2025 Planet Ocean watch. All the good points first, and there are many good points to reflect on. The instant I picked this watch up, I could tell Omega didn't just lightly refresh the Planet Ocean, they rebuilt it. This isn't a facelift, it's a new case architecture. This could be the start of a new design language direction for Omega. This is an important watch. It's an important release that seeds the path for the new Seamaster 300M Professional. Sharper lines, more confident transitions, stronger, brutalist, modern and deliberate, rather than inherited from previous generations. The finishing is spectacular. In hand, light glides across the finishing, polished accents are controlled. The whole watch has a machined, almost architectural personality. The chamfer transitions are next level finishing, and paired with the orange rubber strap, the wrist presence is serious but playful at the same time. Here's a quick look at the key specifications. The case diameter is 42mm, the thickness is 13.8mm, the lug width is 21mm, and the lug to lug is 47.5mm. The movement is Omega's 8912 self-winding movement. The power reserve in this model is 60 hours, and it has a sapphire crystal with anti-reflective coating on both sides. The water resistance is 600 metres, and the weight on the orange rubber strap or the black rubber strap is 124 grams. One of Omega's most interesting decisions here is the integrated strap and bracelet system. It borrows from the language of integrated sports watches. Think Royal Oak, Nautilus, and apply that angular flow to a diver. The overall result is impressive. The strap flows directly into the case. The end links look like industrial architecture. The watch feels more premium and more cohesive. And the best part, it finally gives the planet Ocean a much stronger identity, one that doesn't live in the Submariner's shadow. This case might be the most confidently finished planet Ocean Omega has ever produced. This is bold, sharp, modern Omega, not derivative, not imitative. And if this is the direction for the entire line, including the forthcoming Seamaster 300M Professional, then I'm absolutely all for it. The configuration I handled, the orange rubber strap, it was available to me on the night with no wait list at £7,400. That puts this generation of Planet Ocean close to the Rolex Submariner pricing territory, and this is Omega signalling we're playing at the top table here, and honestly, based on the finishing, they almost deserve it. Almost. The bezel action still isn't there. It's improved, but it's not on the same level as a Submariner or even a Tudor Blackbay. The new Planet Ocean still has a small amount of backplay. It's not huge, but it's there. Rolex uses a ceramic bearing supported bezel system with a vertical click spring and ratchet wheel architecture. It is widely acknowledged as the best 120 click bezel in the industry. No debate. Tudor uses a ceramic bearing system on the newer Blackbay models, and that is widely regarded as the best 60 click bezel in the industry. No debate about that either. Omega uses a soft detent spring system. It doesn't measure up to the competition. It's harsher in operation, and I now have experienced several watches with noticeable backplay, including my own Seamaster. For a 7k plus watch with a brand new outstanding case design, it's just not good enough. A watch designed to compete against the best in the industry. This really matters. Rolex's bezel is crisp, perfectly indexed, zero play. Tudor's ceramic bearing system is incredibly tactile, zero play there as well. Omega's, it's slightly harsher, slightly less refined, less smooth in action, and a noticeable amount of backplay. It doesn't ruin the watch, far from it, but it does prevent it from being a complete package. A bezel is more than a tool. It's a tactile interface signalling precision and manufacturing prowess, and when you're asking Submariner money, the bezel has to feel as premium as the rest of the watch, and that's the thing. Omega absolutely nailed everything else. They nailed it. New case, new geometry, integrated strap system, bold wrist presence, incredible finishing, a real design identity. That's why this bezel stands out so much. It's the single remaining weakness on an otherwise outstanding dive watch. After getting hands-on with it, here's the truth. This new Planet Ocean is one of Omega's most modern and confident designs in years. It's bold, beautiful, over-engineered, but but in the best way possible. But it's also frustrating because it's only 10% away from being the true Submariner rival that Omega fans have waited years for. If Omega tightens the bezel tolerances, this becomes a world-class dive watch capable of challenging anything at any price right now on the market. It's a stunning watch that's 90% of the way there. There's a strong rumour that Omega will launch the new Seamaster 300M Professional at the end of Q1 2026. That timing, that lines up perfectly with Omega's historical behaviour. They love to release models just ahead of industry events like Watches and Wonders. Let's just hope that the bezel on the new Seamaster 300M Professional is just a touch better engineered than this one. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. There's a certain kind of day where you just need to get out, not to escape anything, but to reconnect with the things that make you feel alive. For me, that usually means two things: a great road and a great watch. And today, I'm taking both of my favourite daily drivers on a little run to somewhere special, somewhere I often come to around about New Year to contemplate what has been and what is yet to pass. My Audi S4, in my opinion, the best daily driver performance saloon of the last decade. And on the wrist, the Omega Seamaster 300M Professional, the perfect all-weather companion for Scotland's ever-changing conditions. Two machines built for real-world performance, with engineering stories worth telling. There's a reason Scotland feels like home for cars like this. Rain, damp tarmac, sudden weather changes, blind corners, and the kind of scenery that wakes you up from the inside out. And this S4, with its Torsen Quattro system, feels like it was built for these roads. Sure, there are newer, faster cars, but on a changeable Scottish winter day, there's nothing like the cockpit of a full-on Audi Quattro. It strikes that perfect balance between feel, power and everyday usability. There's something wonderfully analogue in how it communicates. You feel the tyres working, you trust it immediately. Everything about it says, let's go, any weather, anytime, anywhere. And the watch on my wrist speaks the exact same language. The Seamaster 300M Professional in blue with that splash of red on the seconds hand is the horological equivalent of grippy all-weather tyres. It's dependable, comfortable, rugged and built for the reality of daily life, not just the photo shoots. I run Pirelli all-weather tyres on the S4, not the flashy summer performance compounds, not the aesthetic first choice, but the sensible one. Because daily driving in the Highlands, it isn't about looking good, it's about staying safe, especially up here. And funnily enough, I wear this Seamaster in an all-weather configuration too. Today I'm running an Alpine silicone strap, soft, grippy, flexible and unbelievably comfortable. Sure, it's not the shiny Omega bracelet, but it's the option you actually want when the conditions turn. Just like the tyres, it's the smarter choice. For grip, for comfort, for confidence, for daily life. Daily driver car, daily driver watch, both built for the reality of wet roads, weathered hands and real miles. And speaking of miles, there are few places in the world that beat the Scottish Highlands on a moody day. The mountains disappear into clouds, the road bends gently like it's carving its way into a different century. The air is colder, sharper. I've seen minus 13.5 on the car's dash today. That kind of wakes you up. This is where machines earn their character and where you learn something about yourself too. It's funny, people think the Rolex versus Omega debate is the story, but for me it's never been about status. It's about the engineering, the heritage, about the decisions that brilliant people made decades ago that still affect our wrists and the roads today. We're due a new Omega Seamaster, and Audi has moved on to newer platforms, but both of these machines mark a period in time where technology and performance converged in a purposeful, deliberate, almost perfect way. Before petrol particulate filters and lane keep assist was by default, before embossed casebacks gave way to cheaper laser ablated abomination, both products have flaws, but in the best possible way. The way that adds quirk and character, that polarising helium escape valve, that random head-snapping downshift when you're pulling up to a red traffic light while on the school run, or the odd random pop and bang when on overrun on a cold day. Head turning just when you don't want it, but that little bit of character is what separates these products. That ability to be a daily driver, to fly under the radar most of the time, but just subtly remind you, hey, I'm special when you least expect it. I did seriously consider an RS4, but in the B9 generation it was a stay only, or a Avant in fluent Audi speak. But like many a Rolex these days, that car can attract too much of the wrong kind of attention, which unfortunately moves both a Submariner and an RS4 out of daily driver contention. Take the Seamaster's heartbeat, the George Daniels coaxial escapement, the quirky 3.5Hz amplitude, a revolution in how watches manage friction, accuracy and longevity. One man, one idea, and decades later Omega have built an entire generation of movements around that. Now look at the S4's Torsen Quattro system, a purely mechanical masterpiece of torque distribution, born not from committees or market research, but from engineers who cared deeply about how a car behaved at speed on wet, uneven, unpredictable roads. Two different worlds, two different industries, but the same philosophy: engineering first, marketing second. And that's why these two daily drivers resonate with me so much. They're brutally honest, they're practical, they're deeply capable. They're not trying to be anything other than what they are. And if you love design, you start noticing the same thing in their shapes too. The S4 silhouette, that sculpted classic Audi saloon line, long shoulder square stance, subtle aggression. It's recognisable from a distance without screaming for attention. And the Seamaster, those lyre lugs, one of the great case shapes in watchmaking. Flowing curves that somehow look both sharp and soft at the same time. A deliberate sculpture, instantly identifiable. Two objects shaped by people who understood the importance of silhouette. Functional beauty, not vanity. Stopping here at the waterfall above Glencoe, this is where everything slows down. You hear the rush of the water, you feel the damp air settle on the car, the watch picks up beads of rain on the sapphire crystal, and suddenly you're reminded why these things matter. It's not the horsepower, it's not the depth rating, it's not the branding, it's the companionship these machines give you, the miles, the memories, the little routines we build around them, the quiet moments they enhance without ever asking for attention. Daily drivers aren't meant to be admired from afar, they're meant to be lived with. Both of these are lived with. I've got marks in the crystal on the outer ER of my Omega Seamaster. There's a couple of dings in the side of the car from parking it in busy car parks. They're both meant to be lived with. I stand here at this waterfall high above Glencoe, as I have many times before, and I reflect 2025 was an incredibly difficult year in many different ways, but it was formative and character building. I spent several months legally blind. An amazing surgeon sorted that, and here I am back doing what I love: watches, driving and creating. 2026 hosts a different promise. The healing continues, and I appreciate what I have even more than I did before. I am full of optimism. As the day begins to fade, a different kind of beauty arrives. This S4 has the incredibly expensive, complex matrix LED headlights, the kind of technology that feels like science fiction when you're driving through the Highlands at night. In the Seamaster, the lume is no joke, it glows like a promise. I'm still here, I've still got your back. Both of them equally capable in the dark, both of them designed for the real world. And as the sky turns black, there's something poetic about seeing the watch loom pulse as the road ahead lights up in perfect beams. Some days are for adventure, some days are for rest, and some days are for rediscovering the things that you already own and remembering why they matter. This Audi S4, this Omega Seamaster, two daily drivers that have earned their place in my life through miles, memories and moments just like today. And as the fun continues into the night, the only thing left to do is keep driving. The road is open, the watch is ticking, and the adventure doesn't stop just because the sun goes down. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. Let's talk today about the Omega Seamaster 300M Professional, specifically this blue 2019 model with the laser aberrated ceramic wave cut dial, date window at 6 o'clock, arguably the most vanilla Seamaster currently available. This watch is a major flaw, that due to the Generation 4 Planet Ocean release, it now looks like Omega will not be addressing this flaw. It is not the helium escape valve. Subjectively, I like that feature. It has been the asymmetric signature of this iconic, reasonably accessible dive watch for several generations now. If you want to understand this watch at a slightly deeper level before the imminent arrival of its successor, welcome back to HoroLogical. This particular version came into being in 2018, announced at Baselworld and then widely available of Q4 that year. It has had a good long production run, probably prolonged due to the Bond franchise still deliberating over choosing a new Bond after Daniel Craig's effective retirement from the films. Although he is playing an active role in Omega marketing and product placement campaigns, he has had a good production run too. The Planet Ocean Generation 4 is out, and we can safely assume the updated 300M Professional will soon follow. This is an excellent daily luxury Swiss watch. It does not attract the wrong kind of attention and has all the bells and whistles you would ever require of a daily worn luxury dive watch. The dial is unique in this product line, being a zirconia ceramic laser ablated wave cut technical masterpiece. It is polarising, no doubt about that. It has had its equal share of detractors and fans alike. I consider myself a bit of a fan. When this dial catches the light in a certain way, it comes alive. It can then quickly fade back to relative obscurity, all in the blink of an eye. This visual effect acts as a if you know nod to other owners of this watch. The older, tighter wave pattern dials from earlier references continue to have their own hardcore fan base, and the debates and forums are never ending about which dial occupies the top spot for design intent and materials implementation. An observation I have made is the traditional Omega fan base does not approve of laser engraving, the new Planet Ocean caseback being a prime example of this in action. From a pure materials implementation and design standpoint, this dial, it is a technical tour de force, especially at this price point. In hand, this watch impresses immediately. The wire lugs are well known and respected. The heft of the watch head is tangible. General fit and finish is excellent. It is a tough, well-built watch, no doubt whatsoever. It leans into luxury well without falling into whimsy like some of the Blancpain references do. A guilty pleasure, but guilty nonetheless. Transitional chamfers are sublime. Polishing and brushing techniques are industry leading. Even after all these years, this stands up well. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 42mm. Thickness 13.6mm. Lug width 20mm. Lug to lug 49.9mm. The movement is the Omega 8800 coaxial automatic caliber. Power reserve 55 hours. Crystal domed sapphire with AR applied to both sides. Water resistance 300 metres. And on the OEM bracelet, sized for a 7-inch wrist, it weighs 168 grams. Omega have such a large range of watches, and that allows them to individually align well-built tool-forward intent to a high degree in this watch, but still offer choice to the buyer looking for something a little more Gada or conservative, if you like, elsewhere in the range. Within the wider collection, this is one of the most popular references alongside the Speedmaster Professional, and the stability of these two product lines over a long time, that allows Omega to carry a massive product catalogue and not completely implode or suffer from product dilution. But without those two key references pulling so hard, the brand would be sinking quicker than a Ploprof into the Mariana Trench. The main purpose of this watch is to offer the archetypal desk diver a luxury tool-forward option while leaving the more brutalist industrial technical divers to the Ploprofs and Planet Oceans of this world. The caseback in this watch is a sapphire exhibition caseback. It allows a view of the British George Daniels designed coaxial escapement movement. Finishing quality at this price point is high, with Geneva striping, decorated bridges and an overall feel that this movement was designed to be seen. The tank track bracelet this watch came with is heavy, perhaps a little bit too heavy for daily wear aspirations, the full system being noticeably heavier than a Submariner. The bracelet also doesn't taper. It is not as aligned with the head of the watch as it could be. The clasp and dive extension, however, they are spot on, solid, secure feeling and well constructed. I have struggled to narrow my strap bracelet choices down for this watch, and even after all this time, I am still rotating it between rubber, silicone and mesh, enjoying it in all those configurations but not committed to one option enough to head to the Omega Boutique, wallet in hand, and finally nail down an expensive Omega OEM option yet. The straps I rotate are all in my affiliates pages and have been an excellent, inexpensive way to experience this watch without needlessly spending money. The indices, dial printing and the handset all stand up to macro well. There has been continued uproar about the skeletonised handset, which although executed well from a technical standpoint, they do not stand up to the high legibility requirements of diving, effectively moving the watch away from true diver and into the desk diver luxury, but with capability category. It is a well-respected reference nonetheless. The dial is a little bit font heavy, but the touch of red on the settings hand linking to the red Seamaster text is a nice touch and plays colour theory in a nice but subtly sophisticated way. Lume is good. It doesn't participate in the extreme Lume arms race that we're seeing from some micro brands and the likes of Christopher Ward, but it is evenly applied and completely sufficient. It neither exceeds expectations nor disappoints. That balance, it's harder to achieve than it initially sounds. The movement itself has been excellent, rock solid in this watch. This one runs consistently at +4 seconds per day across various usage scenarios and temperature variations. Recently while in Glencoe, I logged a temperature of -13.5 while I retreated back to the heated car seats mid-take at the waterfall scene. The watch didn't miss a beat. The 3.5 Hz beat rate of this watch is a rare thing these days. It offers a rare balance of robustness and resolution while allowing a healthier power reserve without resorting to complex sequential multi-barrel systems or the real-world power reserve drift that often goes unmentioned when increasing barrel size. On the wrist, the Seamaster wears big, not excessively so. On my 7-inch wrist, it stays on the right side of respectable presence, but discreet enough for daily wear. This watch is a true convergence of many clever but restrained design decisions, none pushed too far. That balance is rare. The Seamaster line is one of Omega's most historically significant, and this reference will stand out in hindsight as the closing chapter of the visible helium escape valve era. And now the real issue, the one thing that Omega still hasn't addressed, the anti-reflective coating applied to both sides of the domed sapphire crystal. Almost every real world worn example of this watch I have handled, including my own, they show marks on the outer AR coating. And while this watch crystal looks spectacular under boutique lighting conditions, It simply just doesn't stand up to the rigours of daily life. For a watch positioned as a daily luxury tool watch, that's not good enough. What makes this harder to ignore is that Omega has continued this approach with the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, while removing the characterful helium escape valve. In my opinion, Omega fixed the wrong problem. But then again, watch collecting, it isn't logical, but it is horological. The HoroLogical Seamaster 300M professional video is out, and the feedback tells me something important. Not that people wanted just another review, but that people are trying to understand what comes next. Omega doesn't move randomly, and when something changes on the planet Ocean, it very rarely stays isolated. If you want to understand where the next Seamaster 300M professional is heading, you don't look at rumours, you look at engineering decisions that have already been made. I've got my spec slide of the new Seamaster to share. Let's figure this out together. Welcome back to HoroLogical. On the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, Omega didn't soften it, redesign it or hide it, they removed it entirely, the helium escape valve. That matters far more than most people realise. The helium escape valve was never just a functional component, it became a visual shorthand, a piece of identity that told you instantly this was an Omega dive watch. So when Omega removes it from their most capable professional dive watch, it isn't nostalgia being abandoned, it's a problem that's been engineered out of existence. While I was in the boutique, I asked the obvious question, why now? The answer wasn't aesthetic, it was engineering led. I was told Omega had developed a titanium crystal retaining ring system, a structural solution that reinforces the crystal assembly itself, effectively negating the pressure differential issue the helium escape valve was originally designed to manage. In simple terms, Omega hasn't deleted the valve, they've brute forced it into retirement through materials science and mechanical architecture. Instead of venting pressure after the fact, the system maintains structural integrity at the crystal interface itself. Water resistance is preserved, pressure tolerance is maintained, and the need for an external escape route simply disappears. That reframes the entire decision. This isn't Omega chasing minimalism, it's Omega solving the underlying problem permanently. And now I look at a quick spec slide of the current Generation 4 Planet Ocean. The case diameter 42mm, thickness 13.8mm, lug width 21mm, the lug to lug 47.5mm. The movement is Omega's 8912 self-winding coaxial automatic calibre. Power reserve 60 hours. The sapphire crystal has AR on both sides. Water resistance 600 metres, and the weight on the rubber strap is 124 grams. And once that engineering solution exists, once it's proven on the planet Ocean, it then becomes extremely difficult to justify keeping the valve on the Seamaster 300M. At that point, the valve stops being functional, it becomes styling. Let's look at a spec slide of the current Omega Seamaster 300M Professional. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter is 42mm, the thickness 13.6mm, the lug width 20mm, the lug to lug 49.9mm. The movement is the Omega 8800 coaxial automatic calibre. Power reserve 55 hours. The crystal is a domed sapphire with AR coating in both sides. Water resistance 300 metres. And on the OEM bracelet sized for a 7-inch wrist, it's 168 grams. Which brings us directly to the next Seamaster. I don't believe the wave dial is going anywhere. We've already seen it evolve. Early Seamaster references used a tight graphic wave pattern, decorative, almost illustrative. The current generation moved to a laser ablated ceramic dial with a looser, more organic execution. Polarising, yes, but undeniably technical. Both versions divided opinion, both are now accepted. The important thing is this: the wave dial is no longer nostalgic. It's become a manufacturing statement. Laser ablation on zirconia ceramic isn't decoration, it's process-driven design. So if the Seamaster changes, it won't abandon the wave. It will reinterpret it again, possibly with more restraint, more depth, or a hybrid execution that sits somewhere between graphic and technical evolution, not erasure. Where things really start to get interesting is the case design. The Generation 4 Planet Ocean doesn't just look different, it is different. The lyre lugs have sharpened, the geometry is more angular, more architectural, more industrial. Chamfer transitions are tighter, more deliberate. The whole watch feels less romantic and more engineered. It's a shift in design language, not brutalism for its own sake, but confidence-led implementation. A watch that no longer feels like it's borrowing visual cues from elsewhere in the catalogue. And if that's the direction Omega is taking at the top of the professional dive range, the Seamaster 300M will almost certainly echo it, but softened for the wider market. Thinner, more wearable, less confrontational. Think Planet Ocean confidence filtered through Seamaster's Restraint. That's where I expect it to land. Now there is one long-standing design decision on the Seamaster that I would be genuinely surprised to see carried forward unchanged: the skeletonized handset. From a design perspective, it's clever. It reduces visual mass, it adds lightness, and it gives the dial room to breathe. From a legibility perspective though, particularly in low light, it has always been a bit of a compromise. Executed well, but compromised nonetheless. And this is where things get really interesting, because Omega has an opportunity here to solve two problems with a single engineering decision. The skeletonized handset could remain. The shape, that is, the identity, the recognisability, but the hollowed out sections could be filled with loom. That one change would materially improve legibility, especially at a glance and underwater. It would also dramatically increase the available loom surface area, which matters more than ever now. We're in the middle of a genuine loom arms race. Micro brands are pushing harder and harder with thicker applications, multiple layers, and more exotic, brighter compounds, longer persistence. In some cases, solid loom blocks are being used purely to maximise energy storage and nighttime performance. Omega doesn't need to outshout them, but it does need to remind people that it can out-engineer them. Filling the skeletonized hands with loom would do exactly that. It would preserve the Seamaster's identity, fix a well-known legibility criticism, and quietly neutralise the growing perception that micro brands are winning on nighttime performance. Two birds, one stone. That would be a very Omega solution. Where things become a little bit more complex is the bezel. I've now gone out of my way to handle enough Planet Ocean Generation 4 examples to say this clearly. Omega can make an excellent bezel. When it's right, it's genuinely world class. I've handled Planet Oceans with zero backplay, beautifully judged resistance, and crisp confident indexing, exactly what you want at this level. But I've also handled others that weren't quite there. Some were tighter, some were loose, some exhibited small but noticeable backplay. Not enough to ruin the watch, but enough to change the feel. The issue here isn't quality, it's consistency. And this is where my own buying behaviour starts to shift slightly. Not because the watches aren't good, but because my tolerance for variation is very specific. This situation has quietly put Omega, for me personally, into a category I already understand very well. Seiko collectors will know exactly what I mean. Seiko produces some extraordinary watches, outstanding dials, strong cases, real character. But they are also well known for occasional alignment issues, bezel inserts that are a fraction off, chapter rings that don't quite line up perfectly. Because of that, I would never buy a Seiko sight unseen, not because they're poor watches, but because I want to choose my example. That's now how I feel about Omega's dive watches. Not as a downgrade, not as a criticism, but as a practical adjustment in buying behaviour. After handling enough Planet Ocean Generation 4 examples, I've reached the point where I would only ever buy one in person. I want to turn that bezel myself. I want to feel the resistance, check for play, and make sure the tactile experience matches my own expectations. Because this isn't about right or wrong, it's about subjectivity. Some collectors like a lighter bezel, some prefer something firmer, some won't notice a fraction of backplay at all. I do, and at this level that's a perfectly reasonable position to take. What this really does is quietly restore the boutique, not just as a place to transact, but as a place to select. At £7,000 or £8,000, $10,000, you're not simply buying a watch, you're procuring a watch, you're choosing the example that feels right for you. That used to be the norm in luxury watchmaking, and in a strange way, Omega's bezel variability has brought that discipline back into strong focus. It's also worth talking briefly about servicing, because this is part of that same conversation. Current Omega service times are running at around 18 weeks. You heard that right, yes, 18 weeks. And that's not unique to Omega, it's an industry-wide issue, but it does tell us something important. There is a genuine shortage of skilled watchmakers. I joked with the boutique manager that perhaps this was the strongest argument he could make yet for someone buying two watches rather than one to wear and one to cover service downtime. But behind that humour, there is a serious point. The same manager spoke openly about Omega's continual investment in watchmaking apprenticeships and training programmes. This isn't something to dismiss. Omega and the wider Swatch Group are actively investing in the continuation of the craft, funding apprenticeships, sponsoring long-term training, and building infrastructure that ensures mechanical watchmaking doesn't hollow out over the next generation. For someone to work in that Planet Ocean Gen 4 watch, it takes 7 years to train to that level. It's also visible in the UK, this investment they're making. Omega now operates a large, modern service centre as part of the wider Swatch Group facility in Southampton. A significant investment designed to bring servicing, refurbishment and technical support closer to the market. That facility isn't about marketing, it's about capacity, longevity and control over quality. When you buy into Omega, you're not just buying a watch, you're buying into a brand that is actively investing in the future of the hobby. And that matters more than it used to. Which brings me to the one issue that still hasn't been addressed. The external anti-reflective coating. I'm going to be honest here, I was so surprised when I get early access to the Generation 4 Planet Ocean, and when I asked the question, the answer was Omega is going to continue the practice of AR on the outside of the crystals. That threw me enough in that first impressions video that the removal of the helium escape valve completely escaped me. I was still processing the implications of Omega choosing to continue to do something that collectors have continually raised concerns about for years now. As Omega owners, we know this issue well. The crystal looks spectacular under boutique lighting. In real world wear, the external AR, it marks easily. It doesn't age gracefully. For a watch positioned as a daily luxury tool, that's difficult to ignore. What makes it harder to accept is the contrast, the juxtaposition. Omega has engineered away the helium escape valve through advanced materials science, but continues to apply an external AR coating that struggles long term. In my view, Omega's fixed the wrong problem. That doesn't mean the watches aren't excellent. They are. It means that they're still just short of being truly untouchable in their class. The important takeaway is this: the next Seamaster 300M Professional is coming, and the Planet Ocean Generation 4, that has already told us almost everything we need to know about it. The valve is gone, the wave dial will evolve, not disappear, and the case will become sharper, more architectural. They're going to keep those lyre lugs, but I suspect they're going to chop them flat at the ends. Not as severe as the Planet Ocean, but cut down nonetheless. And now a spec slide of what I think the new 300M Professional will be. Case material, 316L stainless steel. Case diameter, 40mm. Thickness, 15.5mm. Lug width, 20mm. Lug to lug, 48mm. The movement, the Omega automatic coaxial caliber 8800. Power reserve, 55 hours. The crystal, sapphire domed AR both sides. Water resistance, 300 metres. And it would weigh 118 grams on an OEM rubber strap. And the handset, leave the hour hand skeletonized and fully fill in the minute hand with lume. Controversial. The overall design will be tempered more towards daily wear usage. The hands may finally become as legible as the rest of the watch deserves. Finishing will remain a strength, and some long-standing questions will remain unanswered. Omega is closer than it ever has been before, and if they tighten tolerances when it matters the most, the next Seamaster could be genuinely exceptional. Because watch collecting, it isn't logical, but it is horological. In an earlier review of the Erebus Titan, I said this: you can tell immediately that this is not Erebus's first release. This is a product of multiple design cycles and hard-learned lessons. Feeling the watch in hand, I suspect that 500 metres rating is conservative. And then I also said this: I guarantee prototype iterations were brutal on this watch. At the time, I suggested that the Titan felt like the end result of several unseen prototype iterations. I think I may have found one of them. Welcome back to HoroLogical. To understand what's actually going on here, we need to be honest about the current state of play in watchmaking. Chinese manufacturers today possess two things at an extraordinary level: manufacturing capability and scalable delivery at industrial volume. What they generally do not possess, at least not yet, is high level, original design leadership, deep localised marketing expertise in Western collector markets. Now imagine this scenario. Into that manufacturing environment walk two micro-brand owners, both experienced collectors, and one in particular with years of hands-on exposure to hundreds and hundreds of watches. You can probably see where this is going. Let's start with the design sheet both of these watches were clearly scripted from. Oversized saturation diver, check. Seiko NH35 movement, check. Helium escape valve, also check. Oversized crown, check. They both measure 7.5mm. Double dome sapphire crystal, check. At the design level brief, these watches are identical. The same problem to solve, the same engineering intent. Once you move from concept to execution, the differences do begin to appear. The Erebus loom is noticeably stronger. That comes from multiple BGW9 layers applied but also cured properly between those layers. A small detail that adds time, cost and complexity to the manufacturing process. The crown in the Erebus Titan is at 4 o'clock. The crown in the San Martin is at 3 o'clock. The bezels. The Erebus Titan has a ceramic bezel insert. The San Martin has a machined metal bezel. Think Yacht Master but on steroids. The date configuration on the Erebus, it has a framed date window at 6 o'clock. On the San Martin, it doesn't have a date, it has a ghost date position. That last point matters. Jody knows that ghost dates are a hard no for many watch collectors and he deliberately sidesteps that controversy. The clasp is identical in both watches and a little bit inappropriate for both of them because it isn't a double security clasp. There are small differences in case diameter and thickness, so let's deal with that properly. The Erebus uses a stamped laser engraved caseback. The San Martin uses an embossed shark caseback. That embossed shark protrudes slightly further, which accounts for the thickness difference. As for the case diameter, the Erebus helium escape valve has a protruding collar. The San Martin valve is flush mounted. Same valve mechanism, different case interface. Mystery solved. Let's look at a spec slide of the Erebus Titan. The case diameter in this watch is 44mm, the thickness is 15.5mm, lug width is 22mm, lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35, power reserve will be round about 41 hours. The loom is BGW9 Super Luminova. The crystal is a double domed sapphire with clear AR coating on the inside. The water resistance is 500 metres and the weight as supplied on this bracelet is 225 grams. Now let's look at a spec slide of the San Martin SN0147. The case material is 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 43mm. Thickness 15.9mm. Lug width 22mm. The lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35 3Hz. Power reserve 41 hours. The crystal is sapphire double domed with clear anti-reflective coating. Water resistance 1000 metres and sized for my 7-inch wrist it's 225 grams. This brings me back to something I said in my Erebus Titan review. Feeling the watch in hand, I suspect that 500 metres rating is conservative. At the time, I felt the 500 metre dive watch rating was a little conservative given the construction and materials used. The San Martin is rated to 1000 metres. using effectively the same core design. This shows two very different philosophies. Erebus doesn't oversell the watch, they're building trust. San Martin are pushing the design to its perceived limit. Neither approach is wrong. One is conservative and brand protective, the other is confidence forward. I opened the San Martin. The helium escape valve is real. It is spring loaded. It does open under pressure. I can't confirm the exact release pressure. I can't confirm the calibration of it, but it is functional. The gaskets used are Vuitton fluoroelastomer, coloured black. On the Erebus Titan, the gaskets are also Vuitton, but coloured versions. That incurs a small additional cost. I've bought plenty of these in the past, and I know the cost differences between the different colours. But functionally, the performance is the same. Vuitton is exactly what you want. Excellent chemical resistance, excellent long-term compression recovery, ideal for crown assemblies with repeated mechanical use. Both watches have a machined identical NH35 movement holder. It's machined out of metal. Both watches use a wavy washer or a wave spring underneath the caseback. Its job is to maintain constant compression on the caseback gasket over time, compensating for machine tolerances, temperature changes and material relaxation, rather than relying purely on torque. The wave washer keeps the sealing system elastically pre-loaded, which helps preserve long-term water resistance and protects the gasket from uneven crushing during assembly. It's a small detail, but it's proper tool watch engineering implementation, the kind you only see when a case is designed with real pressure management in mind. Some commenters questioned how serious this watch really is. Having opened it, I can assure you this is absolutely serious engineering. On paper, the San Martin lands much cheaper. In the UK, VAT and import charges narrow that gap, but there's no escaping it. The Erebus Titan is the more expensive watch. What you get for that extra money is excellent customer support, multiple dial and colour variants, a more refined case and bracelet, a fully resolved design, not just a single execution. The San Martin is one watch. The Erebus Titan is a range of watches. Several of my collector friends already own the Erebus Titan, so I went the other way. The San Martin is the most brutal, angular, unfinished version of this design. It lacks the final layer of micro-brand polish, and I love it for that. It feels closer to a raw industrial design project. The relationship between OEM manufacturing and ODM development is complicated behind the scenes, but it becomes much more simple when you look at the end products. There is always a risk when you work with a manufacturer. They learn, they adapt, they can copy. The fact that San Martin released this watch in this form actually highlights how strong the Erebus refinement process really is. This doesn't look like bad faith, it looks like a symbiotic relationship, and when you combine a manufacturing powerhouse like San Martin with strong design instincts, proper marketing and customer-focused execution, you start to see just how much untapped potential exists at this cost envelope. That's the real story here. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. The Blancpain 50 Fathoms has a reputational problem, specifically this, 45mm. On paper, the internet has already decided it's too big, unwearable unless you've got wrists like a North Sea diver. But today, standing in the Edinburgh boutique, I did something that most of these opinions haven't. I actually put it on and tried it, and what I discovered surprised me, because the truth is this: diameter isn't the real issue here, thickness is. And once you understand what Blancpain actually changed when they went from 45 to 42.3mm, you start to see that the too big argument is one of the laziest tropes in modern watch collecting. This isn't about raw numbers, it's about how these watches wear in the real world. Welcome back to HoroLogical. I experienced these watches in the Chisholm Hunter Blancpain boutique in Edinburgh. The mission was simple: to understand Blancpain case diameters not as numbers on a spec sheet, but as lived worn objects, specifically the 45mm 50 fathoms. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter is 45mm. The thickness is 15.5mm. The lug width 23mm. The lug to lug 50mm. The movement is the in-house 1315 calibre. It's a 4Hz secured movement. Power reserve 120 hours. The crystal is sapphire box domed with clear AR on the inside only. Water resistance is 300 metres and it weighs 118 grams on the sailcloth strap. And the 42.3mm version, which many collectors seem to default to, is the safe choice. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 42.3mm. The thickness 14.3mm. Lug width 21.5mm. Lug to lug 48mm. The movement is the in-house 1315 calibre. It's a 4Hz secured movement. Power reserve 120 hours. The crystal is sapphire box domed with clear AR on the inside only. Water resistance is 300 metres and it weighs 100 grams on the sailcloth strap. What I wanted to answer was this: are these watches genuinely too big, or are we just repeating something we've heard other people say? Let's start with the controversial one. The 45mm 50 fathoms has become shorthand online for unwearable. On a 7-inch wrist, here's what actually happens. The lug to lug is 50mm, which is completely acceptable. The lugs curve aggressively downward, hugging the wrist. There's no floating head, no top heavy wobble. In fact, on the wrist it compares very closely to my Omega Seamaster 300M Professional in the overall footprint. So where does the discomfort with the size come from? It's not the diameter, it's the thickness. At over 15mm, this watch is even thicker than a Tudor Blancpain GMT, and that's saying something. And the concave domed bezel, it doesn't help. It visually stacks height at the edge of the watch, amplifying thickness more than the case diameter ever does. This is not a desk diver, this is a capstone watch, a special occasion diver, the kind that you wear deliberately. One crucial discovery: on the 45mm, rubber over sailcloth every single time. That extra elasticity, it does something important. It anchors the head of the watch to your wrist. It absorbs micro movements and it reduces perceived top heaviness. The sailcloth looks fantastic, but the rubber turns the 45mm from challenging into cooperative. It's a small detail, but it's a big difference. The piece I tried had a solid case back, and honestly, that should be illegal. Hiding the calibre 1315 with its 18 karat gold rotor is a genuine crime. The good news: a sapphire exhibition caseback can be ordered from Blancpain, and it absolutely should be. If you're buying a 50 fathoms, you deserve to see the movement that defines the watch. Now let's talk about the 42.3mm. This is not a shrunken 50 fathoms, it's a re-engineered one. Here's what Blancpain actually changed. The case diameter has went from 45mm to 42.3. That's a 6% reduction. The lug width has went from 23mm to 21.5. That's a reduction of 6.52%. The lug to lug has went from 50mm to 48mm, and that's a reduction of 4%. That all tells a story. The most aggressive change is actually the lug width, not the case, and that's intentional. Narrower lugs reduce visual bulk. They improve the strap balance and soften the stance on the wrist. The lug to lug stays relatively long, preserving the 50 fathoms silhouette. This isn't shrinkage, it's selective refinement. On wrist it measures up beautifully against a 41mm Rolex Submariner, despite what the numbers suggest. Here's the key takeaway. The 42.3 wears better, not because it's smaller, but because it's thinner and lighter. The 45mm watch is 118 grams on the sailcloth strap. The 42.3mm watch is 100 grams on the sailcloth strap. That difference is immediately noticeable, and if you go for the Type 23 titanium version, it's amplified even further. This is where daily wearability is completely won over. Not diameter, it's mass and how that mass distributes on wrist. For me, the 42.3mm steel, sailcloth is the preferred option. 42.3 titanium, I would go for the bracelet if the budget allows for it. The watch feels planted, balanced and genuinely daily capable. The same movement, the same 5-day power reserve, that same Blancpain DNA, just easier to live with. Here's my real world conclusion. The 45mm is not too big, it is too thick to be a daily worn watch, but as a statement diver, it's magnificent. The 42.3mm is the most wearable 13-15 movement 50 fathoms that Blancpain makes. But in true contrarian fashion, the one that I have shortlisted, the full fat Fathoms 45 on rubber. The dial is the killer detail here. That sloping in, then the doming effect rising up to the cannon pinion. You only get that with the 45mm. This watch is not a daily, but a dive watch collection capstone piece, because sometimes the ultimate dive watch doesn't need to be practical, it just needs to be right. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. I'm late to this, by choice. There's a moment when a creator stops being an observer and becomes part of the story. And most people don't even realise that moment has already passed until the audience reacts. My horological studio overlooks Loch Lomond. It's a place that's become familiar in UK watch YouTube. Submariners thrown into the water, cinematic slow motion, a very particular kind of watch mythology being carefully constructed. I've watched some of those shoots happen, and over time I started asking a simple question. How are these trips funded? Extended stays, 5-star baronial hotels, Michelin star meals, production values that rival brand campaigns. For the first time, the economics became visible, and it's not comfortable. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Let's be very clear about something up front. This is not about whether Christopher Ward makes bad watches. They don't. On paper, the specifications are entirely conventional. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material, titanium. Case diameter, 41mm. The thickness, 10.75mm. Lug width, 22mm. The lug to lug is 47.9mm. The movement, It's a Sellita SW300-1 COSC certified 4Hz. The power reserve, it's listed at between 50 and 56 hours. The crystal is sapphire with clear AR coating on the inside. Water resistance 300 metres, and it weighs 105 grams as supplied on the titanium OEM bracelet. This is not about whether watch YouTubers should be allowed to make a living. They absolutely should. This is about framing. And when framing crosses into dishonesty, even subtly, people feel it immediately. The controversy surrounding the Bark and Jack Christopher Ward collaboration, it's not about the watch itself. It's about what the watch was positioned against, to insinuate, even carefully, that a Christopher Ward using an off-the-shelf Sellita movement is competing in the same conceptual space as Rolex, Tudor or Omega simply does not sit right. Those brands build and heavily invest in in-house calibers, and that matters. And yes, Tudor does have the occasional exception, like the 1926, but context is everything. This Christopher Ward is priced above the 1926, and Tudor has never positioned that watch in such elevated company. It's explicitly an entry-level model, and it reflects Tudor's origins rather than its modern market position. The real tragedy here, it isn't backlash, it's waste. Years of genuinely world-class content, photography, cinematography, storytelling, a level most creators never reach. All of that credibility boiled away by one badly judged marketing decision. The stock pot was left on too high and it boiled over. Now ask yourself, is it coincidence that at the same time this collaboration dropped, a closely connected podcast collaborator released a video strongly endorsing this watch after a run of earlier content questioning established brand hierarchies and casting doubt on long-term value retention in the luxury space? I'll leave that for you to decide, but audiences aren't stupid. They see patterns instantly. So I come down to the shores of Loch Lomond myself. I threw my own Submariner into the water, not for spectacle, but to think. And the conclusion that I came to is this. The creator flew too close to the sun. The wax melted. He hit the water. But he can swim. Someone with those skills won't stay under for long. And here's the uncomfortable part. This didn't have to go this way. If the watch had kept the standard Lumiere retail price and the collaboration had added value instead of extracting it, a couple of Bark and Jack straps, a genuine value add, a margin split that gave something back, we'd be having a completely different conversation. It would have felt like respect, honesty, pre-watches and wonders energy, a genuine community win. Instead we got the most expensive Lumiere, artificial scarcity, a 1 week purchase window and cynicism dialed to the max. And that's why this will be remembered not just as a misstep, but but is one of the most expensive collaboration mistakes in recent years. This isn't about punishment, it's about responsibility. As creators grow, so does the audience, and with that growth comes obligation. We're not here to patronise people, we're here to educate, and education requires respect for intelligence, for context, and for the difference between enthusiasm and marketing. People can see right through cynical framing in the blink of an eye. I wish Adrian well. I believe that he'll recover from this, but the lesson here, it's not personal, it's structural. Do better, frame honestly, trust. Once lost, it costs far more than any watch promotion could ever earn, regardless of the watch itself. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. There's a line in watch collecting where accuracy stops being impressive and starts becoming invisible. Most people never realise when they've crossed it. That line arrives much sooner than most people think. In one of my first videos, I said this: "This is a watch that really punches above its weight." I stand by that statement. Welcome back to HoroLogical. This video isn't about winning a spec sheet comparison. It's about what happens when two very different watches become accurate enough that timekeeping itself fades into the background. Because once that happens, something more interesting takes over. I want to start with a number: 0. That's how much my Bulova Precisionist has gained in 6 months. Not per month, not per quarter. And that's not the interesting part. For context, I sanity checked the result against a radio-controlled reference derived from atomic time signals. The G-Shock 5610U syncs nightly via multiband 6, so it effectively disappears as a variable. After 6 months, the outcome was still clear. The Precisionist required only 2 date corrections in that time, September and November. I avoided hacking the movement entirely. This wasn't a lab protocol, it was a real wrist ownership test. This isn't marketing rhetoric, it's measured behaviour over time, worn normally on rotation. Now, if you know anything about quartz watches, you already know why that matters. Most standard quartz movements oscillate at 32 kHz. They're accurate, reliable and cheap to produce, but they're still susceptible to temperature swings and normal component tolerances. The Precisionist, it doesn't play that game. It runs at 262 kHz, 8 times the standard frequency. That higher frequency, that gives the movement far more timing resolution and stability, and Bulova claims improved resistance to temperature effects. Drift becomes a lesser variable. The result is a watch that doesn't just keep good time, it keeps boringly stable time. So boring, in fact, that you stop thinking about it entirely. And that's where things get interesting, because I didn't test it in isolation. Alongside the Precisionist, I wore a Casio Duro, a very different watch, standard quartz, no high frequency oscillator, no claim of extreme accuracy, no mythology at all. Really just a straightforward quartz diver built to be cheap, robust and replaceable. Over the course of a month, worn normally on rotation, the Duro gained 5 seconds relative to the Precisionist. That's not high accuracy quartz, but it is exceptionally good tool watch accuracy, and more importantly, it's good enough that it stops being a concern. Here's the mistake that people make. They assume accuracy is a ladder, that more accuracy is always better, that moving up the ladder always improves the experience, but that's only true up to a certain point. Beyond that point, accuracy stops being felt and it starts being academic. Once a watch is accurate enough that you never need to adjust it and never think about it drifting, it has already succeeded in its purpose. Anything beyond that is engineering expression, not necessity, and that distinction matters. The Precisionist exists to answer a question. How far can we push quartz accuracy without external synchronisation? No radio control, no atomic reference, no multiband signals, just frequency stability and precise execution. And it answers that question brilliantly. The smooth sweeping seconds hand, it isn't there to mimic mechanical romance. It's a visible byproduct of a higher frequency movement. 16 ticks per second. The watch wears like a tool, but it behaves like a calibrated lab instrument. That's its intent. The Casio Duro, well, that answers a different question. How accurate does a watch need to be before accuracy stops being the main story? And the answer is plus 5 seconds per month. When a watch gains 5 seconds in a month, the act of checking it, it becomes a bit of a moot point. At that point, accuracy has disappeared as a concern, and when a concern disappears, something else is able to take its place. Design, wearability, confidence and freedom. Here's a subtle but important difference with the Precisionist. You trust the watch. With the Duro, you forget the watch. Both are successes, but just in different ways. The Precisionist earns respect through precise engineering results and implementation. The Duro earns its place through rugged budget adequacy, and neither is wrong. This is where quartz often gets fully misunderstood. People treat quartz as a single category, cheap, disposable and soulless. But quartz isn't one thing. Quartz is a spectrum, all the way from an F91W all the way up to an FP Journe Elegante and sometimes beyond. From barely regulated movements that drift noticeably to thermal compensated high frequency systems that easily rival laboratory instruments. The question isn't, is quartz good? The question is, what problem is this quartz movement trying to solve? The Precisionist, that solves the problem of precision. The clue's in the name. The Duro solves the problem of robust, everyday reliability. And here's the important part. Neither watch pretends to be something it isn't. The Precisionist, it doesn't hide its ambition. Again, it's in the name. The Duro, it doesn't apologise for its simplicity. They meet somewhere in the middle, not because they're the same, but because the human relationship with time perception has limitations. Once a watch is accurate enough, our attention moves elsewhere. And that's the moment that most collectors miss. They chase accuracy long after it has stopped being the focus. They compare numbers that no longer change watch wearing behaviour. Meanwhile, the watches that actually get worn as intended are the ones that disappear on the wrist. A properly worn Bulova or Duro is arguably more valuable than any fully stickered Holy Trinity Safe Queen, and more accurate. They are the watches that don't demand adjustment. They don't invite retention value anxiety. They don't punish neglect. That's not a failure of ambition, that's maturity. There's also something quietly reassuring about this result. It tells us that good engineering doesn't always require extremity. A mass market quartz diver, built cheaply and honestly, it can sit within seconds per month of a high frequency precision instrument. That's not an embarrassing result, that's impressive by anyone's measure. It means that engineering has solved the problem well enough that we're free to focus on everything else. This is where quartz quietly wins, not by outperforming mechanical watches in romance or beating atomic clocks in precision, but by making timekeeping so reliable that it vanishes from the experience entirely. And once timekeeping vanishes, watch collecting becomes what it always was underneath, a study of design, of intent, of restraint, and of trade-offs. So yes, my Precisionist has gained 0 seconds over the 6 months that I tested it, effectively 0 at real world scale. And yes, my Casio Duro gained 5 seconds in a month when it was put against it. Those numbers matter, but what matters more is what they don't change. They don't change how I feel wearing either watch. They don't change which one I choose on a given day. They don't change my confidence in either, because both have already crossed the threshold. They're accurate enough that accuracy no longer defines them. And that's the real lesson here. The most interesting watches aren't the ones that chase perfection endlessly. They're the ones that know when the problem has already been solved. When Joseph Bulova declared that America runs in Bulova time, it wasn't exaggeration, it was confidence in engineering. With watches like this, timekeeping stopped being a question. On my wrist today, I've got my Seiko 5KX Pepsi bezel, and that runs between +6 and -4 seconds per day. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. There are strong rumours circulating that the Rolex GMT Master 2 Pepsi may have been discontinued, and if that's true, speculation immediately shifts to one question. Is the Coke coming back? I own the Pepsi, I've lived with it, I understand the psychology of this watch. And today I want to take a measured look at what discontinuation would actually mean. Not for hype channels, not for flippers, but for real watch collectors, and for the people still sitting on waiting lists. Because the reality is almost always more nuanced than the noise. Welcome back to HoroLogical. First, clarity. Rolex rarely announces discontinuations in a dramatic fashion. It doesn't issue farewell press releases. It happens quietly. Production slows, allocations stop, dealer websites quietly update, and the community connects the dots. So when people say the Pepsi is discontinued, what they usually mean is authorised dealers are no longer receiving allocations. That is very different from Rolex issuing an official statement. The watch in question is the GMT Master 2 126710 BLRO Blue Rouge, the red and blue Cerachrome bezel model. If production has stopped, this wouldn't be unprecedented. Rolex rotates colourways, we know that. It has always rotated colourways, but here's the part that people underestimate. Rolex does not make decisions reactively, they think in decades. There's also something more symbolic happening. If the Pepsi exits and the Coke returns, the infamous RONR Rouge Noir Black and Red, the GMT Master 2 effectively takes a leap from the cockpit back to the boardroom. The Pepsi is aviation mythology, Pan Am pilots, transatlantic travel, tool watch heritage, but the Coke, black and red, that was a colourway often associated with executive presence. The GMT is a power object rather than a pilot's instrument. So if this shift happens, it isn't just a bezel change, it's a further tonal change for the whole brand itself. The GMT becomes darker, more corporate, less cockpit seat, more boardroom table. There's also another potential move at play here, but I'm going to save that for the summary of this video. Rolex understands symbolism better than almost any other brand on earth. This follows brand direction over decades now, so let's address the practical question. What happens to people waiting? First of all, there is no global Rolex waiting list. You're not in line with Geneva. You are on an internal interest list at a retail partner. If Pepsi is discontinued, one of four things happen. One, your dealer's going to tell you production has stopped, end of the story. Two, you're perhaps offered an alternative, Batman, Sprite, maybe something else from the range. Three, if you're deeply embedded with your AD, you might receive one of the final allocations of the Pepsi. And four, you could also be first in line for a Coke, but that would require serious spend history and future intent to the brand pledged. There is no compensation, there is no grievance, there is no entitlement, just market reality. And here's something interesting. For many collectors, discontinuation ends a psychological chase. The tension dissolves. You either pivot, pay secondary prices, or you move on. And sometimes moving on is the healthiest option. This is where hype channels lose discipline. Discontinued does not automatically equal permanent price explosion. What usually happens is a short-term interest spike. Grey dealers will test higher prices, speculators pile in hard, and then you get stabilisation, because value is not created by absence alone, it's created by sustained demand. If the Coke launches, demand doesn't disappear, it redistributes. Markets don't panic long term, they rebalance. Now here's where this gets really interesting. When Rolex launched the Land Dweller, they entrusted early hands-on access to Teddy Baldessar. And since that launch, Teddy's brand has grown exponentially. He now operates with a large professional production team, high-end cinematography, scripting, lighting, post-production, the complete studio package. If Rolex were to launch something like a Coke GMT, one of the big three sports references, Daytona, Submariner, GMT Master 2, they would need scale, they would also need polish, they would need a safe pair of hands. And Teddy is the only YouTuber to have officially launched a Rolex watch to date. Last year, he and a small entourage attended Watches and Wonders. They're likely to repeat that whistle-stop tour again this year. Now remember, when the Land Dweller launched, Teddy had hands-on nearly a fortnight before Watches and Wonders, and that matters because a launch at that scale, it isn't filmed and produced overnight. There is brand sign-off involved, there is back and forth negotiation, there are compliance approvals, all under the tightest of security embargo conditions. And here's the key: if Rolex moves at a glacial pace, which we know they do, then the move from Land Dweller to a Coke GMT, it's not a leap. To Rolex, it's the blink of an eye. Now let's talk about the elephant in the room, the Pepsi Cerachrome bezel. Rolex never fully resolved the production complexity of the red and blue ceramic bezel. The underlying challenge is chemistry. Extremely narrow variables during the firing process. You're baking red into ceramic, then chemically transforming half of it to blue. Attrition rates have reportedly been high and expensive. Early 126710 BLRO examples have even developed fading tendencies. Collectible? Absolutely yes, but not ideal from a manufacturing standpoint. The Pepsi bezel has never been scaled to the level that Rolex wanted, and it has been close to the chopping block for years now. Compare that with the red and black. Red and black is a far more straightforward ceramic production process. It has been tested subtly on a Daytona already. It's more predictable, more scalable, and Rolex has now had years of R&D time since the Pepsi issues first appeared. So what this potentially signals is consolidation. Blue has been the technical outlier in the GMT range. If Coke arrives, production becomes more stable, cleaner, more controlled, and Rolex always favours control. Now here's a question: if there is any doubt whatsoever about initial production scale, does Rolex launch the Coke in white gold first, then follow with steel? 1 or maybe even 2 years later? They've done this before. They test demand, control the rollout, and they create tier separation. And then there's bracelet configuration, Polish Centre Link Oyster, 5-link Jubilee, both on the launch. These are not small decisions, they are strategic decisions. Now, personal reflection, I own the Pepsi. If it's discontinued tomorrow, my ownership experience, it doesn't change. The bezel is still red and blue, the movement is still robust, the engineering remains identical. Discontinuation does not add quality, it does not remove quality, it only changes availability at the AD. And collectors often confuse availability with intrinsic value. They are not the same thing. Even if you are not in the market for a Rolex, this matters, because when Rolex moves, the entire industry ripples. Microbrands react, secondary markets shift, often quickly, and colour trends cascade through the whole industry. Collectors reevaluate allocations. If the Coke launches, it could be the biggest Rolex professional sports release in recent years. We've lit this taper before, and it's fizzled out. But with the BLRO quietly disappearing from individual AD websites, this might finally be the year. For those still waiting, you're not losing something, you're watching a cycle turn. For those who own one, nothing about your watch changed overnight. And for those speculating about the Coke, this isn't about a bezel, it's about how the most powerful watch brand in the world manages scarcity without ever admitting that that's exactly what they're doing. The Rolex GMT Master 2, reference 16760, the first Coke bezel GMT, was also the first model in the line to feature a truly independent, adjustable local hour hand. Powered by the Caliber 3085, it marked the transition from the original GMT Master architecture to the fully fledged GMT Master 2 system that we recognise today. How poignant would it be if a modern re-release of the Coke at Watches and Wonders also marked another architectural shift, becoming the first GMT Master 2 housed in a 41mm case. The 16760 redefined the movement. A 41mm Coke would redefine the case. Rolex has a habit of embedding technical milestones inside aesthetic updates. If history were to rhyme with that, the Coke would once again become the vehicle for change, rather than merely a nostalgic colourway. If you found this video useful, consider subscribing. Give us a like, leave a comment. I'll link to a couple of previous Rolex videos that I've produced on topics discussed here in this video. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. When the Erebus Titan first landed in my hands, I approached it as I approach every single watch, on its own merits: case finishing, bevel execution, overall machining quality, tooling consistency. On the surface, it presents as a confident, modern, micro-brand diver. Clean proportions, sharp transitions, contemporary industrial brushing. But then something caught my eye, not the dial, not the bezel, but inside the case. Later, when I handled the San Martin SN0147, I experienced a moment of deja vu, because what I saw inside that case, specifically the machining striation patterns and tooling signatures, they weren't just similar. They were identical, same radial tooling marks, same internal cut pattern geometry, same finishing behaviour in non-visible structural zones. Now that raises a legitimate question. Is there a shared manufacturing origin? San Martin, it's not a shadow corporation founded in 2016 by Lao Jiaming in Guangdong province. It began as a 3-person operation. The founder reportedly lived inside the factory during early development, studying case processing, dial production, hands manufacturing. They moved operations quite quickly to Dongguan province in 2017 to access stronger supply chain infrastructure and higher end processing facilities. They've collaborated with Chongqing University Watch Design Institute. They hold multiple structural and design patents. They openly state that they provide OEM and ODM services. They work with high-end processing plants, and they understand that Swiss and German brands also use Chinese case processing partners and strap and bracelet makers. They're not hiding the fact that they now manufacture at scale, massive scale, and when I contacted them directly asking whether I could design a watch using the SN0147 as a base platform, the answer was yes, with conditions. Minimum order quantities and the design must remain within the structural frame parameters of the SN0147 architecture. That's not unusual in OEM manufacturing, but it's important because it establishes that the SN0147 case architecture is available as a base production platform. When two watches share external case geometry, internal machining signatures, identical tooling striation behaviour, similar structural tolerances, the probability of coincidence decreases rapidly. Now, does that automatically mean that San Martin makes Erebus watches? No, it absolutely doesn't, but it does strongly suggest that one of the following might be going on. 1. A shared OEM case supplier. 2. Shared case factory tooling perhaps. 3. Direct manufacturing partnership. Or 4. Private label production, but based on the existing SN0147 architecture. And given that San Martin have confirmed that SN0147 can be used as a base design under MOQ constraints, the question becomes legitimate. The real question isn't are they similar? The real question is, are we looking at two brands or one manufacturing ecosystem wearing two logos? Welcome back to HoroLogical. I posted a link to my Seiko Arnie video on the Club Erebus Facebook page. It could have got deleted, but here's the interesting part. Jodie from Just One More Watch, the co-owner of Erebus Watches, along with Stephen Parker, actually liked the post. They both did, and Jodie owns the same Tropical Lagoon Arnie that I have, so I knew there was a shared synergy there. Then something unexpected happened. A mutual subscriber reached out and said, "Mate, we appear to live quite close to each other. Do you want to borrow my Erebus Titan, my brand new Erebus Titan that just arrived that day, to review on your YouTube channel?" What do you say to that? Of course I would love to review your brand new Erebus Titan for my YouTube channel. So I jumped in the car, I drove through Storm Bram, Scotland winter, of course we were having a storm, and we headed to the Higgity Piggity Tea Room in Lanarkshire. A brilliant agri-tourism cafe, by the way. Fantastic food, fantastic service, big props to the staff and the chef. And sitting on the table was the Erebus Titan. The first thing that hit me was the packaging. Years and years of Jodie opening AliExpress Pelican cases has clearly done something to him psychologically, because this packaging, it's next level. A leatherette zip case with elasticated safe line storage for two watches, a filled out warranty card. Who even knew this was a thing? A filled out warranty card? A bracelet sizing tool appropriate for the actual bracelet supplied. Again, imagine that. And a branded polishing cloth. Before I even seen the watch, I thought, right, somebody has thought about this. Then the bracelet. Oh, Erebus call it the super engineered bracelet. they're not joking. The articulation is extremely consistent across all the links. It exudes quality immediately. The clasp has a very positive click, snap, shut, and here comes the first small negative though. It's a double push deployment, but not a double security fold over clasp. That's slightly odd on a 500 metre dive watch with a helium escape valve, but we'll come back to that. This watch has an automatic case integrated helium escape valve. For anyone new to the concept, helium molecules are tiny. On deep saturation dives, they can migrate into the case, especially at that deep pressure. They get compressed even smaller, and then when you ascend and decompress, those molecules expand rapidly. If they can't escape, they'll try to exit the watch by any way possible. They can pop the crystal, they can even damage the movement from the inside, putting pressure on the rotor and bending it into the actual working parts of the movement. The automatic helium escape valve, it prevents all of that by venting internal pressure the moment it exceeds a calibrated threshold. Is anyone taking the Erebus Titan saturation diving in the North Sea? Probably not, but it's really cool to have in any watch. You've got to agree with that, and it's properly done. This is implemented well in this watch. In Glasgow, the name Titan, that refers to a giant preserved cantilever crane on the River Clyde, a symbol of industry, engineering and built from girders philosophy. This watch absolutely leans into that heritage because the Titan weighs, you're not going to believe this, 225 grams as supplied. But, and this is really important here, the bracelet and clasp counterbalance the head of the watch perfectly, so the weight feels quality, not unmanageable. I guarantee prototype iterations were brutal on this watch, but the final finished product, it's well balanced and completely intentional. You can tell immediately that this is not Erebus's first release. This is the product of multiple design cycles and hard-learned lessons. Here in the UK, fully landed, this watch comes in at just over £500. That's a joke, but in the best possible way. I've handled lots and lots of dive watches over the years. Within seconds, this stood out as something very different. Not a homage, not derivative, but a watch with a clear design intention and engineering philosophy well implemented. There are negatives. The clasp really should have a secondary safety lock for a 500 metre tool watch diver. You know, everything else is subjective though. If you like light watches, this is definitely not going to be for you. If you want a generic vanilla diver watch, there's plenty out there. This is not that. But, and here's the but in a positive way again, if you love big professional divers, think Rolex Deep Sea, a James Cameron, or a larger Blancpain 45mm 50 fathoms automatic, this is your territory. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case diameter in this watch is 44mm, the thickness is 15.5mm, lug width is 22mm, lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35. Power reserve will be round about 41 hours. The lume is BGW9 Super Luminova. The crystal is a double domed sapphire with clear AR coating on the inside. The water resistance is 500 metres and the weight as supplied on this bracelet is 225 grams. The bezel is 120 clicks, very positive clicks. A tiny little bit of backplay at the mid-click point, but much less than my Seamaster 300M Professional and less than that 2025 Planet Ocean watch that I recently handled. The alignment on the watch is excellent. There's no lazy or sloppy quality control going on here. The crystal's a subtle dome. It's beautifully judged. It adds a bit of vintage charm while managing to hide the thickness required for that 500 metre dive rating. The dial This one has the Sunburst Radiant Purple Fume, absolutely stunning and a brilliant choice for standing out in a watch box. The Lume is outstanding, multi-layered application with proper curing time between coats. This adds cost and manufacturing complexity. Most brands skip this, Erebus didn't. The Lume crown, a killer touch, attention to fine detail. The gasket material, Viton, a high performance fluoroelastomer that I've encountered many times in the food industry, the same material used in automotive, aerospace, chemical processing and high-end food processing machinery like a Pacojet for example. It grips noticeably as you tighten the crown. That is rare to see in a micro brand at this price. Feeling the watch in hand, I suspect that 500 metres rating is conservative. If this ever shows up on Beyond the Press, they might need to call Henka, the explosives guy, to actually damage this watch. The Erebus Titan, it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but that is not a weakness of this product. Being polarising is often the mark of a strong design philosophy. The Titan rejects the bland, vanilla, cookie cutter 40mm diver trend, and instead it commits to a unique identity rooted in materials engineering, intention and Glasgow adjacent industrial design DNA, and I absolutely respect that. Huge thanks to Andy, a subscriber of my channel, for trusting me with a watch that had literally just landed the day before. That says a lot about the watch community, this channel and the Titan itself. If you're new to my channel, consider a like and subscribe for more horological content just like this. Comments are always welcome and I'll try and answer as many as I can in the first couple of days of publishing this video. And here's a question: would you wear an Erebus Titan? This watch isn't amazing for the price. It's amazing, full stop, and I'll bet you Jodie likes Iron Brew that's apparently made from girders too. But remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. My personal watch collection was missing two things. It was missing a San Martin and it was missing a saturation capable dive watch. So I decided to kill both birds with one stone. This is a San Martin SN0147. Why San Martin? Why now? Over the last couple of years, I'd quietly noticed something interesting. More than a few serious collectors in my social circle, people with genuinely deep watch collections had added a San Martin or two. Not because they were cheap, not because they were trendy, but because the finishing was good enough that curiosity eventually turned into ownership. I always knew I'd own one at some point. The question was, which one? Why this watch specifically? Well, I chose this watch for two main reasons. The first is obvious. Just look at it. This is a visually striking, technically aggressive watch with features that directly appeal to me. But the second reason is more interesting. At a time when watch trends are clearly sizing down, this does the opposite, deliberately, unapologetically, and in a very engineering-led way. The inner contrarian in me absolutely loves that. So let's take a closer look and get a little deeper on San Martin, no pun intended. Dial and first impressions. San Martin described the dial as a blue enamel wave effect dial. There is a gradient here, but it's subtle, nothing loud, nothing artificial. Technically, it's very well executed, and in the hand, it looks far more expensive than you'd expect to see at this level. This is also a heavy watch. Sized for my very average 7-inch wrist, it comes in at 225 grams. Yes, you heard that correct, 225 grams. That weight immediately reinforces the claim of 1,000 metres of water resistance. This does not feel theoretical, it feels plausible, highly plausible. The design language and character, This is one of the most industrial, brutalist leaning watches that I have had in hand, and yet the transitions are well finished. Edges are controlled, light play is excellent. There's even a slight whiff of Cybertruck style finish in here. Be warned, wearing this watch will provoke questions. People will notice it, people will ask about it. This is a heavy, industrial, tough as nails tool watch, no debate. In my wider watch collection, it sits at the extreme end of design intent and technical capability. Risk and brand direction. This is a risky design for San Martin. I don't imagine it selling in massive numbers. And for me, that's perfect. For bigger wrists, for collectors who enjoy variety of size and intent, it's genuinely refreshing to have an option available like this. I am on the record many times now decrying collections that are full of 20mm lug width 40mm case divers. You know exactly what I mean here. But more importantly, this watch signals something else. San Martin are clearly moving further into original design, and this watch confirms that trajectory. It's a gutsy move. There are comparisons which we'll go on to, but there's also direction and confidence here that many other Chinese brands simply do not show. The case back features an embossed shark logo, and I genuinely love it. At a time when some major brands have moved towards laser engraved casebacks, often to the disappointment of their core fans, this feels like a quiet win. It's confident, it's tactile, and it's executed properly. This watch uses Vuitton fluoroelastomer gaskets. It has an automatic helium escape valve and over-engineered casework to fully support that 1000 metre saturation diver rating. From a technical design standpoint, it has what it needs to do the job it claims. The helium escape valve is essentially a pre-calibrated pressure release system, allowing helium molecules to escape safely during decompression after saturation diving. Do most owners need it? No. Does it add technical credibility? Absolutely. Does the inner watch nerd in us all absolutely love this? 100%. So let's now look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel, case diameter 43mm, thickness 15.9mm, lug width 22mm, the lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35 3Hz, power reserve 41 hours. The crystal is sapphire double domed with clear anti-reflective coating. Water resistance 1000 metres, and sized for my 7-inch wrist it's 225 grams. The bracelet here is specific to this watch. Solid female end links fit the case perfectly, allowing the bracelet to drop straight down, working with that shorter lug to lug to suit a range of wrists. Each link articulates smoothly, screw pins reinforce quality, finishing is excellent. The clasp is a fully milled double pusher deployant dive clasp, and the metal finishing here is as good as anything I've seen in my horological journey to date. Gap tolerances are tight, light play is consistent and genuinely impressive. The micro adjust gives about 10mm of travel, not massive, but adequate and absolutely necessary on a watch like this. The first major weakness, however, there's a glaring omission. There is no fold-over double security mechanism on the clasp. On a saturation-capable dive watch, that should be there. This is a well-executed clasp, but it's been deployed in the wrong usage case. The dial features applied indices, a high-quality handset and no date. More on that shortly. Everything stands up extremely well under macro. The chapter ring is straight-sided, highly polished, and works beautifully with the blue and silver colour scheme. Visual coherence here is genuinely impressive, and I also have a theory why that is. but I'm going to save that for a future video. If that sounds like your kind of thing, subscribe, leave a comment and give the video a like. It genuinely helps the channel. Thank you. The bezel action is outstanding. Crisp, accurate, no backplay, none, zero, zilch. The engraved polished numerals against the media blasted background look high end, even from across the room. The loom performance is competent rather than spectacular. BGW9 is used, but applied a little sparingly here. That said, legibility day and night is very good, and the yellow accent on the second hand, it adds a pleasing touch of colour theory compliant contrast against the deep blue dial. Inside is the Seiko NH35. There's no date in this watch, which means you do get a ghost date position on the crown. I know how off-putting that is for some collectors. The reality of this is it was a cost-driven compromise. The NH38 movement would solve it, but availability and pricing make that difficult. Where the budget has gone instead is into the enamel dial, the embossed caseback, the Vuitton gaskets and the overall construction. It uses a metal movement holder that no one will ever see, but these design decisions are all quality led. And in terms of regulation, this example is running +4 seconds per day. This is excellent for a Seiko NH35 and well beyond factory expectations. This watch wears large, unapologetically so, but you don't buy a watch like this without knowing exactly what you're getting into. It will provide years of reliable service, and it will start conversations. If anyone doubts the build quality, just let them try the bezel. That answers everything in a tactile way. In a world of shrinking watches, this stands apart, but it isn't perfect. The two main weaknesses are clear: the ghost date position and a technically excellent clasp that simply isn't correct for this usage case. And yet, this is a big, bold, confident original watch and a strong signal of where San Martin are heading. That makes it far more interesting than playing it safe tactics. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. In an earlier review of the Erebus Titan, I said this: you can tell immediately that this is not Erebus's first release. This is a product of multiple design cycles and hard-learned lessons. Feeling the watch in hand, I suspect that 500 metres rating is conservative. And then I also said this: I guarantee prototype iterations were brutal on this watch. At the time, I suggested that the Titan felt like the end result of several unseen prototype iterations. I think I may have found one of them. To understand what's actually going on here, we need to be honest about the current state of play in watchmaking. Chinese manufacturers today possess two things at an extraordinary level: manufacturing capability and scalable delivery at industrial volume. What they generally do not possess, at least not yet, is high-level, original design leadership, deep localised marketing expertise in Western collector markets. Now imagine this scenario. Into that manufacturing environment walk two micro-brand owners, both experienced collectors, and one in particular with years of hands-on exposure to hundreds and hundreds of watches. You can probably see where this is going. Let's start with the design sheet. Both of these watches were clearly scripted from. Oversized saturation diver, check. Seiko NH35 movement, check. Helium escape valve, also check. Oversized crown, Check. They both measure 7.5mm. Double dome sapphire crystal? Check. At a design level brief, these watches are identical. The same problem to solve, the same engineering intent. Once you move from concept to execution, the differences do begin to appear. The Erebus loom is noticeably stronger. That comes from multiple BGW9 layers applied but also cured properly between those layers. A small detail that adds time, cost and complexity to the manufacturing process. The crown in the Erebus Titan is at 4 o'clock. The crown in the San Martin is at 3 o'clock. The bezels. The Erebus Titan has a ceramic bezel insert. The San Martin has a machined metal bezel. Think Yacht Master but on steroids. The date configuration on the Erebus, it has a framed date window at 6 o'clock. On the San Martin, it doesn't have a date, it has a ghost date position. That last point matters. Jody knows that ghost dates are a hard no for many watch collectors and he deliberately sidesteps that controversy. The clasp is identical in both watches and a little bit inappropriate for both of them because it isn't a double security clasp. There are small differences in case diameter and thickness, so let's deal with that properly. The Erebus uses a stamped laser engraved case back. The San Martin uses an embossed shark case back. That embossed shark protrudes slightly further, which accounts for the thickness difference. As for the case diameter, the Erebus helium escape valve has a protruding collar. The San Martin valve is flush mounted. Same valve mechanism, different case interface. Mystery solved. Let's look at a spec slide of the Erebus Titan. The case diameter in this watch is 44mm, the thickness is 15.5mm, lug width is 22mm, lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35, power reserve will be round about 41 hours. The loom is BGW9 Super Luminova. The crystal is a double domed sapphire with clear AR coating on the inside. The water resistance is 500 metres and the weight as supplied on this bracelet is 225 grams. Now let's look at a spec slide of the San Martin SN0147. The case material is 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 43mm. Thickness 15.9mm. Lug width 22mm. The lug to lug 48.5mm. The movement is a Seiko NH35 3Hz. Power reserve 41 hours. The crystal is sapphire double domed with clear anti-reflective coating. Water resistance 1000 metres and sized for my 7-inch wrist it's 225 grams. This brings me back to something I said in my Erebus Titan review. Feeling the watch in hand, I suspect that 500 metres rating is conservative. At the time, I felt the 500 metre dive watch rating was a little conservative given the construction and materials used. The San Martin is rated to 1000 metres, using effectively the same core design. This shows two very different philosophies. Erebus doesn't oversell the watch, they're building trust. San Martin are pushing the design to its perceived limit. Neither approach is wrong. One is conservative and brand protective, the other is confidence forward. I opened the San Martin. The helium escape valve is real, it is spring loaded, it does open under pressure. I can't confirm the exact release pressure, I can't confirm the calibration of it, but it is functional. The gaskets used are Vuitton fluoroelastomer, coloured black. On the Erebus Titan, the gaskets are also Vuitton, but coloured versions. That incurs a small additional cost. I've bought plenty of these in the past, and I know the cost differences between the different colours. But functionally, the performance is the same. Vuitton is exactly what you want. excellent chemical resistance, excellent long-term compression recovery, ideal for crown assemblies with repeated mechanical use. Both watches have a machined identical NH35 movement holder. It's machined out of metal. Both watches use a wavy washer or a wave spring underneath the caseback. Its job is to maintain constant compression on the caseback gasket over time, compensating for machine tolerances, temperature changes and material relaxation, rather than relying purely on torque. The wave washer keeps the sealing system elastically pre-loaded, which helps preserve long-term water resistance and protects the gasket from uneven crushing during assembly. It's a small detail, but it's proper tool watch engineering implementation, the kind you only see when a case is designed with real pressure management in mind. Some commenters questioned how serious this watch really is. Having opened it, I can assure you this is absolutely serious engineering. On paper, the San Martin lands much cheaper. In the UK, VAT and import charges narrow that gap, but there's no escaping it. The Erebus Titan is the more expensive watch. What you get for that extra money is excellent customer support, multiple dial and colour variants, a more refined case and bracelet, a fully resolved design, not just a single execution. The San Martin is one watch. The Erebus Titan is a range of watches. Several of my collector friends already own the Erebus Titan, so I went the other way. The San Martin is the most brutal, angular, unfinished version of this design. It lacks the final layer of microbrand polish, and I love it for that. It feels closer to a raw industrial design project. The relationship between OEM manufacturing and ODM development is complicated behind the scenes, but it becomes much more simple when you look at the end products. There is always a risk when you work with a manufacturer. They learn, they adapt, they can copy. The fact that San Martin released this watch in this form actually highlights how strong the Erebus refinement process really is. This doesn't look like bad faith, it looks like a symbiotic relationship, and when you combine a manufacturing powerhouse like San Martin with strong design instincts, proper marketing and customer-focused execution, you start to see just how much untapped potential exists at this cost envelope. That's the real story here. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. The Seamaster versus the Submariner debate, it refuses to die. Everyone compares these watches, almost nobody fully understands them, sometimes blinded by tribal loyalties. But the truth is this, the debate is already over, just not in the way that people think. Not because one watch won, not because one watch failed, but because over time these two watches stop trying to be the same thing. And once you see that, the argument dissolves. Welcome back to HoroLogical. For decades, these were treated as rivals. Two steel dive watches, the same water resistance, similar size, similar intent, at least on paper. But today, comparing them directly, it misses the point entirely, because what matters now isn't what they can do, it's how you live with them. Let's start with the Submariner. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 904L stainless steel. The case diameter is 40mm. The thickness is 12.5mm. The lug width 20mm. The lug to lug 48mm. The movement, it's Rolex's in-house caliber 3135. The power reserve 48 hours. The crystal, it's flat sapphire with AR coating only under the Cyclops. Water resistance is 300 metres and sized for a 7-inch wrist. On the OEM Oyster bracelet, it weighs 153 grams. Mechanically, it's still extraordinary. The bezel action, 120 clicks. It is the best in the industry, full stop. Nothing else feels as precise, as confident, or as inevitable. The legibility, it is unmatched. That Mercedes hour hand and the sword minute hand, they are among the most recognisable and readable silhouettes in mainstream watchmaking. At a glance, in any light, you'll know the time. This is Rolex at its very best. Interfaces perfected through refusal to overcomplicate. Omega strengths are complexity and engineering expression. The Seamaster takes a completely different route. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter is 42mm. The thickness 13.6mm. The lug width is 20mm. The lug to lug is 49.9mm. The movement, it's Omega's in-house 8800 coaxial automatic caliber. Power reserve is 55 hours. The crystal is domed sapphire with AR coating in both sides. The water resistance is 300 metres and sized for a 7-inch wrist. On the OEM bracelet, it weighs 168 grams. Dial to dial, these watches are difficult to compare because they're solving different problems. The Hulk's green sunburst is pure visual theatre, an emotional work of art that lives in the light. The Omega Seaweed Green Laser Ablated Zirconia Ceramic Wave Dial is a technical masterpiece. It's controlled, repeatable, and it's engineered at scale. Omega's case construction, it's more complex, more facets, more transitions, those lyre lugs, more visible effort. You see the engineering, and that's the point. The philosophies diverge everywhere else you look. At 300 metres, the Submariner is so overbuilt that the notion of a helium escape valve, it's a complete non-starter. The case itself does the job required. Omega chooses visible solutions, the helium escape valve, the domed sapphire crystal, external anti-reflective coating, stunning when new, but live with external AR long enough, and once it marks Rolex's subtle restraint, it suddenly makes sense. Omega shows you the movement, Rolex locks it away. One invites curiosity, the other asks for trust. On the wrist, the differences become unavoidable. Quick wrist check just outside Ferrari land. I've got on the Rolex 116610LV, aka the Hulk. Rolex's bracelet tapers, the clasp is industry leading. Glide lock is as refined as the bezel is, it's intuitive, functional, fully resolved. Omega's clasp, it does the job well, but it can't compete here, and yet despite all of that, the daily wear equation flips on its head. Here in the UK, wearing a Submariner can carry real world risk, and everybody knows what that means. That changes what daily watch actually needs to be. The Submariner, it may be mechanically capable of anything, but psychologically, it's no longer frictionless for many owners. The Seamaster still is. my world, the Submariner always lives in its OEM bracelet. It feels complete, final, case closed. The Seamaster, it thrives in change, rubber, NATO, leather, it adapts effortlessly, it refreshes itself continually. That flexibility, it matters in real ownership. So which watch is better? Well, the honest answer is this. That question belongs to history. These watches stopped being similar a long time ago now. They didn't drift apart, they shook hands and they chose different paths. The Submariner hit refined, the Seamaster expressed. If you want tactile refinement, buy the Submariner. If you want collector expression, buy the Seamaster, but stop pretending that these watches are rivals. They don't compete anymore, they coexist. Choose the one that matches you and stop arguing about the other. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. We just witnessed what happens when collaboration transparency collapses. Creators filming promotional material, then reviewing the product with no declared financial interest, direct financial association left undeclared, and somehow no paid promotion disclosure in sight. A product that instead of changing the game, it was actually playing the game. Here in the UK, that is not a grey area, that is regulated. So today, we take a deep breath and we reset, because this is collaboration done properly. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Clear disclosure.
I am not classing this video as a review, specifically because I do undertake paid work for WatchGecko, who are one half of this collab, and this watch has been given to me for free.
Paid promotion declared where appropriate to do so, framed correctly as an awareness campaign, no game changers here, and all priced without ego or excessive collaboration tax. Let's look at what happens when restraint replaces hype and self-indulgence. After the Bark and Jack Christopher Ward collaboration situation, scrutiny is healthy when a creator participates in filming and producing the promotional material used to market a watch, when they are one of only a handful with embargoed launch access. When there is obvious commercial alignment, the paid promotion label should be used. And here it was, cleanly, upfront, unambiguous. George declares his involvement verbally within the first 20 seconds of his video. He states he's not impartial.
So I cannot be trusted to be impartial.
He frames his video as awareness, not review.
I am not classing this video as a review.
That is transparent. That is refreshing. Now that that's established clearly, let's look at the actual watch. This collaboration is based on the C63 Sealander platform, and crucially, WatchGecko stated clearly they're not reinventing the wheel.
From the outset, this project wasn't about reinventing the wheel.
And that restraint matters. No forced nostalgia, no indulgent mythology, no fictional ancestor cave painting tools involved, just a custom Fume dial, subtle dual brand engraving, a DLC coated fixed 24-hour bezel, a custom engraved DLC coated caseback outer, individually numbered casebacks. That numbering, that adds manufacturing complexity, it adds time and it adds cost. Here it appears to have been partially absorbed, not fully passed on, and that flies directly in the face of the collabs always cost more narrative. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter, 39mm. The thickness, 11.9mm. The lug width, 20mm. The lug to lug, 45.8mm. The movement, it's a Sellita SW330-2 with the Christopher Ward custom rotor. It runs at 4 Hz. The power reserve is 56 hours. The crystal, it's flat sapphire with inner AR coating. Water resistance is 150 metres and it weighs 62 grams, and that's case weight. It's a strap platform after all. The Christopher Ward C63 Sealander GMT, UK retail price £1,060. Add custom engraving direct from Christopher Ward to that, then the UK retail price becomes £1,090 on the Bader bracelet. The Watch Gecko limited edition C63, that retails at £1,195 on that Bader bracelet. So what is the delta? £105. For that £105 extra, you receive a custom Fume dial, a DLC coated bezel, a DLC coated caseback ring, individually numbered cases, dual signed hardware on the included military style nylon strap. On their website, Watch Gecko's closest equivalent nylon strap retails at £28. You can also buy the watch with other options besides the Christopher Ward Bader bracelet. The Sedona rubber strap option as a standalone product, well, that currently retails at £98. The full octopod system, that currently retails at £95. So buying the watch with the Sedona orange rubber option over the octopod system, well, that saves £3. As Watch Gecko have cleverly kept price parity with these two options. Now that illustrates margin flexibility, no gouging, no inflated ego tax. Watch Gecko is primarily a UK based strap company. This watch is only available in the UK unfortunately. But what did they do with this product? Well, they created a subtle platform watch, one that works on everything. It's not loud, it's not self-referential.
Every great go anywhere, do anything watch has one thing in common. It doesn't demand attention, it earns it.
It's not design heavy for the sake of it. In that strategic positioning, this becomes a long-term ecosystem piece that pays compound interest. A serious fan of both brands will potentially own this watch alongside years of accumulated Watch Gecko straps. That is how you build recurring value. The choice to make this a fixed number limited series, well, that shows restraint. It's less cash grab and more value add for the brand's most loyal fans to indulge in and enjoy. Watch Gecko even made a subtle reference to the somewhat infamous now Bader bracelet being not too spicy. Cheeky, but it's well earned, because here the strap offering is the point, not the bracelet. And the the military style nylon is included with every configuration. From the pricing picture, it appears effectively bundled at cost, and that is value addition, not extraction. This is the key difference when creators stand to gain financially through direct association with a collaborator. The transparency, it's not optional, it's expected. Here in the UK, it is regulated. Here, paid promotion label must be used, financial involvement fully declared, not framed as review. Impartiality explicitly denied.
So I cannot be trusted to be impartial.
That is textbook transparency. That is respectful to the viewer. That builds long-term trust. £105 for a Fume dial, 2 DLC coated components, custom engraving, limited edition numbering, and a NATO strap. Depending on how you calculate finishing cost, you could argue that that NATO was thrown in for free, or worst case scenario, at cost. Either way, this is not collaboration tax as we know it. It is a true value pitch. Could WatchGecko have benefited from watching the Bark and Jack debate unfold? Possibly, but watch collaborations take time. We've already established that. Additional process steps, dial development, supply chain coordination. The direction of this project was likely set over a year ago. The restraint that we see now was probably baked in from the very beginning of this collaboration, and that is the difference. Intent. Collaboration is not the problem. Opacity is. Financial ambiguity absolutely is. This release demonstrates transparency, proportion and value alignment. It is a measured release. Customer respect, no forced mythology to dwell on, no creator indulgence tax, no hidden commercial relationships, just a platform watch, some subtle design tweaks, fair pricing, clear disclosure, collaboration done right. And in a hobby that's built in trust, that matters. I was genuinely concerned about Christopher Ward, and I awaited this release with bated breath. For me, this release has cleared up a few niggling questions, but remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. William Shakespeare never wore a watch, but he understood time better than most watch collectors ever will. The most important dive watch in history was named after one of his lines. A moon phase complication, it echoes his obsession with instability. Macbeth understood the psychology of the upgrade cycle. Hamlet diagnosed drift centuries before Quartz tried to correct it. We think horology measures seconds. Shakespeare knew it measures morality. This is not a literature lesson, it's a study of how watchmaking borrowed its deepest ideas from a playwright who never even seen a balance wheel. And once you see the link, you'll never be able to unsee it. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Act 1, Depth. The Tempest in the 50 Fathoms. Blancpain named the first modern dive watch the 50 Fathoms. The name is poetic, not technical. It echoes the Tempest. Act 1, Scene 2. Full Fathom 5, Thy Father Lies. A fathom is a unit of depth, but Shakespeare was not measuring engineering tolerances. He was measuring burial, transformation and submersion. The sea in the Tempest, it's not scenery, it is force. It changes what it touches. Blancpain's genius was not the rotating bezel alone, it was naming a dive instrument after verse. The original 50 Fathoms, it translated literary depth into mechanical depth. Today a Blancpain 50 Fathoms automatique sits in the wrist, an inky dial, a measured disciplined presence. Surface from a dive wearing it, and the symbolism almost writes itself. We measure depth in metres now, yet we borrow the language of fathoms. Poetry survived the pressure test. Act 2, The Moon, A Midsummer Night's Dream in Lunar Time. If the Tempest is depth, A Midsummer Night's Dream is instability. The moon governs the entire play. Puck observes, the moon methinks looks with a watery eye. Under its influence lovers lose reason. Perception shifts. Reality bends. Historically tracking the moon mattered. For navigation, for agriculture, for tides, for ritual. Before marine chronometers solved longitude, before satellites synchronised the globe, human beings looked upward. The Tudor 1926 moon phase, it tracks something we no longer need to track. And yet we do, because the moon is no longer about utility, it is about rhythm. A moon phase complication preserves an older relationship with time. When time was governed by orbit, not oscillation, Shakespeare understood lunar psychology, instability, transformation. The moon phase watch preserves that tension. We no longer need it, but we still want it. That is horology at its most human. And when cycles give way to ambition, time changes character. Act 3, Obsession. Macbeth in the collector's mind. Macbeth is a study in obsession. Time in Macbeth is relentless. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day. Time suffocates. Time advances without mercy. Macbeth would have made a formidable modern watch collector, driven, relentless, never satisfied with good enough. Accuracy, progression, power. But Macbeth's tragedy is misalignment. He tries to control destiny. He tries to accelerate time. Collectors sometimes do the same. Upgrade cycles, specification escalation, perfection chasing. Macbeth teaches us something very uncomfortable. Time does not bend its will to ambition. It simply proceeds relentlessly. A superlative chronometer does not conquer time, it moves with it, cleanly. Act 4, Light, Romeo and Juliet and the sundial. Before mechanical clocks, sundials ruled. Shakespeare constantly references daylight as timekeeper. In Romeo and Juliet, the day is hot. Time is measured by heat, by shadow, by the position of the sun. The sundial is time without mechanics, pure light, pure shadow, no escapement, no mainspring, just the earth turning. Humanity moves from celestial time to regulated time, from shadow to oscillation, from orbit to escapement. A modern mechanical watch, it is an attempt to internalise the sun, to trap daylight inside a balance wheel. But the shift changed something. Celestial time was communal, shared, cosmic, observable. Mechanical time became personal, portable, private. That transition, it's not just technological, it is philosophical, and when time becomes audible, its authority changes again. Act 5, Bells, Julius Caesar and Sonnerie au Passage. In Julius Caesar, the clock half stricken free, public timekeeping had arrived. Church bells, they structured society, they regulated markets, prayer, power. A Sonnerie au Passage replicates that civic ritual, but on the wrist. The Christopher Ward bell canto, it strikes the hour automatically. Once a bell tower declared time for a day, it declared time for the city. Now a watch announces it for one person. Private luxury has inherited public authority. The sound of the hour, it used to belong to everybody. Now it belongs to the wearer. Time evolves, but the ritual remains. Act 6, Honour and Lineage, Henry IV and Martial Time. In Henry IV, time is tied to honour, to battle, to reputation. Prince Hal must grow into his destiny. Time shapes his identity. Panerai, born of military necessity, embodies that same philosophy. Functional, purpose-built, unromantic, not decorative time, duty-bound time. In both, time is not an accessory, it is responsibility, and responsibility eventually meets its limit. Act 7, Morality, the Sonnets in Sonnet 60. Shakespeare writes, Like as the waves make towards the pebbled shore, so do our minutes hasten to their end. That is the sweeping seconds hand, wave after wave, impulse after impulse. Mechanical watches do not stop morality, they dramatise it. Each oscillation is a heartbeat surrogate. We measure time, we measure what we cannot slow. The sweeping hand is not progress, it is erosion, and it will sweep us aside as effortlessly as it sweeps the dial. That is Shakespearean. And finally, there is dislocation. Act 8, Hamlet, the time is out of joint. In Hamlet, the time is out of joint. This is horological language. Time dislocated, time misaligned. Pair this with a Bulova Marine Star Precisionist, a 262 kHz quartz movement, absurdly precise, and yet the irony remains. We chase perfect timekeeping in a world where time was never broken. Hamlet feels disorder, we correct the drift. Both are attempts to restore alignment. Shakespeare never wore a watch, but he understood depth, cycles, obsession, light, bells and morality. He understood that time is not just a number, it is force. Horology didn't invent time, it refined how we live with it. Perhaps that is a quiet link between Stratford-upon-Avon and Switzerland. We build machines to measure what he measured in verse. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. Sometimes the watch world, it moves so quickly that people forget to stop and understand what it is they're actually looking at. When Tudor released the 1926 lunar moon phase, a surprising number of reviewers called it a lazy release. Some even dismissed the involvement of J2 as nothing more than lifestyle marketing, and that reaction revealed something much bigger than just this watch. Because J2, he's not a lifestyle model, he is one of the most influential musicians in East Asia, and he's collaborated with Tudor for years now. He was present at the launch of the 1926 line, and he's played a pivotal role in shaping this watch. Imagine someone calling Daniel Craig a lifestyle model in relation to Omega. It would sound absurd, and yet that kind of cultural blindness sometimes appears in Western watch spaces, and it completely misses the point of this watch. The Tudor 1926 lunar moon phase, it's not a lazy release, it's one of the most historically authentic Tudor watches currently being produced and sold. And for collectors who normally wear tool watches, it might actually be the perfect dress watch. Welcome back to HoroLogical. I ordered this watch from my authorised dealer on Tuesday the 17th of February during Lunar New Year, and yes, I had to order it. I had fully expected to walk into the AD and walk out with this watch, but my dealer explained something interesting to me. This watch, it is massive in East Asia. Large quantities of stock had been diverted to mainland China for Lunar New Year, for this watch sells extremely well, and that alone tells you something really important. J2 is a major cultural figure across East Asia, not a lifestyle prop. So I waited a week for a box fresh example directly from Tudor HQ, and that wait only reinforced my sense that this watch had been widely misunderstood in Western watch media. My collection, it needed a dress watch, but I'm fundamentally a tool watch wearer, and this is about as far towards the dress side that I am prepared to go, because the 1926 lunar moon phase, it still provides the reassuring specifications that tool watch collectors appreciate. 100 metres of water resistance, a screw down crown, a solid steel bracelet, security fold over clasp. That combination is extremely unusual for a dress leaning watch. The security clasp in particular is brilliant. It maintains a refined dress aesthetic while providing the reassurance of a tool watch safety system. It is a genuinely clever design solution. This watch was officially released globally on the 25th of September 2025, right before the Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Moon Festival, one of the most important holidays in Chinese culture. In 2025, the festival fell on October the 6th. Once you understand that timing, the watch suddenly begins to make sense. This is not just another release, it is a culturally anchored moon phase watch. In that context explains why the watch resonates so strongly in Eastern markets. Tudor actually did this watch a slight disservice with their marketing imagery. The dial is a radial brushed subtle blue silk texture, even Arabic numerals with arrow tip indices at the odd hours, but the moon phase in particular, it looks flat in the official photos, but in real life it is completely different. Under bright lighting, the moon phase reveals subtle brushing variations that bring the complication alive. I discovered this almost by accident. The boutique had a display example that was quite dimly lit, but there was a brighter Omega section nearby, so I sat down there to try the watch on. The staff were confused until they saw the dial under the much stronger, brighter lighting. They immediately agreed. The official photography simply does not capture how good this dial looks in real life. The case finishing is excellent. The left side profile, it's not dissimilar to a 5-digit Rolex Yacht Master. The opposite side maintains that relationship if you can mentally remove the crown guards. It is a classic polished oyster style case. The bezel also reveals a small but thoughtful detail. At first glance it appears completely simple, but in closer inspection there is a polished understep and subtle chamfer. From normal viewing distance you might miss it, but it contributes to the refined dress watch orientation of the watch. The dimensions are extremely well judged. 39mm case diameter, 47mm lug to lug, 21mm lug width. The slightly unusual 21mm lug space, and it actually works very well here. It allows the lugs to sit wider on the wrist, which enhances the dress watch proportions. At just over 130 grams on the bracelet, sized for me, the watch feels solid without becoming heavy. The bracelet tapers from the 21mm end link to 17.5mm at the clasp. It blends effortlessly into the wrist, subtle, quiet, and only in closer inspection do you realise there is something quite special happening here. The bracelet is a 7-link design with alternating brushed and polished sections. It articulates beautifully on the wrist. I have had zero desire to put this watch in a strap, and that says a lot. I have always liked historical 9-link Rolex bracelets. This sits somewhere nicely between that style and the familiar 5-link Jubilee. The tolerances are exactly what you would expect from Tudor. Tight, precise and extremely well executed. The clasp deserves a special mention. It sacrifices any form of micro adjustment in order to maintain a thin, elegant profile. For some collectors that might be a drawback, but the trade-off is understandable. Inside the clasp there are 4 ceramic bearings interacting with machine grooves. The result is an incredibly positive closing action, putting the watch on feels like cycling a well-maintained bolt-action rifle. Two incredibly satisfying clicks. It is one of the most satisfying clasps that I have used to date. The dial appears simple at first, but the closer you look, the more subtle finishing techniques emerge. Different brushing directions create varied light play. The Tudor logo is printed but also slightly raised. Dial text is kept to a bare minimum, which is a confident design decision here by Tudor. The hands are interesting too. They're not the razor-sharp Zaratsu polished precision of a Grand Seiko. Instead, they are slightly rounded, which fits the overall aesthetic of the watch perfectly. A clean dial with the moon phase as its centrepiece. Some collectors may view the movement choice as a bit of a downgrade compared to Tudor's modern MT manufactured calibers. And technically speaking, they would be correct, but that misses the historical context here. From the perspective of Tudor's original philosophy, this is actually one of the most authentic Tudor watches that you can currently buy. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter is 39mm. The thickness is 10.1mm. The lug width, 21mm. The lug to lug, 47mm. The movement, it is a caliber T 607-9 4Hz. It is a Sellita SW200-1 that Tudor has modified. The power reserve is 38 hours. The crystal, it's a flat sapphire with AR underside only. Water resistance is 100 metres and sized for a 7-inch wrist, it weighs 132 grams. For most of its history, Tudor used reliable third-party movements, robust, serviceable, practical. That approach defined the brand for decades. Modern Tudor divers are everywhere now, but a watch like this, a restrained moon-phase dress piece with tool watch practicality, it's far less common, and that appeals strongly to my contrarian instincts. There is one small criticism. Tudor's website, that explains how to set the moon phase, but it doesn't provide a visual moon phase calendar. Instead, you're directed off-site. Even worse, it's not even a clickable link. So I found myself heading over to FP Journe's website, which is an excellent moon phase setting tool, and that feels like a missed opportunity. Tudor could easily have created their own page and kept owners within their own ecosystem here. Moon phase watches, they're rarely about utility, they're about perspective. A dive watch measures pressure, a chronograph measures events, a moon phase measures something much older, the slow rhythm of time itself. And there is one final layer that makes this watch even more interesting. The number 1926, it's not decorative. It is the year that Tudor was founded by Hans Wilsdorf, which means 2026 marks Tudor's 100th anniversary, so the quietest watch in Tudor's catalogue is also the one carrying the brand's origin story directly in its name and DNA. The Tudor 1926 lunar moon phase, it sits in a very interesting place. It is arguably the most dress-leaning watch in Tudor's catalogue. Yes, the Tudor Royale exists, but the integrated bracelet look, it gives that watch a slightly sportier character. This feels different, more restrained, more classical. It also avoids the anxiety that sometimes comes with wearing a highly recognisable tool watch. Instead, it becomes a quiet daily companion, understated, thoughtful and slightly poetic. There are no design mismatches here. Everything about the watch feels intentional, and when you view that through the lens of Tudor's history and the cultural timing of the release, the watch begins to make perfect sense, which makes it all the more remarkable that some people chose to call it a lazy release, because the only thing lazy in that conversation was failing to take the time to understand the watch. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. The Lamborghini Countach, famously difficult to reverse, drivers sometimes had to sit on the doorsill just to see behind the car.
You can actually drive it while not being in it. And we're off. Developed at the Lamborghini factory. I am in!
Early Koenigseggs had awkward, off-centre pedal boxes, engineering brilliance in paper, but human friction in reality.
This is a homage.
Now Horology. We talk endlessly about watches as systems, movements, materials, water resistance, accuracy and finishing, but there's a problem. Watches do not exist in isolation, and the least understood part of the entire system, it is the person wearing it. That's not a metaphor, it's engineering reality, because a watch is never complete until a human enters the loop. Welcome back to HoroLogical. We reduce watches to numbers because numbers feel objective, safe, sensible and defensible, but here's a flaw in that thinking. A watch can be mechanically exceptional and still be a poor overall system once it's actually been worn by a real person, because humans introduce variables that specifications cannot control. Weight tolerance, wrist geometry, sensitivity to thickness, reflection, comfort with visibility, psychological friction. None of those appear in a specification sheet, and yet they define the ownership experience. That is why so many perfect watches end up living in drawers and never getting worn. Not because they failed mechanically, but because the system was misread. Specs work brilliantly up until a point, until they don't. They cannot predict the wearing experience. A watch rated to 300 metres, it doesn't feel safer than one rated to 200 metres, especially if you never go deeper than a swimming pool anyway. A chronometer grade movement, it doesn't improve your day if you already trust the time implicitly. A ceramic bezel, it doesn't matter if glare makes you hesitate before you can read it. This isn't a criticism of engineering, this is real world context. Once a watch crosses the threshold of being good enough, additional excellence, it stops being felt and starts being abstract. At that point, the limiting factor isn't the watch, it's you. Most watch dissatisfaction, it isn't about quality, certainly not nowadays, it's about friction. How a watch sits when you type, how it catches light, how it announces itself, especially in public, or doesn't. How aware you are of it at 3 PM. These, after a long day at work, it can be sore on the wrist sometimes. These are ergonomic questions, human questions. The answers to these questions don't scale with price. In fact, they often get worse as watches become more ambitious. More mass, more thickness, more shine, more presence. Engineering expression increases while human tolerance remains unchanged. That's not a failure of watches, it's a misunderstanding of systems engineering. Value is one of the most abused words in watch collecting. It's usually treated as a ratio, features divided by price. But real value is behavioural. A watch that you want to wear every day has more value than a watch you feel you should wear. A watch that disappears on the wrist, it often outperforms one that dominates the wrist. And once you recognise that, brand hierarchy starts to lose its grip. Not because the brands don't matter, they do, but because personal alignment matters more. This is why experienced collectors often end up with simpler watches over time. Not out of resignation, but out of clarity. Here's the core idea, stripped completely clean. Watches aren't systems on their own. They're only complete once a human enters the loop. That loop includes habits, environments, psychology, tolerance, intention, and none of that is universal, which is why copying someone else's perfect watch, that rarely works. You inherit their constraints, not your own. Understanding this, it doesn't make you less serious about watches, it makes you more precise. Once you accept that you are part of the system, specifications stop being answers, they become inputs. Luxury stops being status. It becomes suitability. Accuracy stops being impressive, it becomes invisible. And collecting stops being about optimisation and starts being about alignment. That is why some watches endure, not because they dominate on paper, but because they coexist peacefully with their owners. They don't demand attention, they don't create friction, they don't need justification, they just simply work within the limits of being human. This channel, it's not about declaring winners, it's about understanding systems. And the most important system in watch collecting is the system that includes you. Once you understand that, watches become clearer, choices become calmer, and buyer's remorse, that becomes rarer, hopefully. If you enjoyed this video, consider giving it a like, maybe even a dislike, get in the comments, hit subscribe, and remember, you know what's coming, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. Shakespeare never wore a watch, but once again he understood the forces behind timekeeping better than most collectors ever will. In the first film we explored depth, the moon, obsession, light, bells, honour, morality and drift. But Shakespeare wrote about far more than clocks and cycles. He wrote about power, identity, order, chaos, reputation and the strange human instinct to measure absolutely everything. Horology does not exist outside those forces, it's built inside them. So the story continues. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Act 9, Monsters, Othello and the Seco Arnie. In Othello, Shakespeare describes jealousy as something terrifying. It is a monster begot upon itself. A creature born in the mind, suspicion grows, feeds in imagination, and it eventually becomes real. Collectors understand this process perfectly. Needs appear where none previously existed. More loom, more depth rating, more complications. The Seco Arnie embodies that instinct. Large, aggressive, analogue and digital combined. A watch that almost looks excessive. A watch that does almost everything. A horological monster, if you will. But like Othello's jealousy, the monster exists because we created it. Sometimes watches become extreme because collectors demand the extreme. Act 10, Order, The Taming of the Shrew and the Casio F91W. The Taming of the Shrew explores discipline, a chaotic world forced into structure. The Casio F91W is one of the purest expressions of ordered time ever built. There is no sweep, no interpretation, just digits advancing with perfect obedience. Mechanical watches express time as motion. Digital watches impose time as mathematics. The F91W does not negotiate with time, it enforces it. Act 11, Mercy, The Merchant of Venice and the Omega Seamaster. In The Merchant of Venice, Portia declares, "The quality of mercy is not strained. Mercy cannot be forced, it must flow naturally." The Omega Seamaster refined the dive watch concept into something unmistakably Omega. They did not invent the dive watch, but they did refine it until the design felt inevitable. The helium escape valve, the dial balance, the case geometry, nothing feels strained. The watch just simply works effortlessly, like genuine mercy itself. Act 12, Identity, Twelfth Night and the Tissot PRX. Twelfth Night is Shakespeare's great play of mistaken identity. Characters disguise themselves, roles blur, appearances deceive. The Tissot PRX occupies a similar ambiguity. It looks vintage, yet it's thoroughly modern. It appears luxurious, yet it remains accessible. Integrated bracelet watches exist between categories, sports watch or dress watch. Gerald Genta became the architect of the integrated sports watch, designs that influenced the entire industry, much like Shakespeare influenced the entire English language itself. Influence and imitation appear everywhere.
This is a homage to the first CC8. This is a homage.
This is a homage.
Exactly like Twelfth Night, identity shifts depending on perspective. Act 13, Power, Richard III and the Flieger. Richard III begins with the line, "Now is the winter of our discontent." The play examines ambition and the pursuit of power. Flieger watches were born from military necessity, large cases, maximum legibility, and function above decoration. They project highly legible authority, but Shakespeare reminds us of something important. Power pursued without restraint eventually collapses. Even the strongest watch design cannot stop time. Act 14, The World, As You Like It and the Casio World Timer. In As You Like It, Shakespeare writes, "All the world's a stage. Human life unfolds across locations, roles and shifting circumstances." The Casio World Timer reflects that idea. Multiple time zones, a map of the world on the dial. It reminds the wearer that time is not universal. It's always morning somewhere and night somewhere else. The stage expands and timekeeping expands with it. Act 15, Chaos, King Lear and the Steel Dive Willard Diver.
This is a homage. This is a homage.
This is a homage.
King Lear is Shakespeare's greatest storm. Nature becomes hostile. Wind, rain, madness, betrayal. The famous storm scene shows Lear confronting chaos directly. Dive watches exist because nature is unforgiving. Pressure, darkness, isolation. The Willard lineage was built for environments where failure cannot be tolerated. A diver entering deep water, it faces the same truth that Lear discovered in the storm. Nature does not negotiate. Act 16, Legacy, Much Ado About Nothing and the Bulova Lunar Pilot. Much Ado About Nothing explores reputation. Characters are judged by what people believe rather than what is actually true. Horology has its own legends. The Bulova Lunar Pilot carries one of the most famous. During Apollo 15, astronaut Dave Scott wore a Bulova chronograph on the lunar surface after his Omega Speedmaster failed. Whether mythologised or documented, the story changed the watch forever. Reputation became legacy for both models. Exactly as Shakespeare understood, stories reshape reality. Shakespeare never studied horology. He never saw a cannon pinion or a quartz oscillator, but he understood the forces that shape timekeeping: order, power, identity, chaos, reputation. Horology did not invent time, it simply built machines to live alongside it. And perhaps that's the quiet link between Shakespeare and watches. We build instruments to measure seconds. Shakespeare measured the people living inside those seconds. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. There's a moment in watch collecting that almost nobody talks about. It's not when you buy your first mechanical watch, and it's not when you finally get hold of a Submariner or a Seamaster. It's the moment after that. The moment when those watches stop feeling like decisions and they start feeling like answers that everybody already knows. It's not because they're bad watches, not because they've lost quality, heritage or relevance, but because they became culturally complete. You don't really discover a Submariner anymore, you arrive at it. And when that happens, something interesting occurs. The question changes. It's not what's the best dive watch, but what actually resonates with me now. And that's where this watch lives. Welcome back to HoroLogical. If you've been collecting for any length of time, the path is familiar. Curiosity first, then education, then the canon, Rolex Submariner, Omega Seamaster, two outstanding watches, two designs that genuinely deserve their status, but they've also become the default. They are the Nike Air Jordans of the watch world, instantly recognisable, culturally reinforced, universally validated. That level of recognition, it carries enormous resonance. And in an earlier video, I described that as Q factor, not popularity but cultural signal density. How loudly a watch exists in the collective imagination relative to how many people actually own one. By that measure, the Submariner sits right at the peak. Even people who don't care about watches know what it is. And that's powerful, but it also means that for some collectors, the experience becomes finished, not solved, just finished. At that point, you're no longer looking for reassurance. You've already got that. You're looking for intent, and that's exactly why some collectors, they start drifting away from the loudest answers towards quieter ones. It's not because they want to be different, but because they want something that asks more of them. And that's where the Glasuta CQ enters the picture. What's interesting about the CQ is not that it competes with the Submariner or the Seamaster. It doesn't. Really, what's interesting is that it's often cross-shopped with the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, and that only makes sense if you understand resonance theory. The 50 Fathoms has always had a different Q factor shape, lower mass resonance than the Submariner, but far sharper signal density. Fewer people feel it, but the people who do, they feel it deeply. To some collectors, that narrower resonance, it isn't a drawback, it's the killer feature, and this is where the CQ becomes genuinely interesting, because it occupies the same Q factor space as the Blancpain 50 Fathoms. It's not the same price, not the same history, and not the same execution of design, but the same resonance profile, quiet to the outside world, but meaningful to the people who are tuned into it. Now, before this becomes too abstract, let's ground it for a moment. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 316L stainless steel. The case diameter is 43.2mm. The thickness 15.65mm. The lug width 21mm. The lug to lug 51.5mm. In the movement, it's an in-house 3613 calibre running at 4 Hz. Power reserve is 100 hours. Crystal is sapphire double domed with clear AR both sides. Water resistance 300 metres and sized for a 7-inch wrist. On the OEM bracelet it weighs 180 grams. The CQ is a modern steel dive watch built in Glasuta. Sapphire crystal, an in-house automatic movement, robust, well finished, properly engineered. On a spec sheet, none of this is dramatic, and that's exactly the point. Nothing here is trying to win an argument. The specs are there to disappear. Once you know the watch is competent, the numbers stop mattering. What takes over instead is feel. And the CQ feels deliberately calm. There's no visual shouting, no exaggerated proportions. There's no need to dominate the wrist. The design is restrained, the finishing is controlled. The way the dial holds light, it's subtle. It doesn't explain itself from across the room. And for someone who's already lived with a Submariner or a Seamaster, that can feel oddly refreshing. Because you're no longer buying validation, you're buying coherence. This isn't about German watches being better than Swiss ones, it's about priorities. German watchmaking historically, it tends to value clarity, process and long-term correctness. The CQ feels like a watch designed to make sense over years rather than minutes. It's not trying to charm you instantly, it's trying to remain quietly convincing, and that's a very specific design philosophy, and it won't appeal to everyone, which is exactly why it appeals to the right people. This is also why the CQ and the 50 Fathoms, they keep ending up in the same mental shortlist, not because they look alike, and it's not because one replaces the other, but because they resonate at the same frequency. They attract collectors who are no longer asking what's the best dive watch, but instead what kind of dive watch actually fits how I think. And that's a very different question. And it's one that only emerges after the obvious answers stop being interesting. In the previous video on quartz accuracy, I talked about the moment when precision stops being impressive and it starts to become invisible. And this is the same idea, it's just applied differently. Once a watch is accurate enough, accuracy fades into the background. Once a dive watch is capable enough, capability, it fades into the background and what's left is intent. And the CQ is a watch built almost entirely around intent. This watch won't impress your neighbour, it won't win spec sheet debates and comment sections, and it won't explain itself to somebody who only half cares. But if you're the kind of collector who's already resolved the mainstream questions, that can be a strength, because at that stage, you're not really collecting watches anymore, you're collecting at a much deeper level. And that's why this watch matters on this channel, because this channel isn't about chasing the loudest opinions or ranking the most obvious answers. It's about understanding why collectors move the way they do once surface level questions are fully resolved. Whether that's quartz versus mechanical, Submariner versus Seamaster, or mass resonance versus selective resonance, at some point the metrics stop being the point and the thinking takes over. The Glasuta CQ isn't a rebel watch and it isn't a flex. It's what happens when the noise drops away and the collecting journey starts to slow down. When the watch in your wrist isn't there to prove anything, only to make sense to you. And if that sounds familiar, you're probably exactly who this watch was built for. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is HoroLogical. Before we begin, full transparency, YouTube will show a paid promotion disclosure on this video, and that is there because I have been invited onto the guest list for this event. I've not been paid to make this video, and no brand has sponsored it, and no company has seen or approved a script, but I think it's important to disclose that cleanly and clearly, because transparency matters. Now, with that said, something interesting is happening in Scotland's watch community. Last year, a brand new watch show appeared in Glasgow. It was the inaugural event, and the location was, well, let's just say it was a little bit unusual. It took place underneath the railway bridge beside Glasgow Central Railway Station. Locally, that bridge is known as the Hailerman's Umbrella. If you know Glasgow, you know exactly the place I'm talking about. Stone arches, trains rumbling overhead, one of the most atmospheric corners of the city, and inside those arches, something unexpected happened. A watch show. Collectors, independent brands and enthusiasts all in the one room for a day of watches, and it worked. It worked so well that the show quickly outgrew the railway arches, because this year it's moving somewhere bigger. Somewhere much bigger, Hampden Park, Scotland's national football stadium. Welcome back to HoroLogical. The inaugural event last year was the first gathering organised by the Watch Collectors Club, run by Hamish and Ed. Great guys, the largest club for watch enthusiasts in the UK, and the concept was simple: bring together watch enthusiasts, collectors and independent brands. Not a luxury trade show, not velvet ropes and corporate exhibitions, no red carpets, just watches and the people who enjoy them, talking to the people who design them and build them and market them. The venue choice was also very Glasgow, underneath the railway bridge beside Central Station. The Hailerman's Umbrella historically, this was where Highlanders arriving by train would gather beneath the arches, sheltering from the daily Glasgow rainstorm. Today it remains one of the city's most recognisable meeting points. Dark stone arched brickwork, trains overhead, and inside those arches the first show happened. Collectors and brands sharing the same space. Watches on wrists, not just behind glass. For the first event the response was remarkable. Collectors travelled from across Scotland and across the UK, and very quickly the organisers realised something. They had created a problem, a very good problem. The show had already outgrown its venue. Success forces growth, and this year the event moved to Hampden Park. For anyone outside Scotland, Hampden isn't just a football stadium, it is Scotland's national stadium. Cup finals, international matches, over a century of sporting history, and now for one day it becomes a watch show. That move alone tells you how quickly this event has grown. A gathering that began beneath a railway bridge now needs a national stadium, and that says a great deal about the momentum behind it and the enthusiasm for watches in Scotland as a whole. The exhibitor list is genuinely impressive. Some of the most interesting independent watch brands will be present. One that many collectors will be excited to see in person is Anardane. Based in Glasgow, Anardane has become famous for its fired vitreous enamel dials. These dials are not simply printed, they are created by firing powdered glass onto metal at extremely high, consistent temperatures. The result is a dial that behaves almost like glass. Light moves differently across it, colours have a depth that photographs just cannot capture. Seeing one in person is really something special. Another exhibitor is Bamford London. Originally known for modifying luxury watches, Bamford now produces its own distinctive designs. Events like this are often where brands quietly hint at future direction, so it'll be interesting to see what they bring to the show. Engineering-focused collectors will also want to look closely at Formex. Formex has built a strong reputation for innovative case engineering and design, excellent finishing, remarkable value for money. Their suspension case technology in particular is something you really need to experience on the wrist. The exhibitor list continues with a wide range of enthusiast favourites, including Baltic. Baltic is a French independent watch brand. They are known for producing vintage-inspired mechanical watches. They draw heavily from mid-20th century design. Baltic combines classic proportions, domed crystals and textured dials with modern mechanical movements. Christopher Ward. They are a British company that designs its watches in the United Kingdom while producing them in Switzerland. Since its founding in 2004, the brand has built a reputation for offering high-quality Swiss-made watches at relatively accessible prices and has developed several in-house mechanical movements. Fairer is a British watch brand recognised for its distinctive colour palettes and contemporary design language. The company combines Swiss mechanical movements with bold dial colours, unusual textures and carefully considered case proportions. Furlan Mari is an independent watch brand focusing and combining traditional watch design and modern production techniques. The brand first gained attention and traction for chronographs inspired by mid-century watchmaking, and it continues to produce watches that reflect classic horological aesthetics. Nodus is a Los Angeles-based watch brand, and they are known for producing robust tool watches that are designed for everyday use. The company focuses on durability, strong specifications and enthusiast-driven designs, while assembling its watches fully in the United States. Vario is a Singapore-based independent watch brand that produces watches inspired by historical and military design influences. The company is also well known for its high-quality watch straps and enthusiast-focused watch accessories. And through James Porter & Sons, a local Glasgow watch shop based in the Argyll Arcade, visitors will be able to see watches from Nomos. Nomos Glashütte is a German watch manufacturer based in the historical watchmaking town of Glashütte. The brand is known for its clean Bauhaus-inspired design language and for producing a large proportion of its mechanical movements in-house. Zinn is a German watch company recognised for producing highly engineered tool watches designed for professional use. The brand is known for developing specialised technologies such as oil-filled cases, temperature-resistant movements and hardened steel surfaces. Awake is a French-based watch brand that focuses on contemporary design and environmentally conscious production. The company emphasises sustainable materials, innovative dial designs and modern aesthetics, while using mechanical movements. Alongside these headliners, there will also be dozens of other brands present, including Abinger. Abinger is a British-based micro-brand, and they focus on producing well-built mechanical watches that combine traditional design cues with modern manufacturing techniques. The brand emphasises solid construction, reliable movements and practical everyday wearability. Adley is an independent watch brand that blends contemporary styling with classical watchmaking influences. The company focuses on creating distinctive mechanical watches designed to balance modern aesthetics with practical usability. Alfaro is a modern watch brand centred in minimalist design and accessible mechanical watchmaking. Their watches emphasise clean dial layouts, balanced proportions and strong value for enthusiasts entering the mechanical watch collecting space. APR is an independent watch brand that focuses on combining modern design with technical detailing. The company produces watches aimed at enthusiasts who appreciate emerging independent watchmakers in contemporary styling. Ball. Ball Watch Company traces its origins to American railroad timekeeping in the late 19th century. Today the brand produces Swiss-made watches known for their rugged construction, chronometer-grade accuracy and distinctive micro gas tube illumination. Braver is a Swedish watch brand inspired by cycling culture and Scandinavian design. This is right up my street here. The company produces watches that combine sporty aesthetics, distinctive colour palettes and Swiss mechanical movements. Circular is a German watch brand with historical roots dating back to the mid-20th century. The modern company produces mechanical watches inspired by traditional tool watch designs and German engineering principles. Clemens is a British micro brand producing mechanical watches in extremely small production runs. The brand focuses on strong case finishing, thoughtful proportions and classic design aimed at enthusiast collectors. Duckworth Prestex is a revived historical British watch name producing modern mechanical watches that are inspired by vintage military and dress designs. The brand combines traditional styling with contemporary watchmaking techniques. Elliott Brown is a British watch manufacturer known for producing extremely robust tool watches designed for demanding environments. Their watches are built for durability and reliability, often tested to professional and military standards. Epos is a Swiss watchmaker specialising in traditional mechanical watchmaking. The brand produces watches featuring skeletonized movements, regulator displays and classical horological complication. Favre-Luba is one of the oldest names in Swiss watchmaking, with a history dating back to the 18th century. The brand has long been associated with exploration watches designed for mountaineering and adventure. Golby is an independent watch brand producing mechanical watches that focus on solid construction and contemporary design. The company aims to deliver enthusiast-grade watches with strong specifications and distinctive styling. Horage is a Swiss independent watch manufacturer and they are recognised for developing their own in-house mechanical movements. The brand focuses on advanced engineering, modern materials and innovative complications. Marlowe Watch Company is a British brand that's inspired by exploration, engineering and scientific discovery. Their watches often reference industrial machinery, aerospace engineering and historical technological achievement. Pollen is a Glasgow-based watch brand and sister company to Anna Dane. The brand produces colourful, minimalist watches combining modern design with Swiss movements and everyday wearability. Timor is a historical British watch brand originally known for producing military watches during the Second World War. The modern company continues that heritage with mechanical watches inspired by classical military designs. Watchgecko is a British company that are best known for producing high quality watch straps and accessories for enthusiasts. In recent years, the company has also expanded into producing its own watch collections. It is a broad cross-section of modern watchmaking, micro brands and independent watchmakers, engineering-focused companies and design-led brands all gathered under one roof. Watch collecting can sometimes feel distant. Boutiques, waiting lists and glass cabinets, but enthusiast events change all that. You can try the watches on, you can speak directly with the people who designed the watches, ask questions, learn details and compare ideas with fellow collectors. And perhaps most importantly, you can meet the people behind the watch brands, because at its best, watch collecting is not about status, it's about curiosity, mechanical engineering, design, history and craftsmanship. Events like this reconnect the hobby with the very community that sustains it. So this year, a watch show that began beneath a railway bridge, it moves to Scotland's National Stadium. That's quite a journey for an event that only began last year. If you're anywhere near Glasgow and you enjoy watches, this could be one of the most interesting enthusiast gatherings of the year. Tickets are on sale now. Links to secure yours are in the description below. Hampden is also a very practical venue. Parking facilities around the stadium, they're excellent, which makes getting there far easier than many city centre venues. And if you need a break during the day, there's also a great cafe in the lower level where you can grab a coffee or a quick snack. Events like this aren't just about the watches, they're about the community that forms around about them. So if you're planning to attend, don't be afraid to come over and say hello. It would be great to meet some of the people who watch my channel. And if you enjoy thoughtful discussions about watches, history, engineering and the culture that surrounds horology, don't forget to subscribe, because the most important part of a watch, it isn't the brand, it's the person wearing it and sometimes the community that forms round about it. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. Rolex get everything right, and that might just be the problem. Perfect proportions, perfect balance, a design refined over decades. This is the Rolex GMT Master 2 126710 BLRO. The Pepsi. For many collectors, this is not just a good watch, it is the answer. And on paper, it probably is. So explain this. Why do I keep reaching for this instead? The Panerai Palm 1661? Because on paper, this shouldn't even be a conversation. Welcome back to HoroLogical. There is a belief in watch collecting that if you buy the right watch, the feeling will follow. And the Rolex GMT Master 2, it is about as right as it gets. It is versatile, recognisable, and it's technically excellent. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material is 904L stainless steel. The case diameter 40mm, the thickness 12.1mm, the lug width 20mm, the lug to lug 48mm, and the movement, it's the Rolex caliber 3285. Power reserve is 70 hours. The crystal is a flat sapphire with AR only under the Cyclops. Water resistance is 100 metres, and the weight on the OEM Jubilee bracelet, size for a 7-inch wrist, is 142 grams. It wears well, it photographs well, and it's respected almost everywhere. You're not supposed to regret this watch, you're supposed to settle into it. So I did what most collectors do, I followed the logic. And to be clear, there is nothing wrong with this watch. The movement is precise, the case proportions are refined, the bracelet is exceptional, everything about it feels considered, deliberate, safe. It is the kind of watch that disappears on the wrist in the best possible way. It integrates into your life without any friction. And that is exactly the point, because that is also where something interesting happens. When something is this correct, this balanced, this universally agreed upon, it leaves very little room for tension, very little room for personality. You don't fight the watch, but you also don't feel it. And that's not a flaw, it is a design outcome. Rolex has engineered friction completely out of the experience, but friction is often what creates attachment. And then there is this, the Panerai Palm 1661 Carbotech. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. Case material, Carbotech. The case diameter, 44mm. The thickness, 14.5mm. The lug width, 24mm. The lug to lug, 46mm. The movement is a P9010 with hacking, 31 joules, and it runs at 4 Hz. The crystal is sapphire domed with AR in the inside only. Water resistance is 300 metres. Power reserve is 72 hours from a twin sequential barrel setup, and the weight on the OEM sailcloth strap is 108 grams. Larger, less restrained, less concerned with being universally liked. This is not a watch designed to disappear. It sits on your wrist with intent. You are aware of it. The case, the dial, the presence, everything about it is more direct. And if you look at it objectively, it shouldn't win. On paper, the Rolex wins easily. Better proportions, more versatile, more refined finishing, more technically impressive. If this was a checklist, there is no debate. On paper is logic, on wrist is truth. On paper, the Rolex still wins, but there is one detail that rarely gets discussed: power reserve. The Panerai uses a twin barrel sequential arrangement for power reserve. It's designed to deliver a full 3 days of power, 72 hours, and they feel consistent, stable and predictable. The Rolex also offers a strong reserve on paper, 70 hours, but in real use, something subtle happens. As it approaches the end of that power reserve, timekeeping in the Rolex begins to drift a little bit, not dramatically, but noticeably. In that final portion of the power reserve, it's just not as reliable as the beginning. So in practice, you're not really getting the full figure. You're getting something closer to 60 hours, maybe just over 60 hours of consistent performance. Whereas the Panerai manages to deliver almost all of its power reserve extremely consistently. And it's a small thing, but small things have a way of changing how a watch feels over time, because consistency builds trust, and trust builds connection. Because something happens when you wear the Panerai. You notice it, you feel it before you think about it. Not in an intrusive way, but in a grounding kind of way. It has a piece unique carbon case, it has scale, it has identity, and it doesn't try to be perfect. It tries to be something else, and that something else is where the connection really starts. So you begin to notice a pattern. You reach for the Rolex when it makes sense, when you want something safe, something correct, something that fits almost every situation. But you reach for the Panerai when you want to feel the watch. And over time, those choices add up until one day you realise something a little bit uncomfortable. The watch that should win isn't the one that you're wearing the most, because better in watch collecting, it is often defined far too narrowly. We measure accuracy, finishing, heritage, resale value, and they're all important in their own way, but none of those things measure connection. None of them explain why one watch stays in the box and another stays in the wrist. The Rolex is designed to be universally right. The Panerai is designed to be specifically right. And they're not the same thing. One is engineered to satisfy everyone, and the other is built to resonate with someone specific. And if that someone specific happens to be you, the outcome changes completely, because there is a hidden risk in buying the perfect watch. When something is universally agreed upon, you stop questioning it, you stop engaging with it, you accept it. And acceptance is not the same thing as connection. Perfection can be passive. Perfection removes resistance, and without resistance, nothing leaves a mark. The Panerai doesn't try to solve everything. It doesn't try to be subtle. It doesn't try to be invisible. It leans into its identity, and that creates friction. But that friction is exactly what makes it memorable, exactly what makes it feel like something tangible. So this is not really a comparison between two watches. That's not what this is. It's a comparison between two ideas. The idea of perfection and the idea of connection. The Rolex represents one of those, and the Panerai represents the other. And depending on what you value, the result changes. So does the Panerai beat the Rolex? Well, on paper, no. In reality, sometimes yes, and that sometimes is enough, because it forces you to confront something simple. The best watch is not always the one that wins the argument, it is the one that wins your wrist, and that is the part that no one tells you. You can buy the perfect watch, you can follow the logic, you can choose the piece that everyone agrees is the correct watch, and it still might not be the one that you wear the most, because watches are not just objects, they are experiences, and sometimes the watch that shouldn't win is the one that stays on your wrist. Maybe better was never the point. Maybe the real question is a lot simpler. Which one do you reach for when no one is watching? And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. I bought the perfect Rolex and I stopped wearing it, and the watch I actually wear cost a fraction of the price. There is a strange assumption in watch collecting that if you buy the right watch, the feeling will follow. The logic is simple. Buy the watch that everyone agrees is perfect and the connection will appear automatically. For many collectors, that watch is the Rolex Submariner. Welcome back to HoroLogical. So I followed the textbook. I owned the Submariner 1140-60, the no date, symmetrical, clean, probably the most universally respected dive watch ever made. And yet I felt nothing. So I assumed that the problem was not the watch, the problem must be me. So I chased something else, not logic, soul. I traded the no date for the Submariner 116610 LV, the Hulk, green ceramic, green dial, a nickname that collectors speak about with near religious reverence. Surely this one could work, surely this one would connect. But something unexpected happened. The watch that now dominates my wrist time costs a fraction of the price. The Bulova Precisionist, and the question that leaves us with is a surprisingly uncomfortable one. Why does a watch costing hundreds sometimes feel more alive than a watch costing thousands? On paper, the modern Submariner, it is almost impossible to criticise. Ceramic bezel, oyster case, glide lock clasp, and the Rolex caliber 3135. A movement that has quietly powered one of the most successful watch platforms in history. Everything about it is correct. Everything about it is engineered to the very highest of standards. And yet that perfection creates a strange problem. The watch becomes clinical. It is so refined, so resolved, so universally understood that it begins to feel less like a personal object and more like a universal answer. And human beings rarely connect deeply with universal answers. We connect with imperfection, with quirks, with narrative. There is another layer to this that collectors don't often talk about. The Submariner, it's not just recognisable, it is instantly recognisable. Across a room, across a bar, even across a street. Even to people who know nothing about watches, it signals something: value, status, and money. And in the wrong place, at the wrong time, that visibility becomes a liability, because suddenly the watch is not just something you wear, it is something that announces itself, and that changes how you wear it. It introduces hesitation, awareness, risk assessment. Whereas most watches quietly exist in the wrist, the Submariner is always being seen. So when the no date left my collection and the Hulk arrived into it, I expected something to change, and visually it did. The green dial, it catches the light differently. The ceramic bezel has a strange depth to it, and for a moment the excitement is real. But there is a psychological effect that collectors rarely talk about: hedonic adaptation. The brain quickly normalises what once felt extraordinary, and once the novelty fades, what remains is a fundamental question: does this object actually belong on your wrist, or does it simply belong in the hierarchy of watch collecting? Right now, if I look honestly at my own wrist time, the watches leading my collection, they're not the obvious ones. At the top of the list sits the Tudor 1926 Moonphase. I'm in a bit of a honeymoon period, a watch that most collectors barely talk about, but the more time I spend with it, the more I realise something important. It isn't trying to win the internet, it is trying to tell a story. The Tudor, it doesn't try to impress me, it just quietly earns its place. Moonphase complications always carry a certain quiet poetry. They remind us that timekeeping once followed the sky rather than the market, and that alone changes the emotional experience of wearing it. But the real surprise in the collection, it's something else entirely. The Bulova Marine Star Precisionist, a watch that does something very unusual in modern watch collecting. It removes prestige from the equation entirely, and it replaces it with raw performance. The Precisionist movement, it oscillates at 262 kHz. That's far beyond the frequency of traditional quartz watches, and the result is something that you feel immediately: accuracy. Not theoretical accuracy, not laboratory accuracy, but real world accuracy. In a previous video, I revealed a 6 months test of this. You don't read the accuracy, you feel it. The second hand doesn't tick, it glides. There is a quiet satisfaction in knowing that the machine in your wrist is simply better at its primary task than almost anything else in the room. And that feeling has nothing to do with its price, nothing to do with status. It is simply the feeling of a tool watch doing its job exceptionally well. And strangely, that honesty can sometimes feel more authentic than luxury. And just as importantly, it disappears on wrist. The Tudor, the Bulova, they blend. They don't announce themselves. They don't attract unwanted attention. They simply exist as part of your day. And that changes the relationship completely. Shakespeare once wrote something interesting about time. Time is out of joint. Most collectors assume this line refers to chaos, but there is another interpretation of it. It describes the moment when something feels slightly misaligned with reality. A watch that sits in a box rather than on a wrist is time out of joint, because a watch is not meant to exist as stored capital. It is meant to exist as a companion, a device that quietly travels through life alongside you. And if a watch fails that test, its specifications become irrelevant. This leads to an uncomfortable question in modern watch collecting. Is the precision of a machine sometimes more horological than the aura of a brand? The Bulova does not pretend to be mythology, it simply measures time extraordinarily well, and there is something refreshing about that. On paper, this is what we're dealing with. Case material, 904L stainless steel. The case diameter, 40mm. Thickness, 12.5mm. Lug width, 20mm. The lug to lug, 48mm. The movement, it's the Rolex in-house caliber 3135. Power reserve, 48 hours. The crystal, it's flat sapphire with AR only under the Cyclops. Water resistance, 300 metres, and it weighs 153 grams on the OEM bracelet, sized for a 7-inch wrist. The case material, 316L stainless steel. Case diameter, 43mm. Thickness, 12.1mm. Lug width, 22mm. The lug to lug, 50mm. The movement is a high frequency quartz, 262 kHz. The crystal, it's sapphire with AR inside only. Water resistance, 200 metres. and it weighs 155 grams on the OEM bracelet, sized for a 7-inch wrist. When we collect watches, we often think that we are collecting objects, but in reality, we are collecting reflections of ourselves. Every watch tells a small story about what we value: prestige, engineering, narrative, precision. And right now my collection is telling me something very interesting, that a moon phase from Tudor and a high frequency quartz Bulova are seeing more daylight than a Rolex Submariner. It's not because the Rolex is bad, far from it, but because the most important part of a watch is not the brand, not the movement, not even the history, it is the person wearing it. So the real question for collectors is surprisingly simple. Look at your wrist right now. Are you wearing that watch because you love it, or because you think you're supposed to? Because the simple truth is, the wrist never lies. Big thanks to the channel members, and don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. I own Rolex, Omega, Panerai, watches people spend years trying to get, and yet they are not the watches I wear the most. Not even close. In fact, some of the watches that dominate my wrist time cost less than a dinner out. And that creates a problem, because in watch collecting we are told something very simple. The best watch in your collection should be the one that you wear the most. But that isn't actually what happens. And once you see why, you start to realise something uncomfortable. You don't wear your best watch, you wear the one that fits your life. Welcome back to HoroLogical. There is a belief in watch collecting, a quiet one, but a powerful one, that if you buy the right watch, everything will align: value, engineering, prestige, emotion, and eventually wrist time. That's the idea, that the perfect watch becomes your default, your daily, your go-to. But if you actually look at real collections, that almost never happens. Let me show you what I mean. I own a Rolex Submariner Hulk, a Rolex GMT Pepsi, an Omega Seamaster, and a Panerai Carbotech. These are watches that people chase, but they are not my most worn watches, not even close, because competing with them are watches like this, the Timex, Casio, Seiko, and Bulova. And here's the uncomfortable truth: these lesser watches often win. So what's going on? Why does a $50 Timex beat a $10,000 Rolex for wrist time? Why does a quartz Bulova quietly take over from mechanical icons? Because you're not choosing between watches, you're choosing between context. Over time I realised something: there isn't one definition of best, but there are layers, and they don't point to the same watch. For me it looks like this: importance, connection, usability, security, and wrist time. 5 different metrics, 5 different answers. Let's start with importance. This is what watch collectors think matters the most: value, rarity, brand, engineering. This is where Rolex lives. Omega, Panerai. These are important watches, no doubt, historically, financially, and technically. But importance does not guarantee wear. Then there's connection. It's personal, the watch that means something, a moment, a period of your life, a feeling. Sometimes it's a luxury watch, sometimes it's a cheap watch that you've had for years. Connection doesn't always align with importance. Usability. Now we get to the one that quietly dominates everything. Usability. How easy is it to wear? Can you throw it on without thinking? Does it fit your day, your environment, your routine. This is where watches like Timex, Casio, Seiko and Bulova start quietly winning, because they remove friction, they don't demand anything from you, they just work. Then there's something that collectors don't like talking about: security. Where you can wear it, how comfortable are you wearing it, and can you relax? Or are you constantly aware of it? Because the reality is this: a Rolex changes your behaviour, a Timex doesn't. And that alone can completely shift what gets worn and what doesn't. And finally, wrist time. This is the only metric that tells the truth, not what you value, not what you admire, not what you think should win, but what you actually wear day after day without forcing it. Here's where it gets interesting. These layers, they don't line up. They often contradict each other. Your most important watch is not your most wearable watch. Your most wearable watch is not your most meaningful watch. Your favourite watch, that's not your most worn watch. And that all creates tension, because collectors want alignment. We want one watch to do everything, the perfect watch. But what we're really describing, it's convergence, a watch that scores highly on importance, connection, usability, security, and becomes your most worn. But here's the truth: that watch is rare, very rare. Most collectors don't even have one, and even if you find one, it doesn't always stay that way, because your life changes, and when your life changes, what fits it also changes. If you look at your own collection honestly, you'll see it. There will be the watch that you respect, the watch you love, the watch you admire, and then the watch that you actually wear, and they're not all the same. This matters more than people think, because it changes how you buy. If you chase importance, you'll end up with watches that you don't wear. If you chase connection, you might ignore practicality. If you chase usability, you might overlook meaning. But if you understand the layers and how they work with each other, you stop expecting one watch to do everything. And this is where collecting changes. You stop asking, what is the best watch? And you start asking, what role does this watch play? And once you do that, your collection starts to make sense. Because the goal isn't perfection, it's balance. A collection where some watches are important, some are meaningful, some are practical, and a few just quietly take over your wrist. So the next time you look at your collection as a whole, don't ask what's my best watch, ask which watch actually fits my life, because in the end, that's the watch that's going to win time and time again. And if you've made it this far, I really appreciate that. To everyone supporting the channel through membership, thank you. It genuinely helps me make these videos. And if you enjoy this kind of horological thinking about watches and how we wear them, consider subscribing to the channel. There's a lot more of this in the pipeline. And just remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This is supposed to be the best watch that I own. There is no logical reason not to wear it. It's accurate, it's well built, it's respected everywhere. For most people, this is the answer, and yet I stopped wearing it. Not gradually, not occasionally. I just stopped reaching for it. This is it. This is the watch that should win, and this is what I actually wear instead. And once you see why, you start to realise something uncomfortable. You don't wear your best watch. You wear the one that fits your life. Welcome back to HoroLogical. There is a belief in watch collecting, a very simple one, that if you buy the right watch, everything should align: engineering, heritage, proportions, reputation, and eventually wrist time. Because why wouldn't it? If something is objectively better, surely you'll choose it more often. That's the assumption, and it sounds completely reasonable until you actually live with the watch. So let's talk about the perfect watch, the Rolex, in my case the GMT Master 2, the Pepsi BLRO. This is not a compromise watch. This is not a stepping stone. This is the watch that people aim for. It does everything right. The proportions are dialed in. The bracelet is excellent. The movement is robust and accurate. And this is where it gets interesting. It wears well. It looks right. It feels like the end of a long journey. And that's the problem, because when something is this complete, there's nothing left to discover. No friction, no adjustment, no learning curve. It just works. And that sounds like a good thing, but in practice, it removes something that you don't realise matters. Engagement. And still I don't wear it, because watch collecting, it isn't just about owning, it's about interaction. It's about how something feels at 7 AM when you're half awake. It's about how it sits after 10 hours on the wrist. It's about whether you reach for it without thinking, because none of this makes sense. And that's where it breaks down, because perfection, it doesn't always translate to instinct. So what replaces it? Not something objectively better, not something more expensive, something different. Maybe it's a Panerai, maybe it's a Casio, maybe it's something that makes absolutely no sense on paper, but it wins in reality, and that creates tension, because now you have two truths. The Rolex is better, but you don't wear it. There are a few reasons, and none of them are talked about enough. First, friction. The watches we wear the most are rarely the easiest. They're the ones that feel natural. And second, emotional neutrality. The more perfect something is, the harder it is to form a connection, form a bond with it, because it doesn't need anything from you. And then third, there's context. The Rolex works everywhere, but because it works everywhere, it doesn't feel specific anywhere. And still, I don't wear it. So you start doing something strange. You stop choosing based on logic, and you start choosing based on feeling. Not consciously, not deliberately. It just happens. You reach into the box and your hand goes somewhere else. Again. And here's the part that no one says out loud. If the best watch in your collection isn't the one you wear, what exactly did you buy? And again, until one day you realise the best watch hasn't been worn in weeks. And this is where collectors get stuck, because we don't like that outcome. We've been told better watch equals more wrist time. So when that doesn't happen, we assume the problem is us. Maybe we need time to adjust. Maybe we're not appreciating it properly. Maybe we need time to grow into it. But what if that's wrong? What if the problem isn't the watch, and it also isn't you? It's the assumption. Because watches don't compete on paper, they compete on your wrist, in your life, under your routine. And the winner is not the most complete watch, it's the one that disappears into your day, the one that doesn't demand attention but still gives something back. Once you understand that, your collection changes. You stop chasing perfection, you start noticing behaviour. What do you actually wear? What do you ignore? What do you reach for without thinking? Because that tells you more than any spec sheet ever will. And still, I don't wear it. So yes, the Rolex is better. No argument about that. But it isn't the watch that I wear the most. And that doesn't make it a bad watch. Far from it. It makes it something else, something complete, something final, something that doesn't need me. And maybe that's why I don't need it either. The Rolex is better, but it loses every single day. So let me ask you something. What's the best watch in your collection? And is it actually the one that you wear? And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. This watch should be respected, but it isn't. There's something strange that happens the moment a watch becomes cheaper. People stop respecting it, not because of what it is, but because of what it costs. And the word they use to justify that, homage. But that word, it doesn't mean what people think it means. It's a judgment. And more importantly, it only ever points in one direction, downwards. The cheaper watch is always the homage. The expensive one is always the original, even when that isn't true. Even when the history doesn't support it. Even when the movement inside the cheaper watch is older than the design it's being accused of copying. And once you see that, you start to realise something uncomfortable. We are not judging watches, we are judging price. Welcome back to HoroLogical. There is a belief in watch collecting, a very simple one. Expensive means original. It feels correct, but it only works if you ignore how watches actually evolve, because watches don't appear out of nowhere. They iterate, they borrow, they refine and they standardise. They do it over decades, sometimes generations. So the idea that one brand owns a design language, it's already fragile, but we treat it like fact. Take a watch from Patek Philippe, triple calendar, moon phase, chronograph, balanced dial, symmetrical layout, everything exactly where you expect it. This is a reference point. This is what people see in their head when they think of this complication. And if another watch looks similar, the label appears instantly. Homage. Because this didn't start with Patek. Brands like Breitling, Universal Genève were already producing triple calendar chronographs with moon phase layouts, multi-registered dials, decades earlier. And underneath many of those watches was the foundational architecture, the Venus 175. So the layout, the complication stack, the visual language, it already existed. This is where nuance matters. Patek didn't invent the layout, they refined it. They balanced proportion, standardised the dial, elevated finishing and controlled expectation and presentation. And over time, they became the reference, not the original. The reference, and that distinction matters. Now fast forward, you see a watch like this, a Suggest chronograph, triple calendar, moon phase, familiar layout. Inside the Seagull ST1901, a direct descendant of that Venus architecture, and instantly the label appears again. Homage.
This is a homage. This is a homage.
This is a homage.
But look at what's actually happening. The movement inside that watch, it is based on a Swiss design from the mid-20th century used in the very watches that defined the category. So mechanically, this watch is not copying something new, it's continuing something old. It is not a shortcut, it is a continuation, and that is exactly where the label falls apart. Because the word homage, It's not applied evenly. When an expensive brand iterates, you hear heritage, inspiration, continuity. When a cheaper brand does the exact same thing, you hear homage, copy, derivative, same behaviour, different language, and that language decides what you're allowed to respect. And it gets worse, because even the movement gets dragged into it. You will hear people say that ST1901 is outdated, old technology, not modern. But that's the point. The entire category is built in that architecture. If this movement is outdated, then so is the history that people claim to respect. You cannot praise vintage chronographs and then criticise the same architecture when it appears in a cheaper watch. That is not technical, that is selective memory. And once you see that, you can't unsee it. That is a narrative adjustment. In Watch YouTube, outdated, it rarely means obsolete. It means inconvenient to the story being told. Because if we applied that same logic consistently, then hand-wound movements are outdated, mechanical watches are outdated, the entire industry is outdated, and clearly that isn't how people think. So we need to redefine the word properly, cleanly, and without bias. Here it is. A homage is not about who did it first, it is about who adopted an existing idea and then made it their own. Under that definition, there are no exceptions. Patek qualifies, Suggest qualifies, every brand in between qualifies, and this is where it becomes unavoidable. If Suggest is a homage brand, then Patek is too. Not as an insult, not as an attack, as a logical consequence, because both are drawing from the same historical template. This is not about copying success. This is about inheriting a language. This is the uncomfortable part. People don't like that idea because it disrupts hierarchy. It blurs the line between luxury and accessible. It forces a different question. Not who did it first, but why do we give credit to one and not the other? And if the answer isn't technical, then what is it? And the answer is simple. We follow the last dominant version, not the first, not the most mechanically faithful, the most culturally reinforced. Patek became the reference, so everything that resembles it gets judged against it. Regardless of history, we are not judging watches, we are judging narrative, just like we were judging price at the beginning of this video. So what is the cheaper watch really? It's not the homage, it's not the copy, it is the version that does not control the narrative. That's the difference. Not engineering, not history, not even design, narrative. In watch collecting, we don't just buy watches, we buy the story that tells us how to feel about them. And the word homage, it's not a description, it is a decision about who is allowed to be original and who isn't. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. And I'd just like to say a big thanks to the channel members for supporting me to make these videos. And if you're not already subscribed, click the subscribe button, give us a like and get in the comments. See you in the next one. You don't wear your best watch. You already know that. The one that makes the most sense, the one that costs the most, and the one you told yourself would be enough. It sits there, and the watch you actually wear costs less, means less, shouldn't win, but it does every time. Not because it's better, because it's easier, and that creates a problem because it means something is wrong. not with your watches, with you, because owning a watch and wearing a watch, they're not the same thing. And once you see why, you stop looking at your collection in the same way. You don't have a watch problem, you have this. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Because when I look at this collection, there are watches here that should dominate wrist time. The Omega Seamaster, the Tudor Moonphase, the Panerai, the Rolex pieces, but they don't. Instead, watches like this, a simple Casio, a G-Shock, a Seiko, a Bulova Precisionist, quietly take over consistently, and that creates contradiction. Because these are not the best watches, but they're the ones that get worn. And that's when something changes. You stop asking, what is the best watch I own? And you start asking, why do I keep choosing this one? Because every watch in your collection, it falls into one of three categories. Category 1, the idea watch. This is the watch you respect, the one that makes sense, is well engineered, it has heritage, carries weight. This is your Rolex, your Omega, your Panerai. These are the watches that you thoroughly believe in, but belief does not guarantee wrist time. And then category 2, the identity watch. This is the watch that you want to be seen wearing. It says something: taste, success, knowledge, belonging. Sometimes this overlaps with luxury, sometimes not. But this watch, it's not about time, it is about signalling. And then category 3, the default watch. This is the one that actually wins the wrist, not because it's better, but because it's easier, comfortable, lightweight, low risk, always ready. This is where Casio, G-Shock, Seiko and Bulova, they start to dominate, not emotionally, not intellectually, but practically. And this is where the illusion breaks, because collectors think they are building a collection of watches, but what they are actually building is a collection of decisions that they don't follow through on. Because expensive watches, they come with friction, not physical friction, mental friction. You think about damage, scratches, situational awareness and appropriateness. So instead of reaching for them automatically, you hesitate, and hesitation kills wrist time. Now compare that to something like a simple Casio, a G-Shock, a Seiko Diver. You don't think, you just put it on, and that difference is everything. So the more watches that you add, the worse this gets, because now more choice, more hesitation, more value, more caution, more identity, more pressure, and eventually you stop wearing the watches that you chase the hardest. This is the part people don't like. You are not curating a collection, you are curating versions of yourself, and most of them do not exist in your daily life. That's why a $20 watch can outperform a $10,000 one, not because it's better, but because it fits your reality. So the question changes. It's not what should I buy next, but what do I actually live with? Because the watch you wear the most, it is the most honest watch that you own. So what is the real problem? It's not the watches, it's the gap between who you think you are and how you actually live. You don't have a watch collection, you have a pattern, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. There's something slightly off in watch collecting. The brands that dominate the conversation, they aren't always the brands that built it. Rolex and Omega, they shape perception. They define what people think matters, but every now and then you come across a brand that was there right at the very beginning, helped define the modern dive watch, and were trusted by some of the biggest names in the industry, and yet somehow ended up outside the spotlight. That brand is squally, and once you actually look at what they've done and what they've achieved, you start to realise something uncomfortable. Some of the watches that people call original today, they only look that way because the history has been simplified. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Modern watch collecting, it confuses visibility with importance, but dive watches weren't built in visibility, they were built in failure. Water ingress, legibility loss, timing errors under pressure, and solving those problems didn't happen in boardrooms, it happened in the water. Post-war, recreational diving, it expands rapidly, and suddenly watches need to work, not just exist. Charles von Buren, he wasn't designing for display cases, he was iterating under constraint. Murky water in Lake Neuchâtel, low visibility, real use conditions, that's where things like the high contrast minute hand actually come from. Not style, but survival of function. The Centre de Plongée Neuchâtel, not a marketing idea, a testing environment with brands like Rolex, Omega, Longines and Squally. Consistent, repeatable, applied testing. This is where dive watches stopped being theoretical and started becoming reliable tool watches. Blancpain didn't go to Squally for branding, they went for cases, because in that era you outsourced to the best in each discipline. If you were serious about dive watches, you went to Charles von Buren. Early Squally designs, they weren't iterative, they were solutions. The double logo system, supplier versus brand identity, the orange minute hand for visibility and low clarity water. This isn't Homage, this is original level thinking at its very core.
This is a homage to the first. This is a homage to the first.
This is a homage to the first.
And yet today, you'll still hear the word homage, almost always directed downwards, never upwards, even when the timeline doesn't support it, because the uncomfortable reality is this: some of the watches dominating today, they owe more to shared development history than people are willing to admit. Forget marketing, look at procurement. Military units, specialist divers, Dras Galeazzi, Italian police divers, all using Squally. These decisions aren't emotional driven, they're functional, performance per cost, reliability, serviceability, and that's where Squally still lives. So what does that look like in a modern watch? Let's look at a quick spec slide of the Squally Y1545. The case material, 316L stainless steel. Case diameter 40mm, thickness 12.8mm, the lug width 20mm, the lug to lug 48mm, and the movement, it's a Sellita SW200-1 running at 4Hz. Power reserve 41 hours. The crystal is a sapphire double domed with AR underside only. The water resistance is 200 metres. And the weight is 163 grams, sized for a 7-inch wrist on the OEM bracelet. This is what happens when a brand never needed to reinvent itself. The bracelet, screwed links, solid mill clasp, dive extension, no on-the-fly adjustment because it's not chasing convenience, it's maintaining structure. The bezel, it's undamped, precise, zero nonsense. It's not designed to entertain you, it's designed to time something. The case back finishing is what we'd call in engineering hand-scraped patterning. It increases the surface area and it helps anchor against a wetsuit while also remaining comfortable on bare skin. That's not decorative thinking, that's applied engineering. And the crystal, domed sapphire with underneath AR only, no outer coating to scratch or damage, it's clear in all conditions. And here's the key point, it offers something a lot of the higher end dive watches don't. A traditional domed crystal with date clarity, and that combination, it matters a bit more than people realise. Lume isn't the brightest that I've ever seen, but it's even, consistent and usable, and it does the job. It does the job well. And then this watch, this is where Squally stops explaining itself and it just does its own thing. The 1521 Green Ray. Let's look at a quick spec slide of this watch. The case material, 316L stainless steel. The case diameter, 42mm. Thickness, 12.5mm. The lug width, 20mm, the lug to lug 48mm, and the movement, it's a Sellita SW200-1 running at 4Hz. The power reserve, 41 hours. The crystal is a flat sapphire internally domed with AR underside only. The water resistance is 500 metres and it weighs 101 grams on the OEM leather strap. A 500 metre water resistant dive watch with a 4 o'clock crown position, an internally curved sapphire crystal with AR, a leather strap, fume green dial with the orange hand. There's nothing here blending in, steeply sloping lugs. On wrist it wears exactly as it measures, there's no surprises here with the wear. So here's the thing, you can buy this watch COSC certified. This isn't that version, but real world testing. So this watch comfortably runs within spec. The 145 that I looked at earlier, that's plus 7 seconds a day. This one's plus 3. It's right on the edge of COSC in some positions, but it's very, very good. It's clear to see that Squally are internally regulating these Sellita movements in-house. The coin edge bezel in the 1521. It has zero backplay, printed dial, clean execution. There's nothing wasted here. It is a fantastic watch, no doubts about that. There are two ways to make a dive watch. Squally makes both, the Y1545 and the 1521. The Y1545 is 40mm, 200 metres depth, standard Swiss automatic. It looks exactly how you expect a dive watch to look, because that design language, it is the foundation, a language that Charles von Buren helped shape. Clean dial, clear bezel, balanced proportions, the blueprint. The 1521, that is 42mm, 500 metres depth rated. The same movement family, but everything else about it feels different. The 1521 follows a design language that Squally pioneered and kept for itself. That case, that crown position, that profile, and the crystal matters. Flattened top, but domed underneath. So underwater, it magnifies, not for effect, for function. This is a pure dive tool watch. No compromise, no excess, just execution pushed further, and yet mechanically nothing changes. Steel case, sapphire crystal, proven automatic movement, no new solution. So the difference isn't engineering, it is intent. Both watches express no nonsense dive tool watch solutions. It's no surprise organisations like Dras Galeazzi and Marina Militare continue to this day to choose Squally as a dive watch partner. The 1521, however, that is something else. 500 metres of capability, At this thickness, a standard form factor with a saturation level rating, that's not innovation, that's execution pushed to the limits of the next level. The 1545 is the blueprint, the 1521 is the pure tool. Same foundation, two outcomes, and that's where modern watchmaking lives. Not in invention, but in how far you are willing to push what already works. So here's the real question. If a brand has real history, real use engineering and real value, why isn't it bigger? Because watch collecting, it isn't driven by the truth, it's driven by marketing and visibility. Squally never left the tool watch world behind, while others moved on, more polished, more visible, less functional. Squally stayed exactly where it started, underwater. So between these two watches, for me, the 1545 takes the cup. It's cleaner, more versatile, but both are proper dive watches, no compromises. If you're into watches that actually make sense, consider subscribing to the channel, and if you want to fund the research behind the deeper breakdowns like this, consider joining the channel as a member. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. There are no original watches, not anymore, and the uncomfortable part is there haven't been for a long time now, because if you took almost any watch being made today and you follow it back far enough, you don't find an origin, you find a chain, a sequence of decisions made, refined and then repeated. And once you see how long that chain really is, you stop asking who made this first, and you start seeing something else, something most collectors never notice, but once you do, you don't really see watches in the same way again, and you start asking something far more uncomfortable. Does that even matter? Because we talk about watches like they come from somewhere, like a brand designed something, created something, invented something, but in reality, most of what we call new is built on problems that were already solved decades ago, sometimes almost perfectly. So if that's true, then what exactly are we calling original? Because the moment that you start pulling in that thread, the entire idea, it starts to unravel. Welcome back to HoroLogical. Take the modern dive watch. We treat it like a category full of innovation, but look closer and you'll see something very different, because the blueprint was already there. The Blancpain 50 Fathoms rotating bezel, clear legibility, purpose-built as a professional tool. It wasn't experimenting, it was solving. And once those decisions were made, they didn't need to be made again. Then Rolex arrives. Not with something completely different, but with something refined. The Submariner doesn't reinvent the dive watch, it stabilises it. The bezel action, the case proportions, the tactile feedback, it doesn't change the idea, it locks it in. And then a Mega enters the conversation properly, not first, not early, but decisively. The Seamaster in its modern tool form It is not a breakthrough, it is a resolution, a fully realised version of something that already existed. Take a Seiko rubber concertina dive strap. That design has existed now for years, and let's face it, you're not going to refine that any further. Also look at the modern Submariner glide lock. I don't really see how that could be resolved any further. It's almost perfect. So now you have 3 of the most important dive watches ever made. And none of them started from nothing. They built on something, refined something, and stabilised something. And this doesn't stop with dive watches. It goes far deeper, pardon the pun, into the mechanics themselves. Take the Venus 175, a chronograph movement developed decades ago. Its architecture, its layout and its logic still echoes through mechanical chronographs today, even right now. And yet, when that same architecture appears today in something like a seagull movement, it is dismissed, it is cheap, unrefined and not respected. So how does something go from historically significant to currently disregarded without fundamentally changing? What changed? The movement or the perception? A selection of chronographs, some of them bicompacts, some of them tricompacts, but the shared DNA between them all is immediately obvious. Then you look at field watches and something even stranger appears on the horizon, because these weren't designed for expression, they were designed to specification. Military issued field watches, they followed strict rules. Dial clarity, numeral layout, case size and legibility under pressure. They weren't original by design, they were standardised. Here are examples of dirty dozen field watches made for the British military to a very strict specification, made from many brands but all looking exactly the same. And the same is true for dive watches. Water resistance requirements, bezel functionality, visibility underwater. These constraints didn't create variation, they eliminated it. They forced watches to look the same because they had to work the same in the same conditions. So now you've got dive watches built on a fixed blueprint. You've got chronographs built on inherited architecture. And you've got field watches shaped by strict specification. So where exactly does originality fit into this equation? Because at some point you realise something uncomfortable. The watches that we call original they only look that way because we stopped looking further back. And this is where the shift happens, because in modern watchmaking, engineering is no longer the only differentiator. Presentation is, positioning is, narrative is. For some brands, how the watch is presented matters more than what the watch actually is. Because if the product is already solved, then the only thing left to differentiate is perception. Originality, it hasn't disappeared, but it has moved. It's important, but not in the engineering, but in the storytelling. So the question isn't, is this watch original? Because most of them aren't. The real question is this: why does it feel like it is? Because once you see the chain, once you see how everything connects together, you realise something. Watchmaking didn't stop progressing, it just changed direction, from invention to refinement, from engineering to perception. Because once you see the chain, once you see how everything connects, you realise something. Watchmaking didn't stop progressing, it just changed direction, from invention to refinement, from engineering to perception. And if you're enjoying this kind of thinking, hit the like button. It helps more than you think. And remember, watch collecting, it isn't about finding something new. It's about understanding what was already there. If you want more content that looks at watches differently, subscribe to HoroLogical. And for those of you who are supporting the channel, thank you very much. It genuinely makes this possible. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological. Shakespeare Time, Part 3, Act 17, the final act, time itself. Shakespeare never wore a watch, but by now you probably already suspect something really strange, because over the past arc we have explored something unexpected: depth, cycles, obsession, honour, morality, power, chaos, and legacy. 16 acts, 16 ways that human beings have tried to understand time, and yet Shakespeare never described a watch, not once. Instead, he kept returning to something far more unsettling: our relationship to time itself. And in King John, he writes a line so brutally simple it almost feels modern: I am time's subject, not its master, not its controller, its subject. And that line might be the most horological sentence that Shakespeare ever wrote, because for thousands of years human beings have been trying to do something impossible. We have been trying to measure time. Welcome back to HoroLogical. The first clocks, long before balance wheels, long before mechanical watches, and long before quartz oscillators, human civilization still needed time. Farmers needed it, priests needed it, and kings needed it. And the first society to take time seriously enough to measure it properly was ancient Egypt. The Egyptian world, it ran in cycles. The Nile flooded every year. Fields had to be planted at exactly the right moment. Harvest had to arrive before the waters returned, so the Egyptians divided the day, 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night. 24 hours, not because the sun demanded it, but because agriculture demanded it. Time became a tool of survival, a tool by which civilizations could grow, and to track it the Egyptians built some of the earliest, most rudimentary clocks that humanity ever created. Water clocks, simple stone vessels filled with water. Tiny holes allowed the water to drip slowly out of them at a controlled rate. Inside the vessel, carefully carved markings showed the falling level, and as the water dropped, time revealed itself. No gears, no springs, just gravity and patience. But even these early clocks, they revealed a much deeper truth. They did not control time, they simply watched it pass. The next great timekeeper was the sun. Sundials appeared across the ancient world, a simple vertical rod casting a moving shadow across carved stone. Morning, noon, afternoon, time became visible, but it was still fragile. Clouds could hide it, night could erase it, which meant something deeply profound. For most of human history, time could only be measured for part of the day. Half the day belonged to clocks, the other half belonged to darkness. Then, in medieval Europe, something changed. Monasteries began building mechanical clocks, not for science, for prayer. Monks prayed at fixed intervals throughout the day and night. Matins, lauds, prime, terce, sext, none, Vespers and Compline. The clock tower was not an instrument of precision, it was an instrument of discipline. Time became daily structure, villages organised life around the sound of bells, and suddenly time was no longer local, it was communal. The bell tower did not ask what time it was, it told you what time it was, and you obeyed. But the real transformation arrived centuries later, with trains. Before railways, every town kept its own local time. Noon was simply when the sun sat highest above that particular town, which meant every town ran at a slightly different time. 5 minutes here, 8 minutes there, it did not matter until trains arrived. Railways demanded something that the world had never required before: precise, synchronised time. A train leaving one city had to arrive at another city according to the same clock. Suddenly minutes mattered, schedules mattered, and precision mattered. And the solution was railway time. Central clocks synchronised across entire countries. Station clocks became the new authority, large, visible and reliable. If the railway clock said the train left at 9 o'clock, the train left at 9 o'clock. No negotiation, no interpretation, just time to depart. Pocket watches soon became part of that infrastructure. Railway workers were required to carry watches that met strict accuracy standards, regular inspections, synchronisation checks. A watch that drifted could cause catastrophe. And interestingly, some of the most accurate watches in the world at that time, they didn't come from Switzerland, they came from the interior of the United States of America. American railroad watches built by companies like Waltham, Elgin and Hamilton were engineered specifically for railway precision. Tough, legible, highly regulated watches. For many years, their accuracy standards actually ran well ahead of anything Swiss watchmaking could produce, and those companies became part of a wider American timekeeping industry that would eventually connect to General Time and the Westclocks Corporation. A company with a small personal connection in my own life. My mother worked for Westclocks and my aunt ran the Scottish factory office. A quiet reminder that the history of timekeeping, it's not only about the famous inventors or the luxury brands, it's also about the thousands of people who actually built the clocks and assembled the movements. And they kept the industry running. It is a fascinating and slightly forgotten chapter of horological history, one that deserves a full episode all of its own in the future of the channel. But the key point here, it remains simple. For the first time in human history, timekeeping was no longer philosophical, it was operational. Mechanical watches eventually brought that level of precision to the wrist, a tiny balance wheel oscillating back and forth hundreds and hundreds of times every minute, portable time, personal time. But mechanical watches were never perfect. Temperature changed them, gravity changed them, wearing them changed them. Which is why quartz appeared in the 20th century, a vibrating crystal, a distilled product of Pierre Curie's piezoelectric reaction, oscillating thousands of times per second. Suddenly watches became astonishingly accurate, and then something even more extraordinary happened. Atomic clocks. Instead of gears or crystals, time was measured using the behaviour of atoms themselves, the oscillation of cesium atoms to be precise, billions of vibrations every single second, accuracy so precise the clock would barely drift over centuries. Which brings us to this watch, the Casio G-Shock GWM 5610U. At first glance, it looks almost humble, a digital square, simple, practical, but inside it carries something remarkable. It's not the solar cells. Every night while the wearer sleeps, this watch listens for a signal. It receives radio signals broadcast by atomic clocks, signals that contain the most precise time that humanity can currently produce. The watch does not guess, it does not drift, it synchronises quietly, automatically. And in my own collection, this watch, it's got a very specific job. This is my railway clock, the reference watch, the watch that sets every other watch that I own. Mechanical watches, quartz watches, vintage watches, every single one of them eventually gets aligned to this small square instrument, because every collector of mechanical timepieces should own something like this. A reference, a reminder that perfect time exists somewhere beyond the balance wheel. But Shakespeare understood something long before radio signals, long before quartz, long before atomic clocks. Even perfect timekeeping changes nothing. I am time's subject, not its master, not its owner, its subject. The Egyptians knew it. Their clocks could measure the hours, but they could not stop the Nile. The monks knew it. Their bells would organise the order of the day, but they could not extend life. The railway engineers, they knew it too. Their clocks could prevent collisions, but they could not slow down the earth. And atomic clocks, they know it too. They can measure time with unimaginable precision, but they cannot change what time does. Horology did not invent time. It simply built instruments to live beside it. Water clocks, sundials, bell towers and railway clocks, wristwatches, each one a small human attempt to understand something vastly larger than ourselves. And Shakespeare captured that truth in a single sentence: I am time's subject. Perhaps that's the final lesson for every watch collector out there. The watch on your wrist, it does not conquer time. It simply reminds you that you belong to it, and perhaps that is what Shakespeare understood all along. Time is not something that we control, it's something that we pass through, and in the end, every single clock ever built is simply humanity listening to its own footsteps. And remember, watch collecting isn't logical, but it is horological.